So I essentially have two very narrow sets of objections.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I have your list, and I've looked at all the pictures, and I have your exhibit list as well. So.
Okay. So first, exhibits 22 and 23. I'm sorry, 220 and 221.
Okay.
I am asking that one or the other be.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome. Want to say hi. So there's not going to be any jurors until 9:30. Right now, I guess they're working some kinks out over exhibits and stuff like that, which hopefully will make the trial smoother because there's been some hiccups. Yesterday, they let people go early, if you remember, which I screamed, yes! They let some people go early and to work things out, to get the kinks worked out, so hopefully they can be more speedy.
That there are two of what is in those photos.
Okay, who's is this the same room? Whose room is this?
That's the
So just wanted to chat for a little bit while they talk about this stuff, some of the plans and things that are coming up. The Alex Murdaugh stuff is done. Okay, Alex Murdaugh, one day, or was it two? I think it maybe started Friday, but yesterday it was finished. Alex Murdaugh is not getting a second trial. That was really interesting and fun to watch yesterday. I have a major headache this morning too. I don't know. I just took Excedrin. For this trial, I think the safe time to start is 9 a.m. every day. Because even if they start a little bit before, between all the breaks and stuff, we'll just be able to catch up really easily. I think it just works easy for me because like I literally go to drop my daughter off and then it's like boom. Like I have less than an hour to do what I need to do. I probably just have to wake up earlier, but I think 9 o'clock is a good time because look, even today, I feel like the last couple of days they say 8:30, but like it's 9 or 9:30, you know. So 9 o'clock I think is a good time for us. And maybe it gives other people some time too. Maybe I'm not like rushing around. Like this morning, I was like rushing around to get a couple things done before the stream. And then so this is the plan for next week too, because I was kind of thinking about this and pondering. And sorry, I look a hot mess. I don't like those light blue glasses. The light blue glasses, I don't know. Blue light glasses. Are you talking about the ones for the glasses you're supposed to use to watch computers and stuff? I'm supposed to wear glasses, but I'm things far away look kind of blurry to me. So I think that means I'm nearsighted, right? I don't like the glasses for computers though. That blue tint stuff. If that's what you're talking about. Vodka is good for headaches.
the video games were not in the.
Okay, let them talk it out. Let's chill for a little bit. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. Okay, so next week is Harmony Montgomery, right? I don't know what day they're starting it. I feel like that's one of those trials that we just have to cover because we're covering that story from like the beginning, on and off, and that's going to be probably a rough trial. So next week, whenever they do start, I'm going to start covering Harmony, and then with the Crumbley trial, Jennifer Crumbley, I will tune in to just like witness whatever key witnesses. Definitely when Jennifer Crumbley testifies, I hope that's a good thing. Like hopefully that works out. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. So in the middle of next week, whenever it is, we'll start doing Harmony, and then just checking in with the Crumbley trial. Some people might not like that. I understand. Some people are just like probably gonna be like, I just want to see the Crumbley trial. If that's the case, whenever I do switch up, then maybe you just have to watch another channel. I hate to say that, but maybe. And if the Harmony thing doesn't work out, then we switch back to this, right? You know, I don't know. But I feel like that Harmony, I don't know, almost like we owe it to that story to cover it type of thing. That I felt like that about Maricela Botello. There's a few stories that I feel like that I've covered over the years that when the trial comes, it's like I feel like we have to see it to the end type of thing, you know? See the justice work its hands. Take care of your eyes. I didn't listen now. That's true. JD, that's a good bit of advice. I say eyes and take care of your teeth. I need to go get a cleaning done, like a full deep cleaning. Take care of your eyes, take care of your teeth. Don't sleep on it. And those are the ones that really aren't expensive. If you do preventative maintenance care, it's expensive if you don't. Amy, thank you so much for the 5 gifts. The memberships, appreciate that. We got to do Harmony, right? Herbeer, right? I feel like we have to do Harmony. I'm afraid. I don't know what that trial is going to bring. But the father, he's pleading not guilty. I feel like it's an open and shut case, but you know what? I really felt too that Letitia Stout, Gannon Stout, I feel like that was open and shut. And we learned so much through that trial that we didn't get to hear. The phone calls, some of the videos. That trial was like a roller coaster. An emotional roller coaster, because there was even some moments that were like funny, believe it or not. That was just crazy. And then there was moments that like it was just really sad and crying. Folks said that's why I'm not coming to the Harmony, right? It's kind of like, it's very like, but when it comes to the kids, I don't know with the Harmony, are they going to show pictures? I would think not, but I don't know. With Gannon, they're taking another break. With Gannon, this is what, like, we don't need to rush, like run here in the morning, drive myself crazy. You guys are, I don't know, probably not driving. It depends, right? But it gives us more time. We don't need to rush. Got to be here 8:30 a.m. just for them to like be like, bye. When does it start? Are you talking about Harmony? Harmony's next week. And Harmony was never found. I believe they dumped her body. I have a video on it. I don't know how we're gonna do it. I might just put the link out, or I might just maybe rewatch it with you guys one live. I don't know. Harmony Montgomery. I did a video. I spent a lot of time in this video too. But I did this in advance, knowing that we were probably gonna cover the trial. So when the time comes, we're prepped and ready to go. We might have to do a rewatch. Damn, I did like a 2-hour video. And I basically just went over some interview clips.
So the fact that she didn't lift a finger to get her help, she did nothing, and then decided to just...
This is the biological mother, and this is the stepmother. The stepmother now, she's snitching, or she got offered a proffer deal, which is like a deal of... I forgot the technical definition, but basically she offers information that can be used against the person, and she gets leniency or whatever.
Well, not only that, but, she laid down and got pregnant by him while my daughter was somewhere stashed in this house. Yeah.
While the body was in the house, I guess this woman got pregnant by him or something. They were hooking up while the body was dead in the house.
The little part that everyone else seems to miss is that she did have a third child a month before they got arrested in 2021. She had a daughter. Go figure, right? So that right there is just disgustingly sick. Like, you watched him murder a child and then you laid down with him and had another baby?
There's a lot to get to in this video, so make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, turn on bell notifications. Man, maybe I need to cut my hair again. I look a lot cleaner over here. And there's no trees and bushes in the background. All right, let's see what's going on over here.
Listed witnesses, they let me know because there are witnesses on their list I intend to call if they don't, and they're aware of who those witnesses are.
Okay. You can do that, right?
It just depends on how the trial progresses, obviously.
Okay. Well, she might ask you to produce them. That's why.
Yep.
They know who I'm asking them to produce.
Okay.
I've already given the list.
All right. So we'll have a full day today. We have this. Is it Stoyak today? Stoyak.
Well, like I said, we're working on schedules, but
Okay.
Stoyak, Sergeant Pesky.
Okay. I'm trying to what else on my list. I think I sent you a set of instructions. We both set sets of jury instructions. The jury instructions went back and forth, and then I sent you what I believe is a.
And also, they're still working things out for the father's trial. I'm not sure when the father's trial is happening. Maybe anybody in the chat that knows can comment. when the father's trial is happening, I don't anticipate that we're going to sit through and watch the trial. It's going to be almost a duplicate of this, I think, probably.
Okay.
I don't either, but
I was thinking we could just maybe do some highlights at the end of the day. We'll watch opening statements. If the father testifies, like key witnesses, probably.
Yesterday, what we have marked now is redacted in accordance with the personal information that was redacted on the audio that we showed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Your Honor, I got this last night.
Okay.
I still need a few minutes to review it.
Okay, that's
Do
fine.
like 21 months?
That's fine. It would just be, if the transcript's accurate, I'd be admitting it. The idea would be if there's something inaudible and you do not agree what was said,
Right.
I'd either have to listen to it or strike it or whatever it was.
Well, it's not a transcript that was done by a court reporter.
Right.
It's a transcript that was put together by the prosecutor's office. So I just want to double check
Sure.
to make sure that it's accurate,
Sure.
and also that there's not a side commentary in there that the jury should be making evaluations on.
So yeah, I mean those are the plans, the upcoming plans. I need to start writing in my calendar again, but it's up in the air. I'm pretty sure Harmony and Montgomery is being streamed. I don't know though. I mean, anybody know? I thought they were going to be streamed, the trial. If it doesn't get streamed, then we just continue with this trial. I mean, look at yesterday. We thought we were going to be 3 days doing Alex Murdaugh, and it was just like 1 day. So I thought they were going to stream it. I think they are. I'm not sure.
This is actually fine. I just needed to review it.
Okay, sure.
Let me just give me 1 second, and I think.
I feel like the father for the school shooter is
Okay, so I have
did
one
less.
objection, and it would be to page 16 of that transcript.
I don't have I don't have the transcript, but why don't you tell us what the objection is?
Sure. There's one line on here that says JRC, which would be James Crumbley, and it says in italics sobs, and the rest of the transcripts appears to be the words that were spoken. So I believe that characterization about sobs, when that's not a word spoken, I would ask that that be struck. Also, at the time, my client was crying, although not sobbing quite like her husband. So I think it's misleading to note that James Crumbley is sobbing, not mention anything about Jennifer Crumbley crying or sobbing, and it's just irrelevant to this transcript.
Are there any other times in the transcript when it says someone is crying or what's your response, Mr. Keith? Is that the only time?
There were no other times when anybody was crying.
I don't see any other references to people crying, and so that makes it even more.
Does it say who's? It says JC sobbing, right? That could be either one.
No. It says JRC, so it's clear that it's James
Can we
Crumbley.
strike JRC? Because
Judge,
you hear audio of sobbing, and they can determine who's sobbing. Right?
With the transcript, Judge, it's, if the parties agree, it's
so we have
admitted.
time.
If they don't, then it's not admitted. The reason why I sought to admit it is because when I played it yesterday over the court's monitors, it's not as clear as when you just.
Yeah,
the jury's
I get
going to
it.
see it on a laptop if they want to see it again.
I get it. I get what you're doing because some of it was inaudible, right? So
I don't have any objection to the transcript, but this mention about sobbing, the transcript doesn't contain other italicized portions of sobbing or crying or somebody hiccuping or anything. So this one line I'm asking to be objected to. I'm objecting to.
I saw that.
okay, it is a sound on the audio, right? You can hear. Yeah.
But it's a sound on the audio, but the prosecution's big argument is that James is sobbing and that Jennifer is not crying when she may not be as audible, but that should be a decision left to this jury, not to the transcript.
Okay, but I guess James is audibly crying though, right?
I believe that you can hear Jennifer sniffling and crying also. She's just not a big crier like he is.
Oh,
All right, so what's your response? you know,
So
I
she,
do
Oh,
think it
shit.
assists the jury, and if it's accurate, you know, it can assist the jury, because it is hard to hear.
I believe it's inaccurate. It's misleading to say that James is sobbing.
Well, you
and not
remember I told you
mention
about Ashton.
That what Jennifer's doing.
I was at bar and we don't have many answers.
Well, it's a transcript of what can be heard, right?
I can hear Jennifer Crumbley sniffling and sobbing. I can hear it, not sobbing. I can hear her sniffling, and I recognize it to be her. So I believe that the transcript should either reflect that or
Go ahead. Maybe add sniffling for Jennifer. That's what she's arguing.
or the jury should decide what they hear. And
Put
if they
sniffling in
hear
the
Mrs. Crumbley.
quotations. Or italicized, whatever.
transcript was prepared in November 2022. It was updated last night with the redactions. Sergeant O'Brien already testified to his impressions, his demeanor. He was there. If counsel wants to make that argument and close the argument, she's certainly free to do so. If the court has listened to the recording, it's in evidence. It's now the court can make the determination if the transcript is accurate, and if so, it'll be given to the jury. If not, then we won't introduce the transcript if there's no agreement. But we believe the transcript does fairly and accurately depict what the recording showed.
It does, but what she's saying is there's an audio portion that shows he is sobbing but doesn't note that she's crying. That's the problem. So
It's counsel's interpretation that her client was crying. Sergeant Bryan was there. He said that she wasn't. And he testified
he
that
said she wasn't crying?
he said that he didn't recall her to be crying.
Did he say that?
I believe so.
I don't believe you said that.
I mean, we know Jennifer Crumbley sounds like crying. She's cried throughout the trial. This court can make the determination.
Oh,
And if the court doesn't believe that this transcript
I mean, she
is
has, I
accurate-
guess,
Isn't
but
the jury supposed to make the determination?
Again, the transcript is just to assist the jury because of the audio yesterday.
Oh yeah, I get it. I think it's all
Quibbling.
So if they look at it in the jury room deliberations, they'll have the technology provided by the court on a laptop. The audio is clear. I sought to omit it just because it appeared that it was difficult to hear all of it yesterday with the court's monitors in the court. But if there's no agreement, we don't even need to introduce the transcript. It was offered as an aid to the jury.
Okay.
So that's fine.
All right. What else?
forget it. Forget the transcript. Okay.
I believe so. They're not going to admit it then.
No, I guess not.
No?
Okay. Thank you.
I guess you gotta determine if you want it or not. What else?
I think we're just waiting for the jury and our witnesses now.
I'm hoping that will go well. We'll come out as soon as they're all here. Okay. So she'll be brought down, but I want to make sure both jurors, because jurors are coming in both ways. So
Your Honor, I have all the videos that are going to be admitted. I have not reviewed any other transcripts of videos. If the prosecution intends to use or admit any transcripts, I'm just asking if I could be provided.
If we have an issue, then I
so
could
that I
raise
could look at them.
Oh, if they intend
and
to or not.
If we have an issue, then I could raise it. I don't know if they intend to or not. So
Unlikely.
unlikely. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to let you know, but can you see it? Yeah, because jurors could be coming in.
Trying to get it synced up a little
Okay,
bit.
so we're going to let you know when everybody's here.
Thank you.
All right.
All what? I like to be able to see the front of them sometimes. The quality of them with their backs turned is better, but let's see what this looks like. Let me just show you on the screen. Oh no, they don't have it either though. Or they switch around. Let's see. Maybe if I got the actual link to the Zoom thing, I'd probably be able to make some pretty nice screens on my screen. I probably have some gangster screens. I don't know if the courtroom is switching it or they have multiple cameras and the streamer is switching it. You know, like the whatever. I don't know. We'll leave it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as the day goes. Karen, I think so too. I think the judge is a little bit kind of, yeah, she's kind of very just. You've seen some of these other judges like Judge Newman, or if you've seen Judge Toll yesterday, puts up with nothing. She was putting people in check, telling them to sit down. The whole courtroom was like standing at attention with Judge Toll. I was like, damn. She's like, hey. They all stopped and like turned around and sat back down. Like, damn. I hope my little headphone amplifier comes in today, but that says arriving by 10 p.m. So I don't know. I hope it's not like all the way till 9:30. We'll see. Maybe it'll update. I've had it that it updates on Amazon after a few hours. Could we please get this judge from Alex's trial on this trial? Yeah, she's kind of very. I don't think the judge that what Judge told from yesterday, she would have put up with like all the delays and stuff. She would have been screaming. Shannon Smith would have had another meltdown. Well, they told the jury to come back at 9:30. So I guess they're taking another mini break and letting the jury come back. This is why I'm going to stick to starting, like I said earlier, starting at 9 because with the constant breaks and every day starting late and all this stuff, I'm not going to stress myself or kill ourselves, whatever. We'll start at 9. Start at 9. Now, BL sent me this update on the Amber Alert you showed yesterday. Okay. Let me try to snag this from the source because sometimes these YouTube pages or channels, news channels, even though they're taking it from the police page, they put it on their page and put a banner, and then sometimes they'll try to copyright claim it. I don't know if they would do it, but even though they got it from somewhere else, they'd be like, "Oh, this is mine." I'm like, what? So let me go straight to the police station. Here's the video. Okay. So if they want to F with me, I'd be like, no. You need to remove that and take it back. So this was yesterday. It's a 10-minute thing. I think we might be able to squeeze this in, or at least for him to say what he has to say. There was an Amber Alert yesterday, and it says, on January 29, 2024 at 3:13 a.m., the Largo Police Department received an assist other agency call from Clearwater Police Department who asked Largo police officers to go to 1760. I'm not even going to read this whole thing because they might just say it. And
because it's still very much ongoing and active investigation. The Largo Police Department's involvement became about 3 o'clock this morning. We were contacted from the Clearwater Police Department, who had responded and investigated a felony domestic battery case in their city. They asked us to go by 1760 Clearwater Largo Road, which is Bayside Court Apartments, in an attempt to locate a subject by the name of Renato Muhaj. He is a male born 4/18 of 89, and he was the subject of their investigation, felony domestic battery. Our officers went to the location, 1760 Clearwater Largo Road, to an attempt and make contact with Mr. Muhaj. Upon arrival at the apartment complex and getting closer to the apartment, they located signs that a crime had occurred. They gave them concern for the occupants within the apartment and gave them exigency to enter the apartment. Once the officers entered the apartment, they located Muhaj's ex. Her name is Suala Saliaj, and I can spell that for you, Suela. Her last name, Saliaj. She's a female, 12/13 of 91. That's where she resided with the common child between Renato and her, and that common child was Alessia. When the officers entered the apartment, they located Suela deceased within the apartment.
Wow.
And they could not find Alessia.
I did not know the lady was dead. I guess is that the mother they're talking about?
That caused a concern, and that prompted the Amber Alert that was set off.
So again, guys, this is from the Amber Alert yesterday. I got it on my phone, and I also retweeted it on the world of Twitter. Alessia, and I'm assuming this is the father.
Earlier this morning. So with the Amber Alert, they were looking for Alessia, they were looking for Renato Muhaj, and they were looking for the 2017 Gold Kia Sportage. So with the Amber Alert came the assistance and partners with the FDLE and partners with FBI. As that Amber Alert was out, we were also actively investigating. Our detectives were actively investigating the case, trying to locate Renato, and they had cell phone coverage. They were pinging cell phones that were related to the call, in an attempt to try to locate him. At a point about 8:30 this morning, we received a ping in the area of Bel Air Road and St. Paul's Drive. So the ping is a large radius. It doesn't like pinpoint it down to this room. It could be, a mile long or a mile wide in circumference. But as that information was given out over the radio, a Clearwater sergeant took it upon themselves, as other officers were also, but he was looking for that vehicle, spotted the vehicle in the area of the 1600 block of St. Paul's Drive. One of our detectives drove by the vehicle to see if it was occupied. It appeared that it was occupied. As this was all going on, that information was being relayed over the radio, and other officers responded to the area. They closed in on the vehicle, and they located Renato Muhaj and Alessia in the vehicle. They were both placed into custody.
Oh, good.
Alessia was unharmed. Renato was also unharmed, but she's been recovered successfully. And Mr. Muhaj has been charged with murder in the first degree, kidnapping, and child abuse. I believe Clearwater Police Department also has additional charges for the case. It actually stemmed from us getting involved in the felony domestic battery.
Oh, wow. This was really nice.
To look at their affidavits to find out what charges they had. So all in all, for this investigation, we had the Clearwater Police Department, Largo Police Department. Obviously, we're involved. The Florida Department of Law.
Joy, thank you so much for the PayPal. Joy sent 100. Says thanks for helping me keep my sanity while I recover. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was really, really nice. I wasn't expecting that.
Law enforcement, FBI, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and the Pinellas Pasco State Attorney's Office. It was a great outcome, and that's it. There's not many more questions or many more.
Okay, we'll leave it up to that. I just wanted that was just the update from yesterday. So really, sad that I guess the mother was killed, I guess. But thankfully they found that child. Did I hear that right? Suela Salija, deceased, and discovered her 8-year-old daughter missing. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. That's the mom. So the mom's deceased. Really, really sad. But thankfully that child's alive, because some of these nuts, they'll kill the mother, the kids, and then themselves right after. There's so many stories like that. So I'm glad that kid's okay, in the sense of they're alive, because who knows? I don't know if this guy killed mom in front of the child, so mentally and like mental health, I don't know, but thankfully they're alive. That's the positive thing. I don't know. Some people brought up that yesterday. Shannon looks like she might be pregnant. She has a little tummy. I don't remember her to even. I don't know. I don't think so. It crossed my mind a little bit yesterday, but some people were saying she's not. So I don't know. Rachel, thank you for the 8 months. Did they ever find the other Amber Alert kids? Which other Amber Alert? I'm not sure which one. I don't know. We're talking about yesterday's. We're talking about yesterday's Amber Alert, but I don't know what other ones. I forgot what the Amber Alert success rate is. I think it's not actually a lot. I thought it's actually kind of low. I thought I heard. I mean, I think it's still a good system. Let's see, success rate. Nearly 7 in every 10 Amber Alert cases. Happy ever after Amber Alert resolutions, nearly 7 every 10. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's actually pretty good. And in just over 70% of cases, the recovery is a direct result of Amber Alert. I think a lot of the times it's like some type of custody thing, or like one parent took off with the other kid, and whatever. But then you have these situations. Shannon Smith is the attorney, the one that had the meltdown the other day. Jennifer Crumbley's representative. Stacy, thanks. Yeah, not a bad start to today. I'm gonna go in a little bit. I'm gonna go make myself a little hydration drink. Get myself hydrated. My headache's gone away, thankfully. Excedrin is the only thing that works for me. I woke up with a headache today. I was weird. And I think on the lunch break, I might actually step away and take the lunch break. I think I might step away, take a lunch break, and do a little few things here. Thankfully, I already have food to go today. So when I get hungry for breakfast, I have these egg bites ready to go. I already have lunch ready to go too whenever I get hungry for lunch. I didn't get to do my jogging today, which that kind of sucks. I didn't get to do my jogging, but I think I with this kind of scheduling for the trial, I think I just have to wake up earlier and go do what like exercise before getting ready for the day, I guess. And then I think later today we should update this Kansas City story. So I think after today's trial, at some point this evening, but not too late, we need to do a update. I don't know if it's going to be pre-recorded or live. The pre-recorded's taking me a while. Sometimes I don't have time to pre-record, like edit and all that stuff. So we'll see. If time's too close, I'll just do a live stream. Mustard Mama, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, we got to talk to. My bad. I was so tired yesterday. I just after the live, I just kind of disconnected. And then I went to sleep early. Yeah, Mama. A lot of the times I don't actually take a step away, take a break. I usually kind of just eat right here on the screen. But sometimes with like 3 weeks is not bad, but like especially the 6 week trials and stuff. Like sometimes you just gotta step away, go walk, take an actual little break because then I get burned out. Sometimes just taking 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or an hour, that makes like a difference. You know, you come back fresh, feeling good. Maybe you come back feeling sleepy after eating. Like Mel, if we change our credit card, does it cancel our membership because mine isn't there anymore? I don't know, Carly. I don't know how that works. That's a good question. I know somebody that changed their card and it turned gray like yours, and then it lit back up and had the month still there. So I don't know. Unless you let it just cancel and you never changed it and then changed it after. I don't know. I really, that's a really good question. You know what? Maybe I'll leave this question on Thursday. I have a meeting, the first meeting with the YouTube manager, which I hope goes well. I don't know. I hope they're helpful. But maybe I can add that I have a list of questions. I can throw that in there and ask because that's come up a few times. Not come up a lot, but it's come up enough that maybe I'll ask and see if she knows. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I don't know. BL says, yes, you need to link your new credit card details for auto renew to happen. Yeah, if you change your card, I would just try to remember to update it. I recently changed all my cards because I kept getting all these little charges and I kept trying to track everything down and cancel things that I didn't need. And other stuff just kept, I don't know, like these newspaper things and stuff that like sometimes I'll randomly do a trial just to read something and share, but then like to cancel, like you can't, or you have to call. They don't want to let you do it on the through the website or whatever. So I just got so annoyed with some of these random charges that I don't even remember from like a year ago that I said, you know what? I'm scrubbing everything. I just changed all my cards. Screw it. Of course, the stuff that has like my checking account is going to go through still, but all those random, no. Done. But then, yeah, if you have auto renewal stuff, that would suck if you forget. Hoke said if it lapses, it resets. You got the time to change the card on YouTube. You got the time to change the card on YouTube. Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that. She said I had my sister subscribe to your channel and my makeup artist, even though they don't watch. Thank you. Your date stays same. Nah, we're waiting on the jury now. Actually, they should have been back already. It's not. It's now. It's 9:36. That's why I already knew. Like I said, I'm not gonna be running to this thing with all the breaks and hiccups and the I don't know how many whatever issues they got. But yeah, I think 9 o'clock's a good time. I guess 9 o'clock, just to be safe. I mean, honestly, we could do 9:30, 10 o'clock. At this point, we could do 10 o'clock really, and just catch it up between the lunch break and breaks. And then people that are on the West Coast and on Central would actually have an easier time watching it. Somebody hit me up. A reporter? Oh, no. Oh, that's somebody else. I was tagged in. Vance rose to use video or pic. Okay. 2 men in kayak rescued from ocean by Carnival. Yeah, we really could catch up pretty quick. I mean, my husband plays Call of Duty. I used to play Call of Duty a lot. And then I kind of stopped because I was so busy streaming. And then I once in a while I play Warzone. I haven't played Warzone in a long time though. It's been like months. I don't know how long. How can I send you cash? I don't know. I guess Cash App or PayPal. Unless you want to do Super Chat, they take 30%. But it's early. I know. I know, Tracy. After that meltdown the other day, I'd be really nervous being Jen sitting next to her. I don't know. I don't think she can switch out. Can she? Can she say, I don't know. Can she ask for a new representative? That'd be really tough though, to just ask another attorney to come in the middle of a trial. To me, somebody said, why they didn't recess already? They was supposed to start at 8:30 and here we are. And well, they told the jury to come in at 9:30, but I mean, look now, it's past 9:30. This trial is probably going to run over its time, I guess, the way they're going. Pal World. Let's see. Survival game. Oh, snap. Oh, it's like a Pokemon? Pokemon and copyright infringement. Uh-oh. Nintendo's taking legal action against a Pokemon clone, but it ain't Pal World. Danny, a partnership, right? It's not Pokemon characters, but really close. How many years is Jen facing? I thought I don't know, Bill. Do you remember? I thought for each manslaughter charge, it's not a lot. I don't think she's facing. I thought it was 4 years or more per charge. Bro, like the last couple of days, that these this. Stacey B, good morning. 24 months. Holy moly. Thank you for resubbing. Good morning, Melon Chat. Good morning. Rise and shine. Oh, yeah, if you guys could hit the like button. That's true, JD. It is a partnership. Without their platform, there is no revenue. Yeah, the platform, the storage. I mean, I can imagine the amount of storage they're paying for, right? Like all these videos and servers and stuff. They get you by the balls. Yeah, the ad revenue too. It's a 45. They get 45%. I get 55. So they take a lot. And then you got taxes at the end of the year too. It's untaxed. Taxes are a bitch. So she could do up to 15 years total, Jennifer. Okay. So, and how old is she? She is. I mean, I think if she gets the full sentence, she could get out and come back to life. I think. I mean, everybody knows her though. It's gonna be. I don't know. Kind of, it might be a little hard for her to reacclimate herself. How old is Jennifer? 45-year-old. They said she's 45, so she could get out and be okay. I don't think it's 15 per victim, guys. I heard it's like 4 something years or something like that. I will. BL said 15 total. What she said. I lost the chat. Jennifer Crumbley. I wonder if I could do this on a second channel. I feel like we need to do this. So you know what? We might have to do a live today after today's trial. I don't know when they're ending. They've taken so much time off today. I don't know if they're going to run longer today or. But sometime this evening, we got to do an update on the Kansas City story. Jenna Balbi, thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks for your dedication and coverage of all these cases. Thank you. 22 months. Abanese, if I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for resubbing. Good morning, Melon Chat. Good morning. Mama 4 Rose, thank you for the 5s and thank you, Melon Mods. Good morning. Thank you. I'm about to go make my little. I wanted them to start before I go make my little hydration drink. So there's something going on the stream. Damn. A man called 911 and said he had been shot. Authorities found him and 5 others dead in a California desert after a drug dispute. I had a feeling it was some cartel. I didn't really think drugs, but it's probably, favorite drugs, I guess. They had 2 press conferences, or at least one. I don't know if they arrested the guys or they caught them. Those people that were shot out in the middle of the desert or something. In the desert. right, let's see what else. What's going on This is one of the ones I wanted to cover for the second channel. It says bulldog owner, but I know another article I think it said Frenchie. Check this shit out.
French bulldog. We've reported before on dog nappings of French bulldogs. They can sell
Bro.
for as much as $3,000, and thieves
Are Frenchies considered? Are they bulldogs? Part of a bulldog family or no? Is it offensive to say that? I don't.
incredibly brazen. But when one thief tried to steal this lady's dog, she was incredibly daring. She jumped on the bandit's car to try to save her pup. Jim Murray on how it ended.
Wow.
It's extraordinary video of a woman clinging to the hood of a speeding car. Her stolen French bulldog is inside. You're grabbing onto the windshield wiper?
Yeah, that was the only thing I could grip.
And that's all that was keeping you on that car?
That was the only thing I could grip.
Ali Zacharias says she was clinging on for dear life, praying the thieves would stop the car and give her dog back. Instead, they did the unthinkable.
He started to like swerve back and forth and try and like swing me off.
She says she was having lunch at this Whole Foods in downtown Los Angeles when a woman called out to her dog. Suddenly, the stranger grabbed little Onyx by the leash and hurried off. For a moment, the dog owner was too stunned to react.
No, I would have caught up to that, yoked her ass, just brought her ass back, the whole thing and the dog.
Then, the chase was on. Ali says she watched as the dog napper got into a white Kia Forte. Inside were 4 women. That's when she jumped
Wow, 4 women in that.
on top of the hood.
They locked the doors and
French bulldog?
I'm like, I come over here and I say, stop, do not go.
And then
There are bulldogs?
Drives into me.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I literally like went, yeah,
Did you think to yourself, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die?
100%. I thought that was it.
I would definitely not jump on a car to do that kind of shit. Hell no. But they wouldn't have made it to the lady just running up. And she was frozen. That's interesting. Some people react differently. She was frozen in shock, but she was also willing to throw herself in a car for the doggy. Oh my gosh. Bernie, sorry, that was the wrong one. Stacy, thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you. It says, hey, make sure you read all my comments. I'll have to lock you in. You better read it all, or else. I'm really kind of surprised how much they've wasted time during this trial. Between leaving early yesterday and all the issues all the previous days and the breaks and all that stuff, and then today. We're going to start this thing at 12 every day now. I don't. That's a good question. Did she get it? Yeah. What happened after? That's what I want to know. Let me see if I can find out more information about the lady with the Frenchie. Man, we got quite a bit to go over tonight. I guess we might as well do a stream tonight because I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time editing. We'll just do a stream. Inside edition. Let's see.
We've reported.
See, did they put her name here? Zacharias. Okay. No, so they got away with the dog. Zacharias is offering a reward for her dog's safe return. Oh, that is messed up. Yeah, they're gonna sell that dog on the market. But the thing is, does the chip work? So if the dog's chipped, does she have a dog chip? Shouldn't they be able to just GPS track it, or you have to wait till the dog, like they bring it to a vet or something? It's snowing over there. The roads are so bad, and there's no telling when court is going to start. Oh man. It's snowing here in Michigan. The jurors could be stuck in traffic. Oh. Wow. Oh, it's not GPS. So it's just like if they go into a vet or something. How's that work? What's the point of a chip then? Oh, it has to be scanned. I want a GPS chip. They got GPS chips? AirTag that bitch. I want to AirTag it. No, Ellie, I want to say it for a live stream. I'm sorry. I want to say it for live because if I do it now, then there's only 1,000 people here, and I could have had probably at least 2,000-3,000 directly covering and talking about the story. It'll be kind of redundant. So, but I'm going to keep saving all the stuff that people have been sending me. I'm going to save everything, and we'll come back later and go everything. All at one time. Knock it out in one bit. Because I don't think I'm going to have time to edit a video tonight. But I can live stream. Hang out, talk. It just gets lost in these live streams, you know. Rotten born. Let's see what else we got. Oh. Ooh, Evan Morade slams Megyn Kelly's plastic surgery in March. Why? What happened? Let's see.
It's a war of words. I really want to get in the heads of these young girls and say, please don't do this. Megyn Kelly claims the star of the hit Amazon Prime superhero series, The Boys, has gotten extreme plastic surgery.
I'm not scared of you anymore.
She's a beautiful actress, but she's decided to completely change her face. This is a picture of her before, which I think was relatively recent, you know, within the past year or so. Now look at her. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
She's got the Kim Kardashian.
Holy moly, that is a big difference, though. They put the quality. I mean, people can do what they want to do, but she looked very pretty just like this. So I guess what's the purpose of this? I guess more defined cheekbones, I guess. What do they do? Like they cut part of the cheekbone off, or the cheekbone lift? This looks like higher, doesn't it? Or is that just her makeup that gives the illusion? I don't know. Could this just be lighting? I guess her chin looks more narrow, I guess. Like a more narrow, I don't know what they do or whatever it is they do, but and then you can see her like her chest here more. It's like there's holes in her chest. What is that? Maybe that's just a picture. I don't know what that is. Oh, her nose? Let's take a look. Oh, the nose. I didn't even see that. It's like right there in your face, and I'm looking everywhere else. Oh, yeah. So it definitely did a nose job, I guess. Looks like she thinned it out or something. Wow.
You know, within the past year or so. Now look at her. Look at that. She's got the Kim Kardashian lips. She's made her nose so skinny.
The filler too.
It looks like a pencil now. She's got like what appear to me to be cheek implants. Kelly didn't stop there. I find it like a sign of mental illness. It's extremely upsetting. Now,
Well, I think the thing with like plastic surgery, you hear people like some people like once you start, you can't stop type of thing. You just keep wanting to improve, and like keep surgery after surgery, and at some point they cut you off.
Erin Moriarty is hitting back, saying she's horrified by the bullying, calling Megyn Kelly's comments disgustingly false. Shame on you, Megyn Kelly. The 29-year-old actress points out the before photo Kelly was referring to was taken about a decade ago, before I was of legal drinking age. Moriarty agrees her appearance has
So what she says, the alcohol did it?
changed recently, but that's because she's lost 10 pounds after
What? So she said she got no surgery?
being stressed and barely been able to eat and sleep. I got my makeup done that day and it involves major contouring. And I remember leaving and feeling pretty.
So can you lose nose weight? Is that a thing too?
Contouring. And I remember and sleep. Moriarty.
I don't know. It's a damn. So she lost 10 pounds. I guess she's saying she lost 10 pounds of weight. That's what it was. I don't know. The nose looks drastically different. I didn't know. Like maybe can you lose nose? I never thought my nose got thinner. I don't know when I lost weight back then. I wish. Oh man. Let me see what else is going on here. Oprah Winfrey. Oprah's 70 years old. That was yesterday, I think. Woman gets no jail time. We talked about this the other day. That's
She's
amazing.
accused of killing her boyfriend by stabbing him 108 times. And now there is fury over the fact that she has been spared jail time after the judge ruled she was not in control because she'd been smoking pot. The victim's father says everyone who smokes marijuana in California has been given the license to kill. Jim Murray has our report, and we warn.
The ladies are saying it's contoured, so it looks like different. Makeup can make facial features look different. Okay. I mean, I'll take you guys' word for it. I don't know anything about that. Contour. I need some contour too.
Some video may be intense for some viewers.
Could there be a more open and shut case?
Literally having videotape of her in the act, kneeling over my son, covered in his blood.
The accusation was shocking. 33-year-old Bryn Spetcher stabbed her boyfriend, Chad Amelia, 108 times across his body. Video from the scene in Thousand Oaks, California, shows the woman on a stretcher covered in blood. After stabbing her boyfriend, she turned the knife on herself, stabbing herself in the neck 43 times. She also stabbed her dog. A jury found her guilty of involuntary
Damn, that chick stabbed her dog too. Wow.
manslaughter. Family and friends of the 26-year-old victim were certain she would get serious prison time. They held a rally outside the courthouse urging the judge to hand down a tough sentence. Instead, what did she get? Not 1 day in jail, just 100 hours of community service.
Well, I got to tell you, I really felt betrayed by the system. I felt that the system had failed. I don't understand how you go from stabbing somebody 108 times and then you get community service.
So how did Bryn Spetcher get off so easy? The judge ruled she committed the crime after smoking highly potent marijuana and was in the throes of marijuana-induced psychosis.
I feel like that's going to encourage other people to do some shit and just blame it on smoking weed. You know, I don't know.
Smoking highly potent marijuana and was in the throes of marijuana-induced psychosis and had no control over her actions. Bryn Spetcher claims her boyfriend never told her the marijuana was especially strong when he gave it to her to smoke.
The pathetic defense here has been to blame the victim. Let's blame the person that's been stabbed 108 times. It was ridiculous.
Deputy District Attorney Audrey Nafziger prosecuted the case.
It's a complete miscarriage of justice. It's a slap in the face to the victim and their family. And I think it harms victims everywhere.
I wonder what her history is. Like, if she had any issues with the guy, how long were they together? Was she on medication? I don't know. That makes you damn. You better be careful who you smoke with now, because these people are going to be trying to, you know, if somebody wants to get rid of you. And we had this talk the other day about how like that stuff is just not for everybody, man. I feel like I don't know. When I was younger, like they pressure you. All of my friends smoking that stuff. It's just not for everybody. And I think sometimes too, even that. I mean, we're talking about LSD and stuff like that, but I think even marijuana. Like I feel like sometimes that stuff can bring up latent mental health issues that are just there, kind of dormant or whatever, and you start messing with this stuff that can mess with whatever in your brain, and it wakes that up. But yeah, if I was this family, I'd be really pissed off. I could say complete BS. This woman, I don't know. I feel like I need more backstory to that. I want to know more about their relationship and the woman and what was up with her and her past relationships and whatever else, you know. They're blaming weed, but weed is legal. And what did he give her? Because they're claiming that he gave her super potent stuff. I know these days they got all kinds of stuff now. I don't know what these kids. You got to keep getting higher and higher into outer space and shit. So these people now they're taking all kinds of stuff that don't make no sense. So I wonder what he gave her. You know. Tricky Vicky, it puts me to sleep. I used to sometimes take it just to go to sleep. It's kind of just like a little puff and go to bed. I did a dab one time, never again. Never, ever again. Oh, no. Hell no. Hell no. Never again. I think that's the crack of weed. Never, ever again. It literally has a torch to light that shit up, the dab. It's like a literal torch that I think melts the wax or something like that. Nah, I'm good. I should have known when they pull out a torch. Like, yo, this don't even sound right. What the hell is this? Like, shh. I've heard of induced psychosis from psychedelics. It's possible. I mean, I feel like with all that stuff too, you need to be in a good mental place and you want to be, I think, well rested. If you start doing that stuff and you haven't even, I think even weed, like if you haven't slept, I think you just need to be like in a good place, mentally and physically. Yeah, that dab stuff was hell no, man. I can't, bro. That's were my choice for the last few years. I'm 2 months clean now. Good for you. Why'd you stop? I'm curious. Was it too much or the dab stuff is like next level. I know people that do it. It's just way too much. Fisher. That's all these kids do now, probably, right? Is the dab stuff.
But I need to take a look at it, and then Anderson. I just reviewed everything.
I did that. Just made me think of Silvio. I gotta check on that guy. I haven't talked to him in a bit. I don't even think Sylvia does that. I think he just does regular. Oh, really, Margie? Definitely the synthetic stuff is the worst thing you could do. That spice or whatever, horrible. A lot of people. I mean, I'm not gonna encourage anybody, but don't do any of that. You might as well just do the regular, real stuff. That spice stuff is just chemicals and I don't know, God knows research chemicals sprayed into something or whatever. Really, really bad for you. Yeah, it's super concentrated. It's too much, man. Waka 2 is super dangerous.
So at the end of the day,
They're finally starting? 10 o'clock.
but I don't want one at the jail because it's Do you want these or no? There exists.
Hey, Laserbeak, good morning. Marie, what's up? Finally! Oh man, let me turn my mic down a little bit. Finally! Oh my gosh. Oh great. Amazing. Oh, they just muted it. Oh no, it's frozen. They're frozen. I have another feed I can use though. What happened to these people? I said, who stepped on the cord? All right, I guess I'll use another feed. Let me refresh this. All right, let me use another feed in the meantime. Quality. Oh, here we go. Fix that. Oh my God. Audio sucks there. I think I heard them say half an hour for lunch.
When that's gonna happen, can you give me a heads up? Because then I can have a lady go downstairs and grab me something, because otherwise I don't have enough time. Yesterday it took 25 minutes for us to get through the line to get something.
Oh, she's complaining about lunch now.
I need to eat, Judge. I'm leader.
She has to eat.
I have to have soup because nothing goes down my esophagus.
Soup that I named.
I can have her run down if you just give me like a little heads up.
Okay, usually the lunches.
You know what I like?
The long crown went down.
Soup. I definitely like soup. I'll write it down for you. Okay. I just need stuff to go down right. I'll tell you.
Let's see if I can find another feed because the audio on this one's really low.
Run back up. Sounds good? Oh, here. And you get whatever you want. Of course. No.
Yeah, this is. Ooh. Give me till long crap. Time to pull out the foil. Blaming the mod over there too, as if she has any control over the stream over there.
Thank you. Elena is going to get Thank you. Elena is going to get Okay. Yeah.
Just waiting. What a horrible start for the trial today. And I think I had heard them talk about cutting lunch to 30 minutes. They wait. Yeah, I'm surprised. And it's not just today. I feel like over the last few days, it's been a lot of, I don't know. Getting a long time. It's finally back, I guess. Found you, trying to hide from me. Perfect. Alright. I'm gonna go make myself my little hydration drink. I guess they're gonna take all morning to start. I'm being a little exaggerated, but they're really taking their time. Be right back.
No, but I don't. I know which ones are which. That's when you do research, we didn't bring out the pictures. Okay, what we did is we got rid of anything for the picture. That's something that I can ask.
Captain?
And
can I ask you a question?
Okay. So you're good. I mean, in terms of, I do know that. I used to be honest with you when I saw these guys. I didn't know those arguments. I was like, oh my god, these people have like a lot of gun to I'm just saying that like that's what makes me really do. It looked like gone. Slow. Those two texts I got you were coming to the meeting. Oh my god, I forgot the weather's so crappy. So I have to bring you more infants to the jail. Okay. I'm sorry, I only brought it out in the street today. I didn't really say something. It's a snowstorm. Hey Josh, are you at home or the office? Question mark.
All right, good, thank you.
I need to bring another outlet to the jail in order.
No, I understand.
But I can have her parents take it because they're in town. If I can get a phone dash, actually, I don't even know if they're in town. Dash, I'm gonna delete that. I don't know, do you know if your parents are in town? Okay, I ain't either, so. I don't really talk to them. I just sometimes get a text from my dad. Does that surprise you? Okay. I'm trying to coordinate because we have to bring Jennifer clothes for the rest of the week. Dash, I ordered some tank tops on Amazon that are coming that are longer to go under what she's wearing.
This I'm not positive we're not keeping.
The audio is not on, right?
The audio, I turn it off.
Sorry.
Oh, well,
he had it off, so
All rise for the jury.
Good morning, you may be seated. Are you guys okay with that all right? Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. Good. Prosecutor, who's next witness?
Mr. Nicky Jack.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Nick Ejak.
Nick Ejak. Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
Please step up and have a seat. And then can you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sure. Nicholas Ejak, first name Nicholas, last name Ejak, Ejak.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, I want to direct your attention to the fall of 2021. Where were you working at that time?
Oxford High School.
Okay. And what were you doing there?
I was the dean of students.
How long had you been employed at that time with the Oxford School District?
That was my first year.
I'm sorry?
That was my first year.
Okay. And you're with a different school district now?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, please, what exactly the dean of students at Oxford High School did.
So the dean of students is responsible for all of the student body, behavior, discipline, attendance, academic intervention, behavior intervention.
Okay. So walk us through a typical day as the dean of students of Oxford High School, at least in the fall of 2020.
Sure. So in the fall, also, we were, in 2021, we were dealing through the COVID-19 pandemic. So in addition to those responsibilities, due to the health order, part of my responsibility was ensuring that everybody was masked up. So that was part of the job throughout the day too, was to ensure students had access to masks, but they were also wearing them. Students being referred throughout the day from teachers based on behavior they're seeing in class, students coming down to report stuff going on in the building, conflicts they're having, conflicts they're hearing about, attendance issues where kids aren't coming to school or they're showing up late frequently to class. At the time, we didn't have an attendance policy coming out of COVID, so that was also part of my responsibility, was to put together a policy that would work for the school.
Okay, so yesterday we heard from Sean Hopkins, who was a school counselor, and he said that there were 4 counselars. How many dean of students were there?
1.
Okay, so would the responsibilities of a school counselor differ from the responsibilities of the dean of students?
Yes, that's correct.
How so?
So counseling, they oversee, to my understanding, they oversee college and career planning, class scheduling, mental health of the student body, planning events in relation to like extracurricular activities, the Oakland schools technical campus. There's a lot of responsibilities that has no relation to the dean of students role.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you would be called in when there was a discipline problem in class.
Correct. That was the main function of my responsibility.
Okay. And as you said, at that point, the county health department mandated masks, or is that the state order?
I believe that was Oakland County.
Okay, and so it was your responsibility to also mandate compliance with that?
Correct.
Okay, so November of 2021, all students and staff were wearing a face mask?
Correct, with the exception of anyone that had a medical exemption.
Okay, thank you. Now, how long have you been in that role as of November of 2021?
That would be 4 months.
Okay, so when you started that school year?
Yes.
All right. And where did you work before? What did you do before?
So prior to that, I was a long-term substitute teacher for Lake Orion schools. Once again, coming out of COVID, I had been laid off as the dean of students out on the west side of the state, where I was running an alternative high school program. And so I had returned to this side and was able to obtain employment as a long-term substitute teacher.
Okay.
With the idea that it would be temporary
Sure.
for that school year.
So in November 21, how long have you been in education?
Where data on students is stored and accessible for teachers, administrators, students, and parents. Everybody has a different view of that, but it's the same system. So if you're a parent, there's a parent view where you're able to see specific things to your child as a parent. For students, it's the same thing. You can see stuff for your students, which includes your grades, missing assignments, and then like my view as a part of the school staff administration would be to be able to see all of that information.
Okay.
And input information to that as well.
And as an administrator, you're able to input, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And that came with every student in the district, would that be right?
Correct.
That was Jennifer Crumbley's son, a student at Oxford High School in the fall of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to November of 2021, did you have any interaction with him?
I did not know.
I want to direct your attention to November the 29th, 2021. That's a Monday, the day before the shooting. Did you receive an email regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
I did, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to the screen that's in front of you. This was admitted yesterday as People's Exhibit 158. This is an email to you and Miss Pam Fine.
Correct, yes.
Okay. It was sent from whom?
From Jacqueline Cadena.
In
room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them.
Okay. And this email was sent at 9:32 a.m. to both you and Miss Fine. Please give the jury an idea of who Miss Fine is and what her responsibilities were at that time.
Sure. So Miss Fine is the restorative practices coordinator and the anti-bullying coordinator for the district. However, her position is housed at Oxford High School, but she does work in discipline throughout the school.
Okay.
So that's why both of us were sent this email.
So when you received this email, what did you do?
So by the time I had actually...
Well, let me ask you this. Sure. If you recall, when did you actually receive the email? When did you actually read it?
When I received the email, it was probably around 11 a.m. when I was aware that there was an email.
And tell us what happened with this situation.
So when I was made aware of the email, it was coming from Miss Fine, who had overheard me returning to my office from a meeting that I was in when this email was initially sent.
Your office was in the administrative section of the Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay.
My office was right next to hers.
Next to Miss Fine's?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we often would just like kind of yell out if we needed to talk to one another, and then one of us would walk over to the other's office.
Okay.
And so she had heard me returning to my office, and I remember her saying, "Hey, do you remember that email we got today?" And I said, "What email?" And then that's when I had walked over to her office and pulled it up on my phone, and she began to explain to me that she had read the email and knew that I was in the meeting, and I believe she even responded, got it to the teacher.
Okay.
And walked me through the steps she took, which was calling the student down.
And Mr. Hopkins was with Ms. Fine in the meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The meeting had since ended, and so like she was just walking me through what they did.
Okay. So she updated you on what happened in the meeting?
I'm sorry, what?
She gave you an update on what happened in the meeting?
Yes, correct.
After you received that information, did you determine if you had to take any steps?
That I did anything further. She did everything that I would have done.
All right. Did you have any additional interaction with that student at all on Monday the 29th?
No.
Okay. Now, moving towards, did you receive any emails later on in the evening, Monday the 29th, regarding the student? Anything at all with him?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Okay. November the 30th, Tuesday. This has already been admitted on your screen here as People's 160. This is an email from Miss Morgan. And who is she and what does she do?
Miss Morgan is a math teacher at Oxford High School.
Okay. So she sent this email to you as well as Mr. Hopkins Tuesday, November 30th at 9:32 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Up until this point in time, did you have any conversations regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
Prior to this email?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So I was in my office Tuesday morning when Miss Morgan had walked down to the front office looking to share that had drawn inappropriate things on a piece of paper, and I was the only person available to respond to that or to hear her out.
So let me ask you this. This is People 74. It's already been admitted. You said a piece of paper. Is this what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. So prior to the email at 9:32 a.m., Miss Morgan showed you this, which has been admitted as People 74?
She showed me an image of that on her cell phone. Yes.
On her cell phone, okay.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that it was during our second period of the day. However, I don't remember what time.
Okay, that's fair. Tell us about that conversation when she came and showed you this picture.
She had said she just needed to share that a student had written some inappropriate things on an assignment. And so I told her, I kind of waved her into my office since everybody else was occupied. And she had turned her phone around and showed it to me. And I had noticed the name on the top that I recognized from the day before when Ms. Fine had shared that information with me. Mm-hmm. And my response to that was, I need to go get his counselor. And her response was, I need to get back to class.
Okay. So that was in the second hour, you think?
Correct.
Okay. So obviously it was before the email sent at 9:30?
Yes.
All right. Now, what was your initial response in seeing this, Exhibit 74?
That I needed to alert his counselor.
And why is that?
Because it seemed like he might need somebody to talk to, or we might need to figure out how we could get him some additional help.
Okay. Now, when you first looked at this drawing, what's the first thing that jumped out at you?
The statements.
Which
the
one?
Blood everywhere is what I noticed first. The world is dead. My life is useless. Those were the things that stood out to me.
Okay. So when you were shown this, were you thinking of a lens through discipline or through his counselor?
Counseling, 100%.
Why do you say 100%?
Because I don't notice anything on there that would rise to the level that there would be any type of student discipline.
Okay. So what happened next, please?
So Miss Morgan left my office, and I left my office. She went return.
All right, I'm gonna have to find another stream. I guess. Major issue.
Okay. And did you show this drawing to Mr. Hopkins?
I did not.
Okay. When you say you alerted him, what do you mean?
So when I arrived to the threshold of the doorway in his office, before I even said a word, he said to me, "Ethan Crumbley," and my response was, "Yeah, how did you know?" And so he had shared that he had received an email that morning from another teacher regarding Ethan Crumbley, and his understanding was that's why I was there, and that's what I had shared with him, that I had received a drawing from Miss Morgan with those statements on it.
Okay, this drawing right here, Exhibit 74?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, that was low in crime. I don't know.
Tell us what happened next.
Weird issues.
His response, Mr. Hopkins' response to that was, "I'll go get him from class right now." And he stood up from his chair and walked down to the math class and grabbed Ethan.
Okay, did you go with him or did you stay?
I remained in his office.
Okay. And did Mr. Hopkins bring him back to his own office?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what did you do?
I sat in there and mostly listened to the conversation.
Okay, let me stop right there.
Sure.
So, just so we're clear in the chronology, Mr. Hopkins retrieved the defendant's son from class, brought him back to his office where you were waiting?
Correct.
Okay. And then was a conversation ensued between Mr. Hopkins and the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he testified yesterday, so without telling us what words were actually said by each other, tell us what you did and why.
I just sat there to listen for one, to be an additional adult for support. I feel it's important in my job to know that there's more than one adult in the building that cares about the students. And so it was important to me that I was there for support, but also there in case there was a reason that there was behavior that rose to the level for discipline.
Okay. And during that initial conversation, did your opinion ever change to look at this as a counseling lens or a discipline lens?
No, it did not change.
All right. Was a decision made to call that student's parents?
Yes.
Okay. And who made the decision?
Sean had made that decision.
Okay. And were you there when he made that phone call?
I was, yes.
All right. And we have evidence to suggest it was at 9:24 and 9:27 a.m. when phone calls were made. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Were you in the office when the calls were made?
I was, yes.
Okay. Were you in the office when a portion of the phone call was on speakerphone?
I was, yes.
Tell us what you recall from that conversation.
So I recall Mr. Hopkins putting the phone on speaker so that the conversation could be had collectively. And so Sean Hopkins had introduced myself and said we were there with Ethan. And during that conversation, he had forwarded the email that we got of this assignment to his mother.
Is that the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So that she could see it in real time while we were having the conversation.
Okay. Did the defendant make any statements regarding that?
I believe she said, "What were you thinking? Why did you do this?"
Okay. And that was while on the speakerphone where her son would be able to hear?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when, at some point the defendant and her husband arrived at the school?
Correct.
Okay. So in the time period that elapsed from that phone call to the time period when the defendant and her husband arrived at the school, what did you do?
So once the conversation had ended, we had already changed class periods, and it was now our third hour of the day. And so his backpack was still remaining in the math class. And so it's a common protocol that our security or a hall monitor or someone will go retrieve the students' belongings if they're still waiting on a parent meeting or still having a conversation. That way it's not left when other students arrive.
Okay, so what did you do?
So I left Mr. Hopkins' office and walked down to Miss Morgan's classroom to retrieve his backpack.
Okay, and did you give it to him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At that point in time, with the COVID protocols in place for students using lockers?
Not at all.
Okay, so every student had a backpack with them at all times?
Every student had a backpack.
Okay. Now, what was your expectation of what was to occur at the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley at the school?
So my understanding was that we were going to discuss what would be best to move forward next for getting him some additional help, and that would be happening that afternoon.
Okay. As in happening that afternoon, what does that mean?
That he would be leaving from the parent meeting with his parents.
Okay. Were you in the counseling office during the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley?
For most of it, yes.
Okay. And who led the meeting primarily?
Mr. Hopkins did.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how that meeting progressed.
So when I arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were already in his office, and they had already began talking about the events that led to the parent meeting. And the edited drawing.
You said, so this is exhibit 123. So is this what you're referring to as the edited drawing?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
That was on the table because Mr. Hopkins had retrieved that from the teacher when he went to get Ethan from class.
Okay.
So that was on the table, and for them to view, although, like I mentioned before, Sean had emailed a copy of the original document to
That's
Mrs.
so
Crumbley.
wild to me that these people could see this.
And so they were kind of discussing what was next, and she had a pamphlet or a packet of resources that the district provides.
So who gave her that?
Sean, Mr. Hopkins would.
Okay. And when we say resources, what do you mean by that?
Different counseling resources available in the area, and it's like a standard packet that the school district would have on hand to provide to anybody that needed it.
Okay. Have you been involved in meetings where that sort of information has been provided to parents in the past?
Yes.
And you said it's a standard list of information? Or
It's
resources?
just a general list, yeah, of stuff in the surrounding local area.
Does that include facilities or organizations that allow same-day counseling appointments?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Are you familiar with Common Ground?
I am familiar with Common Ground.
And what is that organization?
So that is, they offer a couple different things. So they offer mental health resources. You can call a hotline to speak to somebody. You can even go there for like day of intake screening assessments. And that is the organization that in previous districts I worked in that a lot of students that have been seen for mental health had went to day of.
And they're here in Oakland County?
Correct, yes.
All right. All right. Now, clearly your expectation of what was to happen at the meeting was not met. Tell us about that, please.
So, throughout the conversation, I had overheard his parents confirm the things that Ethan was sharing with us in his office that were kind of explaining the drawings and the words that he had written that supported him feeling sad. And so he had shared that a dog had passed away recently, a grandmother had passed away, and then one of his close friends had moved within the last month or so. And then that he was very interested in designing video games, and that had led to a argument the night before that he should be more focused on his academics rather than the video games.
Did she provide any details about that argument?
No.
Okay. Did she provide any details about how the circumstance in which when his friend moved away?
No.
I'm sorry, please continue.
And that he really struggled through the pandemic with the virtual learning, as many students did, and that they felt like he should put more focus on his academics than spending time working through the video game design.
So at any point, did you see this as anything different than your initial perception, which was a mental health issue?
No.
Okay. You said you had the backpack with you and you provided it to the student. Okay. At any point, did anybody request to search the backpack?
They did not.
Okay. And did you search the backpack yourself?
I did not. It wasn't necessary or rise to the occasion that I do that because I didn't have any reasonable suspicion to do that. And
Explain what that means, please.
Sure. So reasonable suspicion means that there needs to, by law says you have to have some type of reasonable suspicious activity that would lead to searching student belongings. And so typically that's like a report that someone has a Veda pen or a weapon or that they're securing something they're not supposed to have at school, or nervous behavior when you have their belongings, which is very typical of students that we have searched in the past. They usually, their behavior will change when you're in possession of their stuff, and none of that was present at that moment.
Okay. And again, it's a lot of details. Well, have you ever met the defendant before, Jennifer Crumbley?
I have not.
You ever met her husband before?
I have not, no.
Prior to this day, you ever met her son before?
I did not know.
Okay. And was he wearing a face mask the entire time?
He was wearing a, yes,
okay,
a COVID mask.
Now, was there a desire for him not to be left alone at this point?
That's what Sean had stated during the meeting when we were discussing what to do moving forward, and so his recommendation was that Ethan receive outside counseling as soon as possible today, if possible, meaning the 30th. And the response to that was, we can't take him anywhere today, we have to go back to work.
And who said that?
Mrs. Crumbley said that.
The defendant did?
Yes.
Okay. What was your reaction to that?
It seemed a little odd based on my experiences in previous similar parent meetings when students are being seen for mental health.
Tell us about that.
Could you rephrase that? Tell us about
So why did it seem odd to you?
Because typically...
Your Honor, objection as to relevance, what he's experienced with other parents.
Just it's similar to Mr. Hopkins' testimony yesterday. You can lay a foundation that he's been in these meetings before.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, sir, you've had the opportunity to be in these type of parent meetings before with mental health issues?
Yes.
Okay. And could you put a number for the jury and how many you've been a part of?
Between 5 and 10 of them.
Okay.
Across the time of my education.
Okay. So calling in a parent for an immediate meeting, that's not a regular thing that occurs, correct?
It is not.
Okay. So that's something that something has to cause the school administration to do that.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that it was your expectation that the defendant or her husband would take the defendant's son home, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And this did not meet your expectation, but you found it to be odd. So, comparing what happened November the 30th with everything in your prior experience, tell us why you felt that to be odd.
Typically, when it's recommended that parents take their children to seek out mental assistance immediately, they follow the direction of the mental health professional, and that's been my experience every time.
In this case, that would have been Sean Hopkins.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, what was your impression of how that meeting ended on the 30th?
It sort of seemed like it ended abruptly. It was a very short meeting.
What did people on
Facebook? It was somewhere near 10 minutes long.
Okay.
And once it was determined that they were not going to take him home, it was stated that he would end up having to walk home if he was going home and then be home by himself.
And who said
that? Ethan had said that.
Okay. In front of his parents?
Yes.
Did either Jennifer or James dispute that?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Please continue.
And that's when Sean had responded that he really didn't want Ethan to be home by himself alone, and that he thought it was best that if he wasn't going to leave that morning with his parents, that he remain in school so that he could be surrounded by other people, and that he would monitor his attendance and check in with him.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. In terms of your experience, I understand prior to becoming the assistant dean, you were a long-term substitute over in Lake Orion.
That is correct, yes.
And you have a degree in what?
I have a master's degree in education and human development, and a bachelor's degree in sociology.
And did you ever have any training specific to disciplining students or discipline issues?
Yes, on-the-job training.
When you say you had on-the-job training, where was that?
So my job previous to being a long-term substitute teacher, I was the dean of students for an alternative program in charge of behavior and discipline. And then I spent 3 years for Brandon School District as an intervention specialist. And so I specifically dealt with student behavior.
In the trainings you did, were you taught signs of things to look for in students that would have discipline issues?
Yes, I was.
I believe you mentioned that one of those signs that you would know to look for in terms of thinking about what, if you need to search their backpack, would be whether they seem nervous when you're holding their materials, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, there was a time where you walked down to the classroom and retrieved Mrs. Crumbley's son's backpack.
Yes.
And you carried that backpack to the office where you were meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Crumbley's son, Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
When you carried that backpack back to Mrs. Crumbley's son, he did not appear to be nervous at all that you were holding his backpack.
He didn't appear to even care that I was holding his backpack.
And so based on him not caring or showing signs of nervousness, you had no concern there was anything in that bag.
I had no reasonable suspicion to search his belongings, no.
You did make the observation that that bag felt unusually heavy.
That is not correct.
Did you ever make the observation about how heavy the bag seemed?
I made a joke to Miss Morgan at how easily she picked it up and then handed it to me and my arm dropped. And so it was more of a joke of how strong she was compared to handing it off to me.
I see. So you had training through your employment with the Brandon School District. Is that
Correct,
yes?
yes.
You had training when you were working on your undergraduate degree?
Correct, yes.
You obviously have your advanced master's degree?
That is correct.
You have the experience from working in the school across state?
That is correct.
And you probably have attended other seminars and things to keep up to date on any recent developments in this area?
Yes.
How many additional hours would you say you've spent in those additional trainings?
I'm not sure.
Are you required to do a certain number per year?
No, I'm not.
But you do those trainings?
Yes.
Have you done more than one training?
Yes.
More than 5?
No.
So your main job or responsibility at Oxford High School was to be in charge of discipline issues with the students.
That was one of them, yes.
And when you were looking at any situation involving Mrs. Crumbley's son, there was nothing that you determined required a disciplinary action.
There was nothing that had required discipline in that situation, no.
So we talked yesterday about how Mrs. Crumbley's son was caught looking up bullets during class time.
Yes.
There was no discipline needed after he's looking up bullets in a classroom?
That doesn't reach to the level where there would be a consequence.
And with respect to that issue, there was a phone call and a voicemail left for Mrs. Crumbley.
That is correct.
You were present when Ms. Fine left the message?
I was not present when she left the message.
Mr. Hopkins was present when the message was left.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. As far as you knew, Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to come to the school regarding the bullets?
As far as I know, she wasn't, no.
And Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to call back to the school, as far as you know?
She was asked to return the phone call if she had any questions about what had occurred.
But not asked to return the phone call no matter what?
No, we often just give parents phone calls when we meet with students regardless of the issue, just to keep them informed on what we talked about, without a request to return phone call.
Now, when you were speaking with the prosecutor, you were shown exhibit number 158. I'm going to pull that up on the screen. Okay, so I've got 158 up there. And this is an email chain that went between Miss Kubina and yourself. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'll back up. I can see that this went between Miss Kubina and Sean Hopkins. Were you made aware of the contents within this email that's in Exhibit 158?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 158, Ms. Kubina wrote, not only was he looking up the bullets, but that when she reviewed his previous work that he's completed, it leans towards the violent side, correct?
That's what it says, correct.
Did you go and ask Ms. Kubina to provide you some of the work he completed that appeared violent?
I did not do that as it wasn't necessary.
So it was not necessary for you to specifically speak with Ms. Crumbley in any way about the bullets, drawing, or research?
It was not necessary.
And it was not necessary for you to look at what were described as violent side indications in his prior work?
It was not necessary because another staff member had already taken care of this issue, so I didn't need to get involved any further.
And you did not mention to Mrs. Crumbley at any point in time that a teacher had described prior work of her son to be on the violent side?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did you ever talk to Mrs. Crumbley that there was an indication from a teacher that her son had prior work that leaned on the violent side?
During the meeting that we had on the 30th.
You're saying you discussed...
We discussed that during the meeting we had on the 30th.
But at that time, you didn't even have the violent leaning materials, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And you didn't show her any of the examples that you would say would be violent leaning materials?
I didn't have those to show her, no.
And as far as you were aware, well, I'll ask if you were you aware if anyone ever discussed violent leaning drawings or violent leaning work in the past with Mrs. Crumbley? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of that, nor there was any documentation prior to this that would describe that.
Now, on November 30th, we know that you were told inappropriate things were being drawn on the math paper. Or you testified that inappropriate things were drawn on the math paper, correct?
That is correct.
And when you're talking about the math paper, you're speaking about what we see in Exhibit 74 that has drawings and writings by Mrs. Crumbley's son on the paper.
That is correct.
You're aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was drawing these things and writing these words during class time when he was supposed to be working on this review, correct?
Yep.
And that did not create a discipline issue to you?
When he's seen for mental health, that supersedes any type of minor violation that this would potentially rise to, but this doesn't violate any of the code of our conduct. So there wouldn't be discipline, and as I mentioned, because of the fact that he was being seen by his counselor for mental health, that's what takes precedence in this situation.
That was explained to Mrs. Crumbley. This is not a discipline issue. Your son is not in trouble for this drawing, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to Mrs. Crumbley, we're concerned about mental health, not disciplining him for this drawing.
Yes.
And during that meeting, it was a conclusion by you that this was not, you and Mr. Hopkins together, that this was not a discipline issue, but a mental health issue.
So I was there for discipline and behavior, so that question was posed to me to make that call as part of my job.
And what was the call you made?
The call that I made was that there's no discipline warranted, that I'm more concerned that he gets the help that he needs.
During that meeting, were you aware that another teacher had reported Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking at a violent video in class?
Yes, that is why Sean thought that I had come to his office that morning. So he had shared that he had gotten an email from the other teacher.
Did you ask to see the violent video that Mrs. Crumbley's son had been watching while he was in class?
I did not ask to see that, as it wasn't necessary.
you found it to not be necessary to take a look at the video that he had been watching.
No.
You didn't even ask Mrs. Crumbley's son, hey, can I see it? Take a look at that video.
Well, since it was described as not like a live event, and due to the fact that most teenagers are watching violent movies, video games, pre-recorded on YouTube, it doesn't rise to the occasion where you would be concerned.
And it also didn't rise to the occasion that you felt he should be disciplined for watching a video during class time.
That also wouldn't rise to the occasion of
I think context matters.
That would be more of a teacher
watching the violent video, and then he's drawing those things.
Be suspended for that, or it wouldn't rise to that occasion.
Okay. I went to school in a different day and age where you had to do school during school. So it sounds to me like during school,
y'all just having a party.
Oxford High School allows more freedom than what I experienced. So it was okay that he was looking at the bullets. That's not a discipline issue.
It's not that it's okay, it just doesn't rise to the occasion that you receive a suspension as a consequence.
The kid's literally drawing out what he's going to do.
Practices instead of going right to suspension.
Doesn't rise to the occasion
that you might have experienced when you were in school, and we have to consider how
I think it's
BS. Behavior interferes with the day, and discuss that with them and talk about how we can move forward, and that has to be considered for all minor violations before you would ever consider a suspension, and that's something that we have to do by law.
So, when you're considering all of these things, you're ultimately concluding these are minor violations if they're violations at all, correct?
That is correct.
The looking at bullets in the classroom.
Yes.
The looking at a violent video on his phone.
Yes.
The drawings on this math paper.
Yes.
The drawings on the amended math paper where Mrs. Crumbley's son made other marks on the page.
So the drawings at the moment were not as important as a standout as the statements were. So when you have the explanation of the desire to design video games, and that's how he was practicing the drawing, and you have the parents confirm that information, it lowers the level of concern immensely.
So you took into account the context of what you were understanding, and that was part of what helped you conclude this was not a disciplinary issue.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of any disciplinary issues with Mrs. Crumbley's son prior, would those show up on Power Schools?
They would, yes.
It's fair to say that when you look at Power Schools, you don't see any history of disciplinary action against Mrs. Crumbley's son.
There was no history of discipline for Mrs. Crumbley's son.
All of his grades are available to be seen. Mrs. Crumbley's son, while he may not have had the best grades, had overall passing grades.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Pretty average for a student at the time, yes.
And when you're on Power Schools, you can also see attendance records and be able to tell if the student was in school often or missed school often, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from Power Schools that Mrs. Crumbley's son had very regular, very good attendance.
He did have regular attendance, yes.
So when you are looking at Mrs. Crumbley's son, it's fair to say he comes to you with no history that would cause you to be on higher alert.
That is correct.
And when I asked about prior incidents of discipline or things along those lines, you did not see anything from the 2020 to 2021 school year documented regarding discipline.
No, we would be able to see anything that would be in the history of attending Oxford schools, and there wasn't anything.
When you heard the phone call to Mrs. Crumbley where she was asked, or it was suggested that a parent come to the school, her immediate reaction, you wanted to see her immediate reaction to seeing the paper from math class, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure, and I apologize. You testified that you wanted her immediate reaction when she saw the math paper you were dealing with, correct?
I wasn't looking for her immediate reaction. It was more, we're going to send you this that he just drew so you have it in front of you.
But you did end up getting her immediate reaction because
Yes.
she was on the phone at the time?
Yes.
On speakerphone?
Yes.
And you testified that her first reaction was to ask her son, what were you thinking? Why did you do this?
Yes.
When you call parents and say, I need a parent to come up here for a meeting, oftentimes one parent or the other comes to the school.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, there are times where both parents come to the school together.
Yes.
There are also times where one parent or the other parent come to the school.
Yeah, fair statement.
And when you're asking for a parent to come to the school, you are not specifically saying it has to be mom, or it has to be dad, or it has to be both, correct?
It just has to be whoever's legally allowed to, yes.
And in this case, legally allowed to would be both mom and dad, Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
So, according to your request for a parent to come to the school, it's perfectly okay if it would be Mrs. Crumbley who comes, Mr. Crumbley who comes, or both parents.
Yes.
In this circumstance, both parents came to the school.
Correct.
And they had both attended the meeting that lasted approximately 10 minutes, as you said.
Correct.
Now, this was the first time that you ever had the Crumbley parents come to the school regarding their son, correct?
That I was involved in? Yes.
And that you're aware of.
Yes.
You would have seen on Power Schools if Mrs. Crumbley had been up at the school many times the year before, or the year before that, or the year before that, correct?
It depending on the type of meeting, potentially. If they're meeting with a teacher, it probably wouldn't be listed in Power School.
So discipline meetings would have been on there, and you didn't see
Correct.
any history of Mrs. Crumbley coming to the school for discipline.
That's correct.
So she was a person that when she arrived, you did not know from prior occasions with, you had not had many communications or any communications with Mrs. Crumbley where you would know who she is or how she is.
That's correct.
During the meeting, Mr. Hopkins, supplied Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley with the sheet of resources, including many therapists listed.
That's correct.
And on that sheet, there's also Common Ground is listed in some other mental health facilities.
I can't speak to what's included on the list.
During that meeting, you indicated to Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley that you wanted them to get counseling for their son.
I did not indicate that, no.
Mr. Hopkins did.
Yes.
But you agreed with that.
I do.
And when that happened, there was not any specific direction, you need to go to Common Ground.
No, the direction was as soon as possible, that day if possible.
As soon as possible, that day is possible, if possible, but it's okay if it was going to end up being on a different day.
I can't speak to that. I can speak to the statement that was made that Mr. Hopkins would be following up within 48 hours to ensure that they had made arrangements for that, which means they had 48 hours to secure some type of counseling.
And by secure some type of counseling, you mean scheduling an appointment, making steps to get mental health counseling, correct?
Correct, after they said they were not going to be taking their son out that day.
Now, during the meeting, as the Dean of Students, you're aware that there are some circumstances where children or students at Oxford High are not permitted to stay at school, correct?
There are situations where students wouldn't be permitted to stay at school, yes.
If a student comes to school and is positive for COVID, you would not allow the student to stay there.
That's a fair statement, yes.
If a student has a temperature and is sick, you would not allow the student to stay there.
We would request that they were picked up.
And if the parent said, no, I'm not going to get them, they're fine, the school would still say, no, you have to take them home, correct?
We've said that in the past and it still hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened where a parent hasn't taken the child home. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, in that specific case where students have had a fever and parents refuse to come pick them up, they remain at school. I've been in those situations before where parents were refusing to come pick them up.
So you end up letting parents, so there are times then where you want the child picked up, but they don't get picked up, and the school doesn't do anything about it to force the parents to come.
There's nothing that we have the power to do to force parents to do anything.
If you said, if there was a discipline issue, if you had looked at this as a discipline issue and told a parent, your child cannot stay here because of this discipline issue, you do have the authority to say you must take your child home, correct?
I have the authority to recommend that. However, I can't force them to do that. If it doesn't reach to a level where there's any type of illegal behavior, I wouldn't be able to do anything further than recommend that they get up there because the child cannot remain at school. But I can't force them to do anything.
Okay, but in this particular circumstance, there was discussion where ultimately it was okay in your mind for Mrs. Crumbley's son to remain in school.
From a discipline standpoint, yes. There wasn't a reason to suspend him. There was no violation of our code of conduct that reaches the level of suspension.
And if you thought Mrs. Crumbley or Mr. Crumbley were neglecting their son medically, you are mandated by law to report that, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
So it's fair to say that even looking at it from a counseling mental health perspective, you did not find that Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley were meeting a level of being so neglectful that you needed to call to report that, correct?
No, because I wasn't made aware of all the additional information that they were withholding.
It's important for you to have all the information you can, correct?
True. I can't force people to share information with me.
You would also agree that the school had information they didn't share with Mrs. Crumbley.
We had shared all the information that we had with her at the time of the parent meeting.
You would agree with me that there has been claims of prior disciplinary issues that from your documentation in Power Schools is not even included, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Is those prior discipline issues are on there?
There weren't any prior discipline issues.
Right, so there's no prior discipline issues listed on there. You testified you never spoke with Mrs. Crumbley about discipline issues.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley received all the information that the school would have or could have known.
Can you rephrase that question?
You don't know that Mrs. Crumbley had received information about every specific situation with her son, correct?
The specific information discussed in the emails that was shared with Mrs. Crumbley.
Right. So on that day, you're discussing with her limited information compared to the whole picture.
It was the information that we had at the time. All the information we had was shared with her.
Are you saying that when they came in, you shared the emails with her too?
So the emails that we received from the teachers, correct.
Oh, okay. Okay.
At no point in time did you believe that Mrs. Crumbley's son posed a threat to the school?
He did not pose a threat to the school, no.
If he posed a threat to the school, that's something that you have been trained in to identify, correct?
Correct. We had previous threats that year that I handled completely different based on the fact that
they were threats.
Perceived threat, correct.
And when something is a threat, how is it that you handle it differently? Is the student allowed to stay in school?
No.
So you are the decision maker about whether or not there is a threat overall.
I wouldn't say that I'm the decision maker, but I have the power to heighten it to the level where we can get other people involved that can make a more informed decision.
And you're the one that has the training on that topic.
I'm one of them, yes.
And in this case, your conclusion was that the shooter's son was not a threat.
There was no threat present at the time.
You're the expert.
You also took into account that what Mrs. Crumbley's son said made it sound like there were issues of sadness versus anything threatening, correct?
Correct, which is very typical of most teenagers.
Very typical.
Very typical of most teenagers, to, especially at that time with COVID, to feel sad. It was not unusual to hear that throughout the day.
Now, some of the statements on the math paper, you saw the statements that say things like, I love my life so much, and OHS, which I assume stands for Oxford High School, rocks, correct?
Yes.
Those kind of statements also, would you agree those are mixed signal kind of statements?
No, I would say it looks like you have a teenager who is trying to not get in trouble, knowing that the Dean of Students is involved most of the time. When I'm involved in student meetings, the kids always think they're in trouble, which is not necessarily always the case. So I looked at that as he was trying to get himself out of being in trouble. Thinking he was going to be in trouble from this meeting we were holding.
And that was something that's not unusual for you to see?
That's not unusual, no.
That doesn't mean there's a threat to you?
That doesn't mean there's a threat, no.
In terms of Oxford and the area community, you're familiar with the fact that students at the school, there are many who are interested in hunting, guns, target practice, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, during hunting season, it's kind of like a reminder that sort of gets put out for students that go hunting in the mornings before the late start Wednesdays to remember to not come to school in their gear and or have weapons in their vehicles from that morning. And like we've also had students that pose with guns for their homecoming pictures as well. So it's very common in the Oxford community.
Okay, so it's so common that there are students, they pose for homecoming pictures?
There have been students that'll pose with guns for their homecoming photos. Yep.
When you're talking about homecoming photos, you're talking about like the dance?
They're dressed up at home and taking photos, correct.
So they're dressed up in their, little party dresses, and they're holding guns in the photographs before they go to the dance?
Yes.
And you're saying that there are students who go hunting in the mornings before even coming to school?
Yes. So at the time, we had late start Wednesdays, so school didn't start till 10:20ish. So when hunting season would start, they potentially could be out hunting with their parents in the morning.
So in addition to what you did know in this case, seeing a gun or talks of a gun, that was not something that caused alarm to make you think there was some kind of threat?
No, nor was I aware that he even had a gun.
Guns at that school are very common then. It sounds like it's a common topic if they're in pictures of homecoming dresses and things like that.
I would say across many schools, it wouldn't be uncommon to see guns drawn on assignments or papers. Oftentimes there are certain books or part of the curriculum, and students end up drawing guns to represent stuff in the stories.
Now, my understanding is that you guys recommended immediate care. I'm sorry, I'm going to strike that. I was going into a question I've already asked you. You did not think it was strange that the parents were not taking their son out of school, specifically with Mrs. Crumbley's son on November 30th, correct?
I did think it was strange that they didn't take their son.
You've testified before in civil cases regarding what happened at Oxford High School, correct?
I have, yes.
And specifically on September 14th of 2022, you testified in a deposition, correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
And when you testify in a deposition, it's not like a courtroom like this, right?
No, it's not.
But you still have to swear to tell the truth and take an oath before you testify.
Correct.
On that day, you were specifically asked, so them not taking Ethan home that day, you did not find that to be strange and out of the ordinary. Your answer was no. There would have been no reason for him to go home.
That was in regards to student discipline. So the context, I believe, is important there.
That's in regard to student discipline.
Correct.
But that was the question you were asked that day and the answer you gave.
In regards to being disciplined or suspended, correct.
And in terms of a mental health consideration, it was not something that arose to the level, whereas a mandatory reporter, you would have to report the Crumbleys for being neglectful. We've already established that, correct?
Yes.
In the meeting you had, there was no indication, and there is nothing in Mrs. Crumbley's son's record to show there had ever been a previous concern about the need for mental health to Mr. Crumbley.
Judge, I think we've already asked and answered this question.
You asked this already?
No, I asked about prior discipline, but I didn't ask about prior notations mental health was necessary.
Okay, go ahead.
From a school standpoint, we did not have any record of mental health.
Now, when you testified previously, you testified that Mrs. Crumbley seemed receptive and willing to get mental health treatment for her son.
That was my understanding at the end of that meeting, yes.
Although maybe not that day, it was your understanding she was on board and was going to make an appointment or do something within 48 hours.
That was my understanding and hope.
When you were in the meeting and the struggle was discussed, ongoing struggle between the Crumbleys and their son, would you agree with me that the parents were making statements about they were concerned with their son's schoolwork and grades?
They just confirmed that they had the argument. They didn't provide any context or details about anything other than what he had shared with us before they arrived.
Were you aware there was a specific concern related to Mrs. Crumbley's son having missing assignments specifically?
The only information that she provided was that he struggled with virtual learning, which was confirming what he had also shared with us. But there was nothing specific that I remember her sharing.
And you would agree with me that when you meet with parents, parents all react differently to their child being brought down to the office.
That depends on the situation.
So depending on the situation, parents may have a variety of reactions.
It depends on it depends on what the meeting is, yeah. What the meeting is about, why we're meeting with the parents and the child.
Obviously, when parents come to the school, they're showing you a level of concern to make sure to handle whatever it is going on, correct?
Somewhat, yeah.
And you're aware that when the parents are coming to a meeting, they are going to be getting information and from you and from other professionals at the school.
As well as providing information that they have, because they're the experts on their child. So part of the meeting is to share what we have, but also to listen to confirmation or additional details about stuff that they might be seeing outside of school, at home. And that information was not provided.
There was no information provided to you that the Crumbleys had concerns over mental health issues. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Ejak, let's talk about the whole picture. Okay. So, you testified that as Dean of Students, you needed reasonable suspicion to search a student's personal items such as a backpack.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And on November the 30th, 2021, it was your perception with the information you were given that you didn't possess reasonable suspicion.
That's correct.
And you also had a perception with the information you were given on November 30th, 2021, that the defendant's son wasn't a threat to anyone else.
That's correct.
Okay. So, you had told us that Jennifer Crumbley just confirmed some items that her son had told you prior to her arrival.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that in March of 2021 and April of 2021 that her son was hallucinating, or at least expressing that he was hallucinating?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in April of 2021 that she had told her friend that she thought her son was depressed?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you that as early as June of 2021, she had indicated that he had obtained his own firearm?
No, she did not.
Okay, now one of the reasons you told us about reasonable suspicion, you said if you believe a student has a weapon or access to a weapon. Is that important to you as Dean of Students?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. If you had information that a student had access to a firearm in conjunction with that photograph that you saw, Exhibit 74, what would that indicate to you?
That would indicate that I need to heighten it to the next level and involve our school resource officer as well as the other administration.
Okay. And did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she had given her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before this drawing was created?
She did not know.
Would that have been important to you?
Absolutely, yes.
Would that have helped complete the full picture?
It would have, and it would have completely changed the process that we followed.
Now, you talk about decision makers. Between parent and child, who's the decision maker?
The parent.
Okay. And decision makers as to if a student stays in school or not. Who's a decision maker? Parent or administrator?
I would object because in this case there has been discussion and testimony that the student was a part of the decision and so were the parents. And so I would say that the opinion on this question is irrelevant.
Part of the decision?
I take it the objection is on MRE 401 relevance?
Mm-hmm.
In response, counsel on her cross-examination specifically asked him about the decision maker, he being the decision maker, and I believe this...
Yeah, I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. Okay, so between you, Mr. Hopkins, Jennifer, and James Crumbley, who were the decision makers?
So I would say the main decision maker would have been the parents.
The parent. And you've never seen the defendant's son?
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop asking leading questions.
Sustained.
That's fine. Okay. If you were given a full picture, what would have taken for you to heighten that to reasonable suspicion to search the backpack?
Any type of indicator that the student was going to be a threat to anybody, including himself. Okay. That would have heightened it to the next level.
And when you have an
indicator that there was access to a firearm or that he had made comments about wanting to hurt anybody, any statements written on there with names, or I'm going to do this, I'm going to, like, those would have all been things that would have changed the process that we followed.
And when you have a meeting with a parent and a student, do you rely upon the parent to provide information?
Absolutely. As an expert of their child, heavily rely on the parent for information.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Your Honor, may I ask one question
Sure.
on redirect? You also, so you're from a community where guns are popular, you testified about that. You also didn't ask if the Crumbleys had a gun, correct?
I did not ask that, no.
You're aware many of the families in Oxford have guns, but you did not ask them specifically if they had one, and they didn't tell you.
I didn't ask that question.
Thank you.
Anything?
No, Judge. Thank you.
You can step down in your excuse. Who's the next
So,
one?
Andy Smith?
He's in the hallway out here.
Andy Smith. So they're both throwing the blame kind of on each other. They should have communicated, or at least the parents see these signs of like these voices, the demon, whatever. But I think, also I thought they said the school had not told them some incidents or something. I don't know. But I feel like the school screwed up too, though. It's just one of those things where like everybody fails type of thing. But the parents, of course, the parents are the most like I think most like negligent. Just there's just so many. You know, you don't know what I don't know if I should say that. You don't know what your kids are doing. I mean, I know what my kids doing, but she's young. I don't know when they get older in the teenage years. I mean, you think you know, but do you really know everything? You know, when they're hanging out with friends and stuff.
All right, you may be seated.
Even with the Kansas City thing too, like the families, like they would never. Some
Andrew Smith,
the drug stuff. You don't know what people are doing drugs and getting high.
Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning,
Different
Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what your profession is?
I work for a real estate company. I'm the chief operating officer.
But you're also a lawyer.
I also am a lawyer, yes.
Okay. All right. So you're not technically practicing law, is that fair to say? Or
Not normally, from time to time I will, but that's not my primary responsibility.
okay, what are your primary responsibilities?
My title, I'm responsible for all the operations of a portfolio of real estate holdings, commercial, multifamily, industrial, throughout the country.
And about how many employees in the company?
Approximately 700.
Okay, so you're the COO of a real estate management company that has 700 employees. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
How do you know her?
She worked for our company. She was the marketing director at my company.
Do you know what the time frame that was?
I believe she had been a marketing director for approximately a year, a little longer. Before that, she was on the marketing team in a different capacity.
Damn, we're bringing in everybody.
I'm not sure when she hired him, but it was approximately 5 years, give or take, I think.
Okay. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you tell the judge something she's wearing?
Tan, brown, sport coat, glasses.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
The record will still reflect.
So, did you supervise Jennifer Crumbley?
I was her direct supervisor when she was the marketing director, yes.
So how long was that?
I believe that was a year to a year and a half.
Okay. What were her responsibilities as the marketing director?
She was responsible for handling the marketing of our portfolio of properties, dealing with outside vendors, social media, dealing with reviews, online reviews, helping with leasing training, all that goes into marketing and asset.
Okay, and so does your company have social media accounts?
Yes.
What accounts do they have? In general, you don't have to
In
say
general,
that.
I know they have Facebook accounts for properties, and they have, I believe, Instagram as well.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what Jennifer's work week is? How many hours was she required to work, and what were the times that her beginning and end time?
I can approximate. She was a director, so I know she was responsible to work a 40-hour work week. The start and finish time fluctuated depending on schedules, whether it was 8 to 4, 9 to 5 type scenario.
Did she have a set schedule, or did it change day to day?
It was somewhat set with some flexibility depending on what was needed. I believe she came a little bit early, left a little bit early, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Was she ever allowed to work from home?
Yes, there was occasions where she would work remote.
And so you're saying she had done that before?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about the company's culture in terms of families.
I think we're very family friendly, family first type atmosphere.
So do you have employees that have issues with kids or family or personal things?
Me included, sure, yes.
Okay. And what is the company policy on that?
I think we're very big on family first culture. If you need time away we have a PTO policy, a paid time off policy to cover handling of your needs, but we also are very friendly when it comes to needing time for addressing what may be a child issue or child care, whatever it may be. Routinely, people will bring kids into work because of post-COVID needs for daycare and school closings and snow days, things like that.
What happened when the pandemic was in full force? Were employees still coming in every day, or were they working remotely, or both?
There was a little bit of both, depending on the job and the ability to do so.
Okay. Does the company provide health insurance?
We offer health insurance, yes.
And do you know if Jennifer had health insurance?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anyone else in her family was insured?
I have no idea. On our company policy?
Yes.
I'd have to look at those records. I don't know.
Okay, so if I handed you the records, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm not in charge of HR, but it would at least, I would assume, indicate whether or not she was on our policy. Correct?
Okay, thank you. You're the COO, correct?
Correct.
Who does the human resources person report to?
A few people to me included.
Okay. And does the company regularly keep benefits documents in the normal course of business for each employee?
Absolutely.
Okay. May I approach your Honor?
Sure.
Mr. Smith, I'm handing you a portion of the personnel file for Jennifer Crumbley that the defense has been provided. What is that?
This appears to be a 2021 new hire open enrollment form for what I believe to be healthcare options, medical healthcare options that year.
Okay, and I'm sorry, may I approach? Is this what you're looking at? This is contained in there. I just want to make.
Yeah, this has got this is a different document, but it's similar. Okay.
All right, and what is that document? That's also part of her personnel file, but what is that?
Okay, the document you handed me appears to be a Guardian life insurance open enrollment form for 2021 for Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, and the previous document you just had, what does that indicate? Who was enrolled in the health benefits?
It appears to be for Jennifer Crumbley, and there were multiple options. It appears she checked, or someone checked the box. She did, I believe, for single medical low plan.
And how much was that per month, if you know?
Well, it listed as $102.55 bi-weekly, so I guess it would be $204 or $5 approximately a month.
And do you know approximately what the cost would have been to add somebody in her family?
So on this plan, if I file it from single to employee plus one, it would have been $404. Family, $533.81.
Is that once a month or bi-weekly?
These are all bi-weekly.
Okay.
Is that insurance also, or just life insurance?
All right. May I approach that to you?
Oh, health insurance.
You're not marking.
Okay, that's not bad. Oh, okay, gotcha.
I want to talk to you about November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. As a matter of your daily routine, what were your hours?
It depends on my day, where I'm going, what's going on that day, but it's typical standard 40-hour work week. Some days can be longer, some days can be shorter.
You're also a parent, so did you come in early or did you come in late? What were you?
I remember that day specifically. I forget I was coming from that morning, but I remember that I was driving when I got a text from her that morning. I think it was around 10 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's, I think it's been previously marked, that is from Jennifer's phone. How did you communicate with Jennifer?
In person? Email?
Text message or Facebook Messenger? I'm sorry.
Use text message would be primary. Yeah, text message.
Okay. This has been marked 152. I don't know if the jurors' eyes are. Oh, thank you so much. This monitor is not on.
Your Honor, I believe it's not only been marked, but it's admitted.
It's admitted.
Just check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's noticing that the TV isn't on. So I don't know how to turn that on.
How much was it for a family? Should they say like 400 or something?
It's on.
Insurance is really expensive, and you don't really, depending where, you don't get much benefits. Depends. Yeah. Hospital insurance.
The jury let me know if they can't see. I have trouble.
Regular job insurance?
With seeing that. But can you see on the monitor?
Yes.
These are communications that begin that morning or that day, just from Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Looking through this exhibit, is that representative of your text messages that day?
I recognize the first two texts, and I believe that I recognize all these texts correctly.
Okay, is this the entire communication you had that day?
No.
So Are you saying something's missing?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to now show you screenshots that we received from your phone and your text messages between Jennifer Crumbley that same day.
Use the ones I gave you, yes.
Okay. Is your testimony that these accurately depict the entire text conversation of that day?
Could you scroll down?
Sure.
Okay. This looks accurate, yes.
Okay, so the message, the exhibit I just showed you had 4 messages, around 4 or 5. This is actually several messages. Is this your full conversation?
This would be the full conversation, yes, by text that day.
Okay. And when did you never deleted any text messages? Okay, so this is exactly what it was that you turned over to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The first text, if you can see this exhibit, if you go to the top, Mr. Smith, what's the time on the first text you received from Jennifer Crumbley?
This is Tuesday, 10:05 a.m.
And you said earlier, did you say you were driving to work or you were at work?
I forget, I was driving. Where I was going, I don't recall. Probably to work or coming from property, but I was driving, yes.
Assuming you weren't reading your text messages while driving, this is when you received the text. Can you read her text to you?
I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30, 12 at the latest.
Okay, so that text came in at 10:05, and she is telling you exactly when she'll be back.
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, so then she attaches this, a picture. Do you know what that is?
I know now what it is.
Did you look at it at the time you received it?
No, I did look at it. It was later that day I looked at it, but not at the time I was driving. At the time, I just saw the text on my phone pop up, and I just saw him.
Was it required that Jennifer let you know if she was leaving and where she was going, or was this unusual?
No, I mean, we want people to let us know if they're leaving, coming, going. She was good about that. She let me know if she was coming and going.
I'm sorry, is there something going on? No, it's just, okay, thank you. Can you, the next, I believe there's some issue with a camera in the back, but I don't know. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's very distracting, so I'm just asking if
Wait, what do
there's
you mean?
something happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's hard to hear the witness of the conversation.
Oh, it's hard to hear the witness, yeah. Everybody has to be quiet, okay? Yes, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
The next message, well, before we get to the next message, tell me when was the first time you actually saw Jennifer Crumbley that day?
I recall, I don't remember the exact timeline, it's been 2 years, but I recall seeing her at the office around noon that day.
And where did you see her?
It was in the copy room, which is like an open copy room, storage type stationary area.
And did she say anything to you?
I recall walking up to her asking how was she doing, was she doing okay? And I recalled her mentioning that she had to get her child counseling. She seemed down. I think she had mentioned a few things. I recall her mentioning that his dog had passed away and a grandparent or grandparents had passed away. She may have said more. I remember she seemed down. I think she said she felt like she was a failure or failing him, and she had to get him counseling.
When she said, I feel like I'm failing him, who was she talking about?
I believe her son.
Okay. And what was your response?
I remember saying, if he needs counseling, I'm glad you're getting him counseling. Get him the help he needs. I'm glad to hear you're getting him that help.
Okay. Did you and Jennifer have a friendship outside of work?
No.
Did you ever socialize together outside of any work centered event?
No.
You said you didn't Facebook message her, your conversations were just text or calling or email?
There may have been a Facebook message where she would send me photos from a property because of the size or scope, I remember, but that'd be about it. But our communication will be in person, email, phone, or text.
And before this occurred, What, if anything, did you know about her son?
I knew she had a son in school. You know, she mentioned small talk. I knew he was in school. I recall something about him being in a bowling, an avid bowler, I recall correctly. And I remember that she mentioned some vacations they went on, some camping, some family trips. I recalled her discussing he had a part-time job. I remember mentioning it sometime in the past. Small stuff like that, nothing much more.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about taking him skiing?
I know she was big into skiing. I don't recall her mentioning her son skiing. I don't know.
How do you know she was big into skiing?
She talked about it quite a bit. I think she like volunteered, or she was like a volunteer ski instructor or ski school type thing. I don't remember
or
exactly.
Ski patrol?
Ski patrol sounds more like that.
Do you know where that was?
Local, one of the local mountains, local hills.
Okay. Was her son with her that day?
At the office on the 30th?
Yes.
No.
Would that have been allowed?
Sure.
What was her schedule that day in terms of what she was required to be doing?
I don't know what her schedule was that day. She's the director. I'd give her some flexibility. I do know that we had a property visit scheduled that afternoon that she was invited to.
Was that a required meeting?
No, not at all.
Did you know at that time the school asked Mrs. Crumbley to get him counseling that day? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she just told me she had to get him counseling, was going to get him counseling.
Was there any big project or assignment that Jennifer Crumbley was expected to do that day, an upcoming deadline that needed to be met that day?
I can't think of any deadline or anything bigger than this, but I'm sure she had a busy schedule as a director. I just don't recall anything specific, no.
Okay. But I guess what I'm asking is, had she asked to leave that day, would that have been a problem for the company? Or you were her supervisor?
It would have been no problem at all.
Did she have any paid time off collected?
I don't know what bank she had for PTO, but it wouldn't have mattered to me.
Okay. When was the next time you had any contact with Jennifer Crumbley after you saw her in the copy room?
We had a quick meeting with another colleague shortly thereafter, 20 minutes, 30 minutes thereafter.
Can you give me a time frame about?
I think I saw her in the copy room about noon, and so 20, 30 minutes thereafter, around 12:20, 12:30 that afternoon. And we talked about the property we were going to visit, kind of what our goals, why we were going there. And we had talked, I think, about some calls and things we had down the road a couple days later.
Okay, and when after that was your next contact with her?
I recall because I was in a Zoom hearing at the time, about 1 o'clock, I think it was.
Okay.
I heard some loud commotion outside my office, like yelling. And,
how close is Jennifer Crumbley's office was it to yours?
10, 12 feet away.
Okay, and you said you heard, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did you hear?
No, I just remember yelling, like a commotion, loud noise, like yelling, screaming type noise coming from down the hall.
And what did you do next?
I stepped away from my hearing. I looked outside to see what the noise was, and I saw her like racing out of her office, racing down the hall.
Did you learn, or did she say where she was going, or what she was upset about?
I recall her saying there was an active shooter at her child's school, and I remember saying to her, go.
And so obviously you didn't have a problem with her leaving?
Not at all, no.
When was the next time that you had any contact with her after she left around 1 o'clock?
I got the text on this thread, the one that says 1:23, the gun is gone, so are the bullets, was the next time I received any communication from her.
Okay, so she leaves around 1. The text comes in at 1:23. Let's talk about this for a second. Did you know something about a gun prior to this?
No.
Did you know that she had purchased a gun for her son?
No.
Okay, so when you got this text, what were you thinking?
I didn't know what to think. It alarmed me.
Okay.
She just run out and I got that text.
That's
I
wild,
was
dude.
really confused and alarmed.
Yeah, she texts
Right.
everybody
and
when
what
this shit
did you
happens.
respond?
I responded by saying, I'm praying everything is okay.
And then the next text was from her. Can you read what she texted you?
There was a phone call that came in before that next text, if you just for timeline, if you remember that. But
yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. So she made a phone call that came in at what time? 1:25.
I don't remember the exact times. I can remember what happened.
Okay, so do you remember when you're saying the call came after I'm praying everything is okay?
I remember this because I was in a hearing. I was in a court hearing, covering hearing, and I stepped away and I got that because I was so alarmed by it that I walked down to my human resource director's office to let them know what had just transpired, to show her this text. And when I was in
when you say this text, you mean just the one, the gun's gone and so are the bullets?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Correct. Then I recalled receiving a phone call from her. I was in my HR director's office at the time, and I put it on speaker, and I remember there was a conversation.
And can you tell me what the conversation was about? What did Jennifer say?
I can't remember everything, but I remember vividly the sound of sirens in the background.
Was she in her car driving? Was she at home?
I believe she was in a car. She was in a car, I believe, driving. I remember her saying she was trying to get to her child's school.
Okay. So what did she say?
I remember her telling us she was trying to get to her child's school. I believe she said something about the gun was missing, or family gun was missing. It was me and our HR director we just both said call the police, please call the police. I remember her saying that her husband had already called the police.
Okay. And were you aware that if her husband, first of all, had you ever met James Crumbley?
I never personally met him.
Okay. Were you aware that he in fact did call 911?
No, I mean, just what she told us.
Okay. Did she say he had already called, or he was going to call?
I believe she said he had already called the police.
All right. What happened after that? Did you end the conversation? Did she end the conversation?
I don't remember much more. It was short. And they said, let us know something we can do to help, or let us know what we can do. Then I stayed with my HR director because we were trying to find out what was actually going on. And I got these next texts.
So you ended the call?
Yes.
You're still in the HR director's office, or were you in another room?
If I left, I would have left to go back to my office, which is about a minute away, to log off of Zoom.
Okay.
Or I can't remember exactly, but it would have been there or her office.
All right. And then the next text was from you or Jennifer?
It's from Jennifer to me.
Okay. Can you read that?
OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
All right, now there's no timestamp on those specific messages, which normally would indicate they're coming in along the same string. Is that correct, or do you remember there was a significant period of time that lapsed?
I don't remember the exact times, but I want to.
It was back to back, I think.
Recall us being somewhat close in proximity within the
they would have swiped it
half
on this
hour
Android
time frame.
Okay. And then the next text.
I need a lawyer at substation with police.
And then the next text.
Ethan did it.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
Shock, fear, sadness, a lot of emotions. We didn't really know what to think.
Okay. And you testified earlier, after I asked a few questions, that you're actually a lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. Do you practice any kind of criminal law?
Never, no.
Okay. Had she ever asked you for a lawyer before?
I could ask that question a lot by people. She may have. I don't recall.
Okay. So it appears from this text string that you didn't respond via text right away.
No. I recall there was another phone call.
Okay.
Sometime shortly after that last text, Ethan did it. There was another phone call she made to me, because I remember I was still in my HR director's office at the time, and we were together. Maybe another colleague was there.
Was it on speaker, or?
Yes, I put it on speaker.
Okay. And what did she say?
I believe she said she was at the police station, or had been at the police station, and that she needed a lawyer. Could I recommend a lawyer?
And what did you say?
I couldn't think of one at the time. It's not my area, and I just couldn't think of one. And I think I told her I'd ask our corporate counsel if she could think of someone to recommend.
Okay. What was going on at the office at this point? Were there people around? Did the people in the office, did anyone have any outside knowledge of the shooting?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was working with human resource at the time, and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. What eventually did you decide? Did you guys go back to work? Did you just wait for another communication? Did you start looking for a lawyer?
I did not look for a lawyer. I mentioned as I told her, I mentioned to corporate counsel that this is what we just learned, and she's reaching out. If you could reach out back to her, let her know. I know we were closely watching the news, trying to figure out what was happening, what had happened. And I remember I left a little bit early that day to get home with my family.
Why'd you do that?
There were a lot of emotions going on. I just wanted to get home and see my family.
Okay. At some point, did you receive another text from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, at 3:39 on this thread, it says I got a text that...
So that's about 2.5 hours after she left the office when the shooting occurred?
Approximately, yes.
All right, and what does the text say?
I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
What did you think when you received that text?
I was a little taken back. I was surprised that she was worried about work right then.
Okay. Did you respond?
Ouch.
I did. At 5:47 p.m. Let me read the text.
So at this point, were you at work or were you home with your family?
I think I was home at that point.
Okay, and your response was what?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations, and Carolyn's our corporate counsel.
All right, and did she respond?
She did. I don't know what time, but it was later after that text. They were taking my cell phone.
Was that the last communication you had with Jennifer Crumbley?
That's the last time I did a call communicating with her, yes.
Okay, at some point did the company terminate her employment?
Yes, she was terminated.
Okay, do you remember about when that was?
I want to say it was a couple of days. I don't remember the exact date.
That's discrimination.
Some days after this incident, November 30th. Whether it was 2 or 3 days, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. At the beginning of this, I showed you the text string from Jennifer's phone versus your phone. Was there any ever discussion or comments from Jennifer about why she's deleting text messages to you?
Did she ever talk to me about it? No, I never had that conversation with her.
Do you know why?
I don't guess. No idea.
All right, nothing further. Cross?
Your Honor, I have
quite
a bit of cross because there's previous testimony. Is it a good time to break?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
Your Honor, if we could just finish with the cross so we can excuse this witness.
Yeah, we were
you guys been
Okay.
today.
you
guys aren't starving to death over there, are you?
I have no problem. Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, I just want to go back to a couple of things you said. You and Jennifer, you would not say you guys were friends outside of work, correct?
We were co-workers and friendly at work.
Okay, friendly at work, you guys would make small talk.
Sure, yes.
And you, when you heard that something was going on at the high school, you would agree with me that Mrs. Crumbley sounded very frantic.
When she called us the first time I heard the sirens, she definitely sounded panicked, frantic, yes.
You would agree she sounded shocked and concerned?
Yes.
And you testified that when you saw her at the office earlier, coming back from the school, she had appeared sad.
Yes.
It was during that time when Mrs. Crumbley was at your office that you guys discussed the meeting she had had at the school earlier that day.
Yes.
And during that meeting, she told you that the school wanted her to get her son in some counseling, correct?
I don't know if she said this. I think so. I know she said she had to get her son counseling.
She was planning to get her son counseling.
Yes.
And it's appeared you were aware she was worried about her son at that time.
Yes.
Mrs. Crumbley is not someone who had a history of constantly disrupting her day at work. Is that fair to say?
It's a tough question to answer, but it's fair. I don't remember disruptions. No.
I suppose a better question would be, she was not a parent who was constantly having to leave work to go to her child's school for different reasons.
I don't recall any other examples of that.
You never had any concerns personally about how Mrs. Crumbley parented her son.
I never had concerns, no.
And if anything, you would just hear about little bits and details about him. I think you testified about bowling, vacations, camping.
I recall her mentioning them, yes.
You recalled the part-time job, skiing.
Yeah. I don't know. I know she skied. I don't know if he did. I don't remember that.
Okay. And in terms of Jennifer working at the company prior to her being terminated, you would agree with me that she was a pretty consistent hard worker.
I would agree with you, yes.
And Jennifer appeared to take her career very seriously.
I agree, yes.
She was diligent about attending meetings she was invited to or supposed to attend.
Yes.
She was somebody the company could count on to do her job.
I thought so, yes.
And there were times she took advantage of the flexibility that your company offered to allow her to go handle different matters she may have needed to handle.
I know she would have taken advantage of the flexibility to do what I don't know, but sure.
Okay. And I'm correct when I say that Kathy Poliquin, she's the manager of HR, correct?
She was what at the time was the director of human resources.
I'm sorry, director of human resources?
Correct.
Okay. I have her listed as a witness, but I may, based on the prosecution's questions, I may be able to just ask you. But if you're not the right person, can you just let me know?
Yes.
Okay, so you testified that to have a single person on the company's insurance was approximately $200 per month.
That's what I read, yes. Yes.
And you would agree, well, and I'm sorry, when you say $200...
It was bi-weekly, so I don't know you.
Okay, that's what I was just going to ask. So it's $200 twice a month?
My understanding is yes.
And if she had had another person added to the insurance, it would have been approximately $500 twice a month.
I don't have the document in front of me, but I know it went up from +1 and then went up again for family.
Okay, and when it goes up for family, are you aware of what it would have been for there to be 3 people on the insurance?
I'd be guessing. My understanding is family covers as many families you may have, immediate family. I don't know if it's 3 to 10. It covers your entire family, my understanding.
It's fair to say that in the past you have complained that the health care cost taken from your paychecks is significant.
Have I complained? No, because I'm not on the health plan now.
So you're not on the health plan at Princeton, correct?
I'm not on my company's plan, correct?
But I assume you have health care through somewhere else.
Correct.
And in this case, with the Crumbleys, you're not aware if they had health care through another source, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, Mr. Crumbley had a job, a professional job in the past. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I remember he had a job, a career, and I think he was laid off or in between jobs at the time.
And you're not aware if Mrs. Crumbley, Mr. Crumbley, or their son was covered on Mr. Crumbley's insurance?
I'm not aware.
In addition to the insurance offered at Princeton, there's also a plan through Allied that you guys can take advantage of where you get virtual doctor visits. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, yes.
And those virtual doctor visits are free as part of the Allied benefit.
I believe so, yes.
And you can also get Aflac supplemental insurance for yourself and your family members.
And you're getting in the HR world, but my understanding is yes, you can elect those benefits.
Now, the open enrollment period is right in approximately November every year. Is that right?
I honestly don't recall when, but I know it's every year at the same time, and it's open for approximately 30 days, I believe.
And you may not be the right witness, and if you're not, just let me know.
Okay.
Are you aware that in November of 2021, Mrs. Crumbley was doing anything with her insurance.
I'm not aware, no.
Now, when you were texting or exchanging messages with Mrs. Crumbley, there was not any point in time where she said to you, hey, Andy, delete these texts, correct?
That's correct.
So she texted you over a photograph of that math paper.
She sent that to me, yes.
Obviously, when you look at that math paper, especially knowing what we know today, it's very alarming.
Yes.
And she texted you openly that the gun was gone and so are the bullets.
That's what she texted me, yes.
And when you were texting with her, you were exchanging back kind words to her, supporting her and saying things along the lines of, I'm praying for you, I hope everything's okay, things like that, correct?
Well, not things, that exactly.
That exactly. And you knew at the time that you were communicating those things to Mrs. Crumbley, she was in a high state of stress.
I saw her run out of the office in panic.
Not only did you see her run out of the office in panic, you heard her screaming when she heard about the open shooter.
I heard her like yelling, screaming that she had to leave. There was I forget exactly, but there was a shooting event going on at her child's school.
Definitely a strong reaction from Mrs. Crumbley about what was happening.
Yes.
Now, after Mrs. Crumbley found out more information, we saw the text where Mrs. Crumbley is saying, I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did, correct?
That's a text, correct.
Now, at that time, you're aware that James Crumbley was laid off.
I knew he was in between jobs. I don't know what he was doing at that point.
And so Mrs. Crumbley is certainly voicing the concern to you, I don't want to lose my job, correct?
She sent the text, I need my job.
As far as you knew from working with Mrs. Crumbley over time, she liked her job, was good at it, and valued that job.
I thought she was good at her job, yes.
And her text indicating she wanted to keep her job, you have no reason to believe she didn't want to keep her job.
No, none.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay.
May he be excused?
Yeah, you may step down and you're excused.
Thank you so much.
So they, apparently, one of the witnesses Jen is bringing is going to be like the HR person.
How about quarter to one? We lost some time today.
Wow, that's kind of quick on
One of the jurors was making
quarter to one, 12:45. The jury got to pay for what these people have been doing.
All right, jury.
Well, in the least, it seems like Jen has her stuff a little bit more together. She's not melting down. I still got to clip that. I don't have time, but I need to clip the meltdown. Because I think anybody would be interested in just seeing the meltdown that happened. I have timestamps though, and I have that new editor that I'm gonna have to play around with someday.
You may be seated. You know, could I have the prosecutor approach on an unrelated matter, actually a sort of related matter, which is the other. Are you off?
You want me to be?
Yes. I just want to ask you a few questions.
Muted the mic. So I was reading Jack's Delight's comment, right? And they go, you know how many times I've heard my teenagers say they hear something or think the house has a ghost or haunted. They're adults now. Kids do this most of the time for attention. And potentially that could be that's a good point. But you made me think of this story that I was watching the other day. Let me see if I can find it in my watch history. I don't even know how to do that. Channel. Watch history. I want to kind of skim through this a little bit. Where the hell do you find your watch history? YouTube.com. Did they remove it or something? No, there's a way, right? On the computer. Okay, go to studio. What's the button? U? The U button? Oh, it's called. They changed it. It's the U button. Just says U. It used to say like history. Now they just changed it on the left hand side. It just says U. Okay. Alrighty. Anyway, so yeah, let me scroll down to this video. I think I watched this last night or 2 days ago on the weekend. One of my favorite channels. Yeah, I watch a lot of videos. Not that one. What was the weekend? We're just trying to go to that channel and find it. My package is coming earlier than I thought too. I can't wait. All right. Oh, this was it. I can't play the whole video.
Interesting. What's the closest you've ever been to a true psychopath? Like, for example, did you ever know someone who went on to commit some horrific crime later in life? Maybe you went to school with them, or...
This guy's page, his name is Scary Interesting. I really like watching his videos. But he did a video on this guy named Daniel Laponte. A troubled kid when he was younger, would break into houses, sometimes just to rearrange things, make people think they were going crazy.
Toddler was apparently violent to the point of sociopathic.
A lot of issues growing up.
With high condition act, even stints were bad enough at school, they were even worse at home. His home was a filthy, dull blue wood-framed house filled with garbage. Their yard outside was the same, with old cars and car parts piled on each other, and things were just as messy between Danny and both his dad and stepdad. Both Danny's birth father and stepfather used physical, emotional, and other forms of punishment to exert power over Danny and his sibling.
A really crappy childhood. And there's this family.
Want to get to know her better.
So I forgot how he came across this family across town. I think he broke into the house. He got their phone number information. And then one day he calls the girl and he's like, hey, Danny, I go to your school and I got your number through somebody at school. And he pretended to be, he's like, oh, I'm this athletic, blonde, handsome guy. But apparently he wasn't. He catfished the shit out of her. And they go to this fair and she sees what he really looks like. And she's like, holy moly. But she tries to give him a chance anyway, because like maybe he has a nice personality, but he doesn't. He has his exterior matches his interior. And she opened up to him and became vulnerable. And she talks to him about her cancer, her mother's cancer, her mother passed away from having cancer. And he became obsessed, wanting to know, how did you feel? How did you feel watching your mother suffer and die? It was really weird and creeped her out. So the guy hits her up for like another date and she's like, hell nah, I'm good.
Way to contact people who were no longer around. One evening, the two girls decide to try and contact their mom by going to the basement and performing a seance. During this, they tried all the things they'd read and seen
So the father of the two sisters, the girls he works at night.
On TV, but nothing worked, so they stopped, a little disappointed, and went to bed. Little did they know, they stirred something, although maybe it wasn't what they'd hoped for. That night, as they slept, Tina was woken up by a tapping on the walls of their room. She sat upright and called Karen over to her room, asking her to listen carefully to make sure she hadn't imagined it. But there it was, a knocking too rhythmic to be anything random. Maybe the seance had worked after all, and their mom was trying to talk to them. Then they start to ask her questions, and their mom actually replied, 2 taps for yes, 1 tap for no. Then, every night afterward, their mom would return to them, tapping on the walls to let them know she was there. Soon after that, though, the spirit went from just keeping the girls awake to moving things around inside the house. Furniture would move from room to...
Be careful now, you know what I'm saying? So you never know, man. Yeah, you think it's the kid thing, right? Kids, but once in a one, maybe, every now and then it might actually be something going on.
The room, and they'd wake
so
up to
creepy.
Find items across the floor that had been neatly put away the night before. TV channels also started to change whenever they left the room, and milk and alcohol would disappear from their fridge. Soon, the girls realized this wasn't their mom. Whatever it was not a friendly spirit. This haunting continued for months and slowly escalated until finally coming to a head in January 1987. One night, the knocking began, but it wasn't from the bedroom walls this time. It was coming from under the floor of the front room, and Tina and Karen were terrified. So they took a knife from the kitchen and crept downstairs toward the basement. When they flicked the light on, both girls were so freaked out by what they saw that they ran to the neighbor and called their dad to come home. When the neighbor saw their dad pull up, she went outside to tell him the girls were there and that something had scared them in the basement. First, he went inside the house to check on his daughters, and then he went back to his own home to check things out. And in the house, he found a message written on the back wall of the basement that said, "I'm in your room, come and find me." And it was written in what looked like blood. Unfortunately, despite this, their dad Frank was convinced it was the girls. He didn't believe in ghosts and evil spirits. Instead, he thought that in their grief, the girls were acting out and doing strange things, including the haunting they claimed was going on at their home. In fact, he knew the message hadn't come from a spirit. A ghost wouldn't use ketchup to write a message on the
So the dad doesn't believe him. And this shit just continues going on for a period of time. And with one of the notes or things saying, "Marry me."
shaggy jacket with his face painted while wearing a wig, and started to search around, and it wasn't long before he spotted the evil spirit. It was Danny.
So the dad came back again. Because he figured,
Now,
okay,
as a
something's
quick
going
note,
on.
there are some minor variations in the report.
This is crazy. Listen to this.
Some sources say Danny was dressed in Frank's wife's clothes, wearing her makeup and a blonde wig. Others say he wore a Native American-style shaggy jacket with his face painted while wearing a mask.
So one report that this guy dressed in the woman that passed away from cancer, the kid's mother, the father's ex, the wife that passed away. Reportedly, he was dressed in the dress. Then the other reports are that he was wearing Native American clothes.
Both accounts, however, say he held a hatchet in one hand, but many of the newspapers at the time went with the Native American story. Either way, Danny then forced them all into a bedroom, but before he could do anything, Frank lunged at him and began wrestling the hatchet away from him. Frank tried to hold on, but then Danny got free and ran out of the room, but then seemed to disappear into thin air, almost like he'd walked through a wall. While Frank and Danny were fighting as well, Tina jumped out of the bedroom window and ran to another neighbor who called the police. Police then searched the house while Frank took his girls to a nearby hotel, but despite
The first search, they didn't catch him. And the guy was staying in a hotel, the dad. And so he had to go back to the house to get some things. But when he comes back to the house, he sees this kid in the freaking attic. All right? Like, this is like some movie-ish. Just there. So he calls the police again. When the police come, they start searching the house. The family pictures have like a knife through them. This kid like put a knife. It's like a couple of family pictures. They call for backup. They ended up finding this guy like hunched up in a corner of like I guess like this. Danny was curled up in a small crawl space, and then there's also this space behind the toilet that he could hide in. And they found like it looked like he was living there. They found, I guess, food and stuff like that, bro. And there's people that have done that. Wasn't there a movie of like these people? There was a movie I watched, I forgot, where these people like snuck into a house and they're just hiding there the entire time, where the people are like coming in and out. And like, I actually saw another story, true story about that too, of like somebody living in a part of the house that nobody ever really goes to. And the guy starts to notice like little things missing here and there. He thinks he's going crazy. This goes on for like months. Eventually he installs a camera and he finally caught the person, and he called the cops, and the cops found the person. So just be careful. Oh, it's just a crick. We should take a look at that, I guess. Rongo says there is body cam of Ethan's room. There was a decomposed hamster on a shelf, empty liquor bottles next to his bed.
looked like he asked Danny was
I
sent to
think
juvenile.
BL had sent me some stuff too. So this guy, he gets, let me see.
2 months later, on December 1st, 1987, Andrew Gustafson left work early to head home to his family.
So this guy bails out. I think he bailed out.
Where he stayed for a little over 6 months until October of 1987. 2 months later, on December 1st, 1987.
So there's this other guy that has a family, and the woman wife is pregnant. One day he calls his wife from work. She doesn't answer the phone, which is very unlike her. He goes to the house.
Wandered upstairs to see if she was in the bedroom.
He finds his wife in the
Tragically,
bed, bloodied.
That's where he found Priscilla lying.
So he freaks out. He's super emotional, calls the cops. He didn't even want to go into the other room to look for his kids. Like, he was just traumatized. Cops come and they find the other two kids dead. Apparently they were drowned in the upstairs and downstairs. Horrible situation.
Out of the woods. It was Danny's house. Danny had been released just 2 months earlier, and he was due to be tried as an adult for what he'd done at Frank's house, so he'd been granted bail pending trial. Unfortunately, within days of his release, he returned to breaking into people's houses, stealing their things, and messing with their minds.
It's almost as if history repeats itself, and we still got these people getting out of jail with a short amount of time. In some cases, a lot of cases maybe, and going back to repeat the same crimes, right?
5 homes were burglarized the month after he was freed, and the residents were sure who it was. On October 14th, Danny entered one of his neighbor's houses and found a pair of .22 caliber handguns. This was the sort of thing he'd been hoping for. After being caught by Frank, he knew he wasn't strong enough to fight back, so he needed a weapon he could use to subdue people. Then he got bullets from a friend of his brother. Then once he had bullets, he spent...
So yeah, he subdued the family in the house, and it was pretty...
Just before Priscilla. According to Danny, he was startled when she came back, and at first, he thought about jumping out of a window, but then he remembered that he had a gun. So then he walked out, pointed the gun at Priscilla, and led her and William into the bedroom.
Yeah, so you get the gist. It's pretty messed up. I think he assaulted the wife. So they caught his ass. There was like, everybody was on high alert, and this lady had come home.
Immediately, she knew why they were there. At the town, something had been
She
moved.
pulled up to her garage, and she noticed something was out of place, which is this guy's MO, so she called the police.
He knew, then entered
that's
one
how they
day,
caught him.
Danny the first another 24 hours. By then, his
Oh, he got
picture had
away.
been circulating
He did get
on
away.
the
I forgot
local
about
news
that.
channels, and people were out looking for him. Unable to stop his impulses, though, he spent much of that time still breaking and entering into people's homes.
Crazy, dude. Oh, they found him in a dumpster. So, yeah, this channel is dope as ish. I love watching the videos on here. Like, I think I might have watched almost all of them. If I don't know. I love watching the videos on this channel. May not be for everybody. Depends what kind of... I like... They have a lot of cave diving stuff, which it just interests me. Ever since... I think... I forgot what triggered it. Oh, I think it was the submarine thing that kind of triggered me to like start looking at all these cave diving things. But then he also a lot of times goes back into history. Like the history interests me sometimes. The prison and like all the kinds of horrible things that happened back then. There was a really good one too I saw recently. This one's dope. The survival, how the 15 years stranded on an island. That was really, really good. I like that channel. All right. So let's see. So what do you guys think of today? Let me look up some of the stuff that Beal had sent earlier. Oh, Samuel Olson. Oh, I forgot about. It's actually old news. Okay. Yeah, I remember we covered that story. Please guilty, 52 years. I think I actually covered that, but on a live. You know how it gets lost on a live? We were doing something and I mentioned it. I never actually did a video on it. I don't think I did a video on it. Let's see. Recording of Ethan Crumbley. Somebody told me they don't want to say his name or something because, I don't know. You notice during this trial they're not saying his name. The day before the shooting, he talks about being the next school shooter. We can take a look at that.
My name is Ethan Crumbley, aged 15. And I'm going to be the next school shooter.
Yeah.
I thought about this a lot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's constantly in my head. Every conversation I have with someone, no matter what, I'm thinking about it.
So this is, he recorded a video of himself the day before the school shooting where he detailed his plans to shoot up the school. Thinks about it every day.
And I can't get it out. It's currently November 29th, 2021, 10:05 p.m. The school I'm shooting up is Oxford High School. I'm in 10th grade there. I've always been fascinated by guns when I was a kid. And I always wanted to join the forces and SWAT when I was in 3rd grade. Navy SEALs when I was in 4th. Marines, 5th or 7th. Army, Rangers. And I've never thought of a career. I've never had motivation. I kept lying to myself that there was something out there for me. There was something that was going to make me happy. That was going to provide me a happy, loving, caring life.
So, I don't know why I'm flashing back to that incel, that California incel. I forgot his name. He recorded a lot of videos too, talking to himself. I know, different in that it wasn't a school shooting, but he did shoot and kill people. And then I don't know if he offed himself or police offed him. This guy's clear. The school shooter is clearly alive. And that's the thing too. I think the reason they're saying that about this school shooter, didn't you say something about he wanted to be memorialized? Was that this guy? Is that why they're like, we're not going to say your name or whatever? I don't know.
But that's bullshit. It's all a lie. I realized that. Oh, in 9th grade, I never thought of this. I thought I was going to make it through school and go into the army, but I realized, what's the fucking point? Millions have done it. Thousands have regretted it. Thousands have killed themselves because of it. Many come back and not happy, not satisfied. And I'm thinking, it's the only thing I want to go into, but how will it make me happy? How will I love doing that? How do I love? And I realized that that's not going to work out. So I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I realized all the bullshit that was right in front of me, and I never realized it. I was always the kid who said, work hard in school and you'll get a career in life. But the career is bullshit. And it was right in front of my fucking eyes the whole time. I couldn't see it. The school system is... Their main goal is to put youth just born into this world to learn. And they actually learn fucking good. They learn K through 5. They learn useful stuff. Stuff about the world that teaches them not how the world is, but how it should be, and how they want it to be. The teachers brainwash them into what they think is right, and their minds are so underdeveloped that the adults just take advantage of it. And they say that's too good for humanity. And when you get into middle school, that's even more useless. It's just an excuse to wait till the kids grow up. They're wasting years of their life learning knowledge they're most likely never going to do unless they become a Nobel Prize scientist or mathematician or the fucking founder of a multi-million-dollar environment club. And they're brainwashed. They're teaching a working class into this world. There's no teaching of working class centuries ago. They're either born into it or they weren't. You were born into a working class, you were forced to work. You weren't born, you helped develop the world. You created technology, you created advances in civilization. I mean, there was only two indifferences, and the working class rose up and made everyone a working class. And now, no matter what, you just have to work. To do what? You spent 15 years of your life just hard studying and trying your hardest to achieve the best out of anyone in any school. And then you get accepted into college. And you could be rich, so you don't have to worry about it, or it could put you into thousands of debt. Then you get a useless job that other people have gotten, and you think that it is doing something for this planet. You think that all those years of working and you get a job is doing something for the good of humanity. It's fucking not. It's useless. The education system and the government is just brainwashing people to be a working class. They're all brainwashing them just to fucking work and keep society how it is, but people want to go a different direction. They don't want to work, but see, that's where I don't fucking understand it. I'm not dumb enough to fully understand their capabilities. I'm not as dumb as them, so I can't understand, but they want to revolt and became a new class education system that just weakens everything. They want to fucking keep the innocence of everyone. They want to make sure that monsters are a thing. They're offended of a horror movie. They want to take away what this world is. In this world, it's not heaven. There is no heaven. There is no God. There is no Satan. There is no hell. But the world is hell in its own way. People don't think of it. You think as hell is the bottom, earth is the middle, and heaven is the top. But in reality, the earth is just hell. It's always been that, and people want to just forget it. They want to just take away what already is. And it's stupid. Taking action. People go and protest, fucking take away guns, or make what I'm doing. I believe I am one of the first people to do this. I'm not only shooting up the school because I'm mentally depressed or mentally ill and have anxiety that struggles me every day, but I'm doing it to teach a word and all the simplicities. I don't fucking even know how to say that. All the fucking dunces out there, that brains are too, their skulls are too fucking null to understand everything. Unfortunately, the people I kill are the people that are killed. You know, I'm sorry that their families have to go through this, but it's for the right of humanity.
Wow, that's
and the course we're going, we're fucked. In 50 years, we're fucked. Nothing's going to happen. Democrats and the Republicans are just going to fight, and people are keep going to taking sides, and some people are going to stick out and say they're the big banners who don't think of it, but really they're the main problems. And it's just leading to a collapse. The world worked so hard for thousands and thousands of years. war happened, peace was a thing. People understood everything. People understood the logistics of human civilization. The time from 1920 to 1980 was the golden ages of humanity. In some countries, may not have been that way. But for the big ones, it was the golden age. Everyone understood the world but knew how to keep it in order. They knew the differences because war and peace. They knew that they could cooperate and live together. But now people are just taking that away. And what I'm doing is an act to show that people are taking it away, and I'm trying to preserve it. To show that no one is safe, no matter how hard they work. Your protests aren't going to do anything. They're just words, they're not actions. No one would care if I go up to the school and shout a sign, "We're too innocent. Bring back the equality between violence and peace." They would think I'm fucking delusional.
Hello?
But to take action is what you have to do. Action is the only thing out of humanity that has made us this far, has brought us this far in a civilization. And society is collapsed. Civilization is no more. People don't see it, but we're on the brink of downfall. Like, not just the break, but the beginning of the end, basically. Everyone is born, works hard, and thinks that everything's going to be the same for hundreds of years. And technology will advance and that's it. But that's not how it happens. When the bell rings to end fifth hour, tomorrow, October 30th, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom. I will have my black jacket on, and I will walk behind someone, and I will shoot a bullet in their skull. Yeah, that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in that hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try and hit as many people as I can. I will reload, and I will find people hiding. I'm going to teach them a lesson of how they're wrong, of how they're being brainwashed. I understand that I'm going to prison for this. Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die.
Wow. Wow.
As funny as it may seem, I'm going to kill other people. I do not want to die.
Wow. Wow. Clearly a lot of forethought. I mean, the whole mundane 9 to 5, going to work, being a robot, which is what I used to do. I mean, he's not even working, but I mean, I understand that, or like paying taxes to the government, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we all know that shit. Clearly kid has a lot of issues, but like the whole thing too here, like I'm not gonna die, there's no death penalty. Like, damn, bro, you went and researched all that, I guess, and looked it up and made sure I don't want to die, but you're gonna kill all these people. A lot of premeditation and forethought, and I say screw his appeal. Keep that guy locked up forever. Don't ever give that guy no he wants to appeal the life sentence or whatever, with a life sentence with no parole. Screw that. Screw that. Definitely neglected by his parents. Definitely should have been getting help and therapy. You know, put his ass. Maybe he should have been in an asylum. They didn't bring the asylums back. He definitely needed help. I don't know. And I guess he felt bringing, like, he's gonna make these people pay and make them see, and then the apocalypse ending, whatever. You know, they've been talking about that shit forever. Like, yeah, times are bad. Like, shit. I wonder if we're gonna, in our lifetime, we're gonna see the end of the world. I don't know. We might. I'm not sure. You know, I don't think about it all the time, but we have all these wars and stuff happening, potential self-destruction. But they've been saying the next 20 years, the next 50 years, they've been saying that shit forever. So I'm not gonna dwell on it. But somebody with mental health and all these kind of problems, maybe they are. You know, maybe something like that would. I mean, I've gone through times where I would think about that. Yeah, maybe he does shock therapy. Yeah, he had a lot of forethought and planning and everything.
I realize how valuable life is. And I realized I broke the code of what's happening. I broke the code. I realized what is actually happening.
I was almost like, I don't know if that's delusions of grandeur. He thinks he's so important. Maybe that's why I didn't want to say his name. He thinks he's causing a rift in the world to cause some type of change, which this type of stuff happens all the time. He's you know, the families and victims are very affected, but this is what he must do to fix the world and stop the world from ending type of shit.
These people, they don't have the capabilities of understanding it. And so I'm going to teach the entire nation and the world of what's happening and how we're going to break down.
Yeah, you can't even look up.
I'm going to be using 6R SP2022. I brought it at Acme Firearms, Oxford, Michigan on Friday. It is a 9mm pistol.
Wow.
It takes 15+1 ammo capacity. I have 3 magazines for it. I've worn my mask for too long. I can't take it anymore. I've broke. I've fought it for years. And for years, lying to myself over and over again. But it's taught me the truth. There's no voices in my head. The voices are me. I am the voices. I am arguing with myself back and forth. I have 3 constant voices, and then there's me physically. And I'm doing whatever those 3 voices tell me to do, and one of them is always coming up on top. And that's the one that's taken over. That's what people call the demons. There are no demons. I am the demon. You are the demon. There is a demon in everyone that is the voice. The demon will take over. There's nothing I can do about it. My life is already on a downfall. If I don't do this, nothing will happen. The world will collapse. I will be in misery. I'll probably just end up in a useless career in the army and killing myself. What use is that? I have the chance to teach the world to become a better place. And I have to take that chance. I've missed many opportunities in my life, and I'm not missing this one. I'm going to try and flee the school for as long as I can until I get caught. There's so many people who think they're going to live a life, going to go to college, have a great career, get a family.
It's like he's jealous. They say hurt people hurt people. I guess he wanted to inflict pain. I think he gets I do think he enjoys maybe the attention he got out of this. The most attention he's ever gotten in his life. Probably, right? His parents weren't giving
Die
attention.
happily. But they don't know that in less than a day, I'm going to die, and their lives are going to be changed forever. I understand my consequences. I understand that people will put me in prison for this. I've already said goodbye to everything. I went for all the phases. I'm surprised I even do it today. I'm sorry for manipulating you, Mom and Dad. You have trust in me. I made sure you had trust in me, and I just disowned you. But you should know it's for a cause, and I am ruining my life and not yours.
Yo, he really thought it was just him. He took his parents down. If he was really felt like that too, he would have went and testified for his mother. But his attorney's telling him not, so he's doing an appeal. So that could have probably hurt his appeal. Maybe they can use it against him. Damn, bro, that is wild. I never heard that before. I never seen that before. Oh, I remember this whole video where Ethan Crumbley collapsed at work. Yeah. That kid had some serious problems. New video shows Ethan Crumbley's chaotic meltdown.
Your Honor, I'm going to play what is in my exhibits as S body cam jail footage. There are a few videos, but we have shortened them. This is sound, so I don't know if...
Let me just check. Is this watchable? I mean, I know they have it on YouTube already, but let me just make sure. Just skim it real quick. Okay, yeah, we can watch this. Damn, bro, look what they have this guy in. What in the heck? It's like a full bodysuit or something. It's like they just zipped him up or something. It's just the whole body. You just got to cover his whole face up and everything. And there's like a little mesh up top where he can try to slither some air out of. All right, let's check this out. See if we have time. These people, I mean, is anybody surprised that they're not back yet? They're supposed to be back a quarter to one. I put 1:45, my bad. They're supposed to be back at 12:45. I put 1:45. They're still not back. Anybody surprised? No. Okay, let's check this out in the meantime.
Your Honor, I'm going to play what is in my exhibits as S body cam jail footage. There are a few videos, but we have shortened them. This is sound, so I don't know if we can have your staff just make sure the sound is okay.
Oh, it's way too loud. Hold on. Yeah, trigger warning. I guess if anybody's, I don't know what we're going to watch, but it's supposed to be a meltdown. Some people say it's disturbing, so heads up.
Move to the next one.
You don't stop it. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? I know what you stop it. Please 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 stop it. Why did you stop it, God? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it, God?
You got what you wanted.
Stop it. Why did you stop it? You let it happen. Why? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, please, God. I'm sorry. sorry, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, God. Stay calm. Get out, get out, get out.
It looks, maybe that's the nurse. They need to give him the tranquilizer shit. The psychotic combination they gave him in the hospital, the psych ward. They used to give him I think it was Haldol, Benadryl, Ativan. They did give him a cocktail to calm him down. Yeah, I never seen that either. Wow. Somebody said, "How the hell is that legal?" I've never the contraption that they have them in. I've never seen that before. That whole like, it looks like it's from toe to head, and there's like a little mesh thing up top. I think they should have given him. I don't know what, because he was 15 at the time. So I don't know if they could do that or what kind of restrictions. They should have just given him that psych combination that I've seen them give him. People are kind of getting crazy. Cocktail injection.
Stop it, God. Stop, God. Stop pushing forward. God, stop, please, God. Oh, stop. 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 Stop it, please. God, just stop it. Why did you stop it? Stop it.
Spit cover? Are they that big though? To cover the whole face like that? Let me see what the spit covers look like. Some of the spit masks that I'm looking at, it's like either like all mesh, so you can, it's like it's more breathable. Let me see what else they got. Spit cover. Forehead for face. Oh, it's like a little guard. Yeah, I've seen different ones. I've never seen nothing like that with this. What Ethan has.
Let's lay back. Let's lay back. Stop it, God. Please stop it. You didn't 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 stop it. Sit there. You don't stop it. You don't stop it. You don't stop it. I didn't stop it. Remain calm. You're doing fine. Slowly over soon.
Held up Benadryl Ativan.
Oh God, you didn't stop it. Please tell me. Oh, no, I didn't stop it. I didn't stop it. I didn't stop it. Slowly over soon. Through the same time you will be patient. You didn't stop it. Remain calm. You're doing fine. Soon. Through the same time you will be patient.
Tase his ass. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Alright. Yep. On count three, you're gonna sit down. 1, 2, 3. Remain calm. You're doing fine. I'll allow you over stop it. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why don't you stop it? Please stop it. 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 Why did you stop it? God, why? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? God. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? You let it out.
All right. Doctor, what did we just witness?
So we witness a child in the throes of psychosis. Well, we just witnessed someone who's saying, God, why didn't you stop it? And that's exactly how psychosis works. You engage in an action, and somehow you don't understand the outcome of the consequences. He's having a panic attack and a break with reality.
We also hear him saying you could have saved her.
That is correct.
In any part of that video, do you see Ethan being violent?
No, ma'am.
Are mental health issues perfect? I mean, he's obviously been on medication now for a period of time, and things like this obviously can still happen. What is your explanation to that?
So, medications are not an exact science.
The devil.
There's different levels of titration. There are times when some medications work, and there are times when they don't always work, just like in the physical realm.
I want to move on to part 5.
All right, we have been listening in there.
Okay, stop right there. Yeah, the kid has issues. Do I particularly feel bad right there where they have him in a suit? No, not really. After he killed all those kids, no. But he does need help. For sure, he's been needing help for a long time. Yeah, there's a thing called consequences in life, whether you have mental health or not. And he's seeing that now, and unfortunately, all those other people are dead. But then, I mean, there's a part that's like, I guess maybe conflicted because he should have got help, right? His parents should have helped him. They should have. I don't know what they did and what they didn't do. You know, we still have to see what they're going to present on the other side. But it doesn't seem. I mean, it seems like they kind of brushed it off and chalked it off, type of stuff, you know. And they literally, I don't know, put a gun in his hand and trained him. I mean, I know that's normal out there too in those areas. I guess to you know, teach your kids, I guess, guns and stuff. They had shoot your gun before Wednesday, shoot your gun before you go to school Wednesdays or something, you know. So I guess that's like a culture out there of gun usage and all that stuff. But I mean, I don't know. I'm glad I heard that other video of this guy talking too and planning and plotting and knowing he's going to go to jail. And hey, at least they don't have a death sentence. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. And I don't think he should ever be let out. Fuck that. Never let his ass out. Yeah, get help. Get him some help in there. Some therapy. I don't know what they would have to do. Because maybe therapy in those jails or whatever is probably not the best, you know. I don't think that kid should ever be let out, man. Maybe let him get a job at the prison or something. He can work in the prison, doing something over there. But I don't think he should be reintegrated to society. I wonder how the victims' families feel about the parents, if they should be charged. Do they feel that they should be charged, or do they feel kind of? They probably feel they should be charged. Huh? He did get life without parole, but he's appealing life without parole. That's why I say that. He's currently appealing life without parole. Okay. That spit, it was on Amazon? Really? Okay. I did a quick image search. I didn't see one particularly like that. I seen some mesh spit hoods or like something that kind of covers like your face like this type of thing. But I never see no thing that goes over your head like this. And you're only breathing things like the top. You just got to like breathe through your top of your head and shit. It's like a little scrunchy at the top. I never seen that before. So maybe let me look on Amazon. Maybe they got that one. So he was having a psychotic break, is what the doctor says. I mean, right there in that moment after he killed those kids, like, no, I'm not feeling sympathetic. I do feel like for mental health and like he should have got help and his parents screwed that up and stuff, you know. Court is back. I think Court TV got kicked out. No way. For some reason, this channel's not showing it, but let me look up some other channels just to verify and see what's going on. Oh, there was another clip I was supposed to show. Oh, it is back. What the hell? They just got back though. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. If you can recall, what are the approximate dates that you used to work with the defendant?
Roughly 2017 to 2021.
Okay. Up until November of 2021?
Yes.
And what was your role with this company?
I worked under the operations director, so I was his direct assistant.
And who's his?
Andrew Smith.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Make sure you keep your voice nice and loud for us, okay?
Sorry.
It's all right. And what specifically did you do there?
I was the operations assistant, so I helped him with all of his daily calendaring and projects. I assisted other departments, administrative work.
Okay. And what about the defendant? What did she do, if you know?
She was the marketing director at the time.
Did the two of your work overlap?
Occasionally, we had meetings together sometimes. I prepared spreadsheets and things that she would receive as well. I'd help with some projects of hers as well.
Okay. Did the both of you work for Andrew Smith?
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you reported to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell us about the physical proximity between your respective workstations, you and the defendant.
She worked directly across the hall from me, so if I was sitting here, she was probably where you are, her office.
So I'm about 7 or 8 feet away, would that be right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And were you in an office or in a cubicle or different?
A cubicle.
Okay.
And her office was directly across the hall.
And the defendant was in an office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about Mr. Smith's office? Where was his at?
The office diagonal from mine. So I was on a corner and he was in the back corner.
Okay. So the three of you, generally speaking, were in the same proximity to each other?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specific to November of 2021, what hours would you generally work?
9 to 5.
Okay. And what about the defendant, if you know?
She got in earlier than me and she left around 4. I'm not sure what time she came in.
Again, nice and loud, please.
Sorry.
Pretend I'm at the very back and you're shouting at me. It's okay.
Okay.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
We were friendly coworkers. We talked on a daily basis, worked together.
Did you ever socialize with her outside of work?
No.
When you say you spoke with each other on a daily basis, tell us about that interaction, please.
In the morning, if you work in an office, you say good morning to people, you talk to them, you keep cordial relationships with everyone to keep the professional relationship normal.
Okay. So fair to say that you get in the morning and say hello when you got there?
We'd say good morning, ask about our days or nights, just kind of check in with each other.
Okay. Did you know that she was married?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met her husband?
No.
Did you know that she had a son?
Yes.
Had you ever met him?
No.
Did she ever talk about her son?
Not often, but occasionally.
Okay. And those occasional times that she spoke about her son was in a positive or negative context?
It wasn't either, really. It was kind of just, that he had bowling or he had, they were camping or, so it wasn't necessarily negative.
Okay. Now, in these conversations, would she keep you abreast of certain things that were happening in her life?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also keep you abreast of certain things happening in her son's life?
Not as much, but yes.
Okay. Did she tell you about any of his friends?
One friend.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
When I heard about the friend, it was just that he was leaving and she was concerned about her son being lonely with his only friend going away. That's really all I knew.
Do you recall, can you give us a time frame when this happened?
My time frame is kind of rough. I'm not sure exactly when I'm not sure when that happened.
Okay. It was before the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a year before the shooting, a week before the shooting, a month before the shooting? Or
It was
do you not
that
know?
year, maybe in the few months leading up to it,
Okay.
roughly, and I'm not positive on the timeline.
Did she ever tell you anything of a concerning nature about her son?
Just that he was lonely with his friend gone. So that's, always with teens, you always worry that they're going to be sad or lonely with that. They had a couple fights, but other than that, nothing crazy. There was one time where he had fainted at work. She mentioned that before too. But nothing that really stood out to me before the event.
Now, Ms. Holland, before we get into some of the specifics, just so we all understand, tell us sort of some of your job responsibilities as an assistant in operations.
I helped with a lot of claims. Andy was a lawyer, so he did a lot of the subrogation claims that came in through the apartments, so I worked on a lot of the claims. I worked with preparing spreadsheets and documents for other departments and for CFO and for marketing, to prep his calendar. I worked in other departments and did projects for them as well. So I would kind of do audits of vendors, lots of things. Operations was kind of a catch-all.
Okay.
So I kind of had my hand in a lot of different departments.
And how long did you work with Mr. Smith?
I was with the company for 5 years. I was with Andy probably for 4 of those 5 years. We were in the legal department for 1 year, and then I was his assistant for two or three.
Okay. And how long did you work with the defendant?
We were close at probably for those 2 years, roughly, when I worked with Andy, and we were in the same corporate together.
Okay.
So there's a lot of shifting in the company.
Now, you said you were friendly at work, but you didn't socialize outside of work?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow her on social media?
We were friends on social media, yeah.
Did you keep that public or private?
It was public, like you could see we were friends. A lot of my coworkers, just in any company, I friend everyone that asks, but I don't necessarily follow their feed. It's just something I like to do, so I don't like to see all of my coworkers' lives all the time. So we were friends on Facebook, but I didn't see her day-to-day posts.
Okay. And that's a setting that you selected?
Yes.
Okay.
For almost everyone I work with.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention now to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Do you recall if Jennifer was also working?
She was.
Okay. Now, do you recall if you had an initial conversation with her in the morning when she got to work?
Yes. We kind of just had the good morning, check in with each other. So we did talk briefly in the morning.
Now, you mentioned that she had talked to you about fights before. Did she tell you about a fight the night before?
It was brief. She just mentioned that they had a fight. I'm not sure who initiated it. I didn't ask questions. It was kind of just, I asked her how her night went, how is she?
Mm-hmm.
She said she had a rough night, that they had a fight.
Did she say who's they?
No, it sounded like it was all of them, but she said that Ethan was out of the house and she locked him.
She locked him out of the house?
Yes.
Did you have a response to that?
No, I kind of I didn't really ask questions. I didn't push it or anything. I just kind of let it go.
Okay.
It was the morning.
Did you give her any indication? Well, let me ask you this. What did you think about that?
I kind of just gave a look and,
What do you mean give a look?
kind of just like surprised,
Okay.
but I didn't really go into detail about
Did
it.
she react to your surprised look?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Did she say anything else about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Now, in the past, the 2 years that you had worked with Jennifer, you said that she would occasionally talk about her son. You have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, I was just listening.
That's all right. No, that's fine.
Yes.
And you were aware that his the defendant was afraid that he would be lonely. Is that right?
Mhm.
Is that
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you about things going around in the home that caused her concern, or at least enough concern to talk to you about?
Around the home, the only thing that was concerning, I don't remember when this happened. She just mentioned that he was hearing things in the house, but I didn't hear. She didn't go into detail about it, or I didn't ask questions. But
Now, as far as time frame, are you able to give the jury an idea of a month, a week, a year prior to the shooting, or you're not
it
sure?
was within the year. I want to say within, again, maybe 6 months, 7 months. I don't remember, but it was definitely the year of the shooting.
Okay. Now, in regards to the conversation you had with her on November the 30th about the fight that the defendant had the night before, did the defendant tell you that she had locked him out of the house before?
I thought maybe I don't remember the exact conversation. I tried to think back at it, and I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So what stands out to you the most about that conversation?
I mean, just that was the end of a fight, and how it was handled.
And how the defendant handled it?
Yeah, I'm not sure who did it, but they just said that he was locked out. I don't know who did it.
Okay. Now, we know from other evidence that's been admitted already that Jennifer arrived to your place of employment at 9:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if you arrived before or after?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Usually I arrived after her, though, so I would assume that, but
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine.
yeah.
After you had that conversation with the defendant, are you aware if she received a phone call?
I believe so. And she received a phone call in the morning. Yes.
That morning of November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Were you made aware of who called her?
I believe first call, I believe it was from the school. Yes.
From, do you know which school?
Oxford.
Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when she received the phone call?
I was, yes.
Okay. Now, when I say there, in her office, or were you in your own workspace?
I was in my own workspace.
When she received the phone call, was her door to her office open?
Yes.
So if her office was about the distance between me and you, where would she be seated at inside the office?
She's probably a little bit further back, so the first row of seats was probably where she was sitting.
So maybe 15, 20 feet?
Yeah, because she sat a little bit further back in her office, and I was a little pushed back from my wall too, so there was a little bit of distance. But
Okay. And how were you able to tell who called her?
I just heard the phone call. I didn't know who called her at first, but she mentioned she had a call from the school afterwards.
Okay, so she told you about the phone call afterwards?
Yes.
And do you tell me about that conversation?
She received a call, and there was another call afterwards, so there was a little bit of time in between the call. But she talked to me as she was about to leave because of the call. So she came over and showed me something on her phone and said she had to go.
Do you remember what she showed you?
She showed me the drawing that her son had drawn at school.
Okay. Did she tell you how she got that drawing?
She said the school had sent it to her.
Okay. And how did she show it to you?
It was on her phone, and she just held it up and she said, "This is what I got from school today."
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I looked at it and I thought it was scary. I thought it was intimidating to see the pictures that were on there.
And what was Jennifer's response?
She didn't seem overly worried, but she didn't seem like she was blowing it off. I think she was getting ready to go to the school. She was coming over to let me know she was leaving. I don't think Andy was there yet. So it was more of like if you see him, let him know.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that there's surveillance footage that shows her leaving at 10:12 a.m., does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So just so we have an idea of the chronology of November the 30th, and I know you want to be accurate, so I want to make sure that this is all accurate. Jennifer arrived at 9:04 a.m. You don't dispute that.
No.
Okay. You arrived close in time, the same time?
Probably close in time. I was usually, sometimes things happen and I'm a little later, but I was usually there at or around 9.
Okay. And then you had your typical initial check-in conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Okay. And in that conversation is when she shared with you about the fight the night before?
Yes.
And then sometime later, you were aware that she received that phone call and then she left that night?
Yes.
Okay. From the time that she left at 10:12 a.m. and went to the school, before she came back, did you have any conversation with her?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Did you see her again that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see her again back at your employment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any phone calls or texts with her from the time that she was gone to the time she came back?
No.
Okay. So if evidence showed that she arrived back at work at 11:24, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with her when she came back to work?
Yes.
All right, tell me about that, please.
She came in and it was kind of just, she has kind of a sarcastic personality, so when she came in, she kind of visibly slumped and was, said, I feel like a failure as a parent. And she said that there was the meeting at the school and that there were the drawings and they were worried about him and that he needed to get into counseling within 48 hours.
Okay. What was your response?
I just said that was, I said I was sorry. I think I said something along the lines of that, just showing concern and compassion for what was going on. She went into a little more detail about the drawing and talked to me about it. And
did she show you the drawing while she gave you detail about it?
I know I saw it before the meeting, but I don't remember if she showed it to me again, to be honest. So I don't remember if I saw it after too.
Okay.
But we talked about it, and I just remember telling her that, it was scary, and, maybe she should spend some time with him to make her feel better.
Did she ask your advice?
She didn't ask for it, no.
Okay. But what was the advice that you gave?
I just said that I think I would have brought my son home if it had happened to me. Something along the lines of that. I just said I would have brought my son home.
Okay. So if she arrived back at 11:24 a.m. and we know that she left at 1:18 p.m., do you recall about what time you had that conversation with her?
No, it was right after she got back. I think when she was coming in, she stopped at my desk. And
Oh, before she even went to her office?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't remember though. But it was very quick when she did.
Okay. After you had the conversation with her about the drawing and you giving your advice on it, did you speak with her again?
Not until she left for the day.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
That was when she got the call. I'm not sure who called her, but somehow she got the notification that there was the shooting at the school. And she very abruptly, very, like anyone, jumped up and was nervous, scared, ran out the door.
Did you understand what was happening?
I mean, at first, no, but then she went over and told Andy, and I sit, my desk is kind of on two back walls that are full, and then kind of like this, 2 half walls, so I can hear anything that's going on. So she told Andy, and that's how I learned what happened.
Okay. And if I told you it was 1:18 p.m., would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with her after that?
No, I reached out to her just because I didn't know any part of the situation. I didn't know if it was her son. I didn't know if it was someone else. I didn't know. So I reached out to her and just told her I was thinking of her and I hope everything's okay. But we didn't talk. She didn't respond.
She did not respond?
No.
And one more here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holland, you have previously testified in a hearing in court about this case, correct?
Yes.
And that hearing took place back in April of 2022. Do you recall that?
Was it April?
Would it be spring?
Yeah, I thought it was maybe February.
Oh, it might have been.
I don't believe it was April though.
I'm sorry, you're correct. February 24th, 2022?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that would be a lot closer in time than obviously now.
Correct.
And in addition to that, when law enforcement was investigating, you cooperated with law enforcement and did interviews with them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, on December 10th, 2021, you wrote a statement about anything you knew regarding the Crumbleys, correct?
Yes.
And the law enforcement wanted to know information about Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley and their son. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And on that date, you provided, I don't know, you it looks like you typed the statement out on December 10th, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send it to law enforcement that same day?
I sent it to the company attorney. I don't know what they did with it after.
Okay, and if you need to see your statement, let me know. I will have a couple of questions about it. So I just want to make sure I understand you, you're involved in this case a little bit in the investigation. You were involved?
Yes.
You wrote the statement?
Yes.
And you've testified once before?
Yes.
Now, when you testified before, you were directly asked if you were friends with Jennifer Crumbley. Your answer was, no, we are not friends, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley is not someone that you consider to be a friend to you.
Correct.
And you guys were polite enough at work, talking back and forth?
Yes.
And you were polite enough to be friends on Facebook, but didn't really monitor or pay attention to her page.
Correct.
Now, you are aware, obviously, that Mrs. Crumbley had a son named Ethan.
Yes.
And on November 30th, there were a couple of times that day we can agree that Mrs. Crumbley was concerned about her son.
Yes.
When she came into work on November 30th, she told you there had been an argument the night before.
Yes.
And it's your testimony, you can't remember any details about the argument, but you remember something about Mrs. Crumbley saying she locked him out.
There was an argument. I didn't ask questions or go into detail. I didn't think it was something I wanted to really engage in. She mentioned there was a fight, and she mentioned that he was locked out.
You don't know anything about him being locked out, any details beyond him that there was a claim he was locked out?
Correct.
So you don't know if he was locked out because he made an accident and left keys in the house, or if Jennifer Crumbley intentionally locked him out. You don't know the context around any of that, correct? I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Now, when she was talking to you about going over to this, when she was talking to you about Ethan Crumbley, she expressed that she was concerned specifically about him being lonely, correct?
Yes.
And she also said that she also appeared to be concerned about the drawing when she saw that.
Yes.
And she showed you a picture of the drawing.
Yes.
And ultimately, when she left to go to the school, she appeared to be very nervous and scared. You testified to that.
When she went to the meeting?
When she went to the school the second time.
Responding to the shooting?
Yes.
Yes, she was then.
She was very nervous and scared, and that's when you testified she ran quickly out the door, correct?
Yes.
When she went to the school the first time, there was not any hesitation expressed to you about going over to the school to meet with the counselor, correct?
I felt like there was maybe a little hesitation. I think she called her husband first. So it wasn't an immediate leave to go there.
At that time, there wasn't anything like a shooting going on or something crazy urgent in the same way there was in the afternoon, correct? Yes. So she left the office, though, and she did physically go meet with the school, and then she returned back to the office.
Yes.
You and Mrs. Crumbley discussed the time, the appointment she had over with the school and the school counselor.
Yes.
It was your understanding that she planned to get counseling for her son.
I don't know. She said it was a requirement from the school. I don't know what her plans were.
Okay, so she said that the school wanted her to get counseling.
Yes.
And she didn't tell you, I'm not getting him counseling, or I think that's a garbage request, correct?
Correct.
And you gave her some advice, being, I think it would be nice if you spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
And you suggested maybe they go have a mother-son experience, like seeing a movie or taking him out, just the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you know Jennifer from work, as you've described, but you don't know Ethan Crumbley at all.
Correct.
It's also fair to say that you don't have teenagers of your own that you parent on a daily basis.
Correct.
So any advice you gave to Mrs. Crumbley about you should spend time with them, go see a movie.
You ain't even got kids.
You don't have
That's
personal
offense.
experience about
Oh,
a
hell
mother-son
no.
experience with a teenager, correct?
I'm a parent, but no, not of a teenager. I still feel like I have instincts as a parent.
No, you don't.
To
Does she have a dog? If she got a dog, then
how
that counts.
how I would handle that situation.
Okay, so you have judgments about how you feel Mrs. Crumbley handled that situation. Fair to say?
I wasn't judging her. I was giving her what I would do.
Okay, well, right now, saying what you have
Just
your
said.
own personal opinions, those are the
argument, Judge.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you've never met Ethan Crumbley, and you don't have much awareness of how much time Mrs. Crumbley would spend with him. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, although you guys were Facebook friends, you testified you obviously did not follow her on Facebook and see every single post, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you are aware on Facebook she would post about a variety of topics.
Yeah, I saw a few things, yes.
So some of the things you saw were about her horses.
Yes.
There's definitely pictures she posted, including her son.
I don't think I saw her son.
Pictures of holidays.
I don't think I saw holidays.
Pictures of, and do you recall seeing, you don't recall seeing any pictures of her son?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing photographs of the family home?
When she was working on it, but she would show me pictures too, so I don't know if I saw that on Facebook or if she showed it to me.
So one of the interests Mrs. Crumbley would talk to you about is home improvement, doing things, house projects.
Yes.
Were you aware that Mrs. Crumbley went camping with her son and on vacations?
Yes.
Did you ever see the photographs of those things and boating and things along those lines on Facebook?
I don't recall. I don't think so. But they, like I said, they might have been posted, but I didn't follow a lot of my coworkers, so I didn't see a lot of their posts unless I was actually friends with them and hung out with them and interacted with them outside of work. I didn't really see their posts. I didn't follow them. So she may have posted it, but I didn't see it.
It's fair to say you have no personal awareness of any of those things, whether they were on Facebook or happening in her life, correct?
Correct. A lot of the times, unless she showed it to me, I wouldn't see it online.
So it's fair to say that there were certainly topics going on in her life, if those topics are true, like posting pictures on holidays and things like that, activities with her son that you're just not aware of.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you were alarmed by seeing the math paperwork when you first saw the worksheet, correct?
Yes.
The drawings on the page did not concern you so much that you expected there would be a school shooting later that day, correct?
Without context, yes, correct.
You didn't expect that some major tragedy would unfold based on what you saw in that photograph.
Correct.
And you were aware that Mrs. Crumbley had returned to work and her son had stayed in school.
Correct.
You agree with me that Jennifer Crumbley, and I believe you testified to this on direct, can have a sarcastic personality.
Correct.
So there's oftentimes things where Jennifer will say something, but you can tell because you know her that she's being sarcastic.
Yes.
Now, when she said she's a failure as a parent, you said that seemed sarcastic to you.
Yes.
It's also fair to say that while that may have been partially sarcastic, Jennifer Crumbley was certainly expressing concern to you that day about her son.
Maybe. I don't know if it was concern. She was showing me the photo. She told me a lot of stories. But she showed me in a normal manner. She didn't seem overly upset or concerned about it. But
okay. When you've testified previously, obviously it was closer in time to November 30th of 2021. Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was the question.
Is
Yes.
that okay?
Yes, I did.
And when you testified that day about what Jennifer Crumbley said, you were asked, what did she say? And I'm on page 136 of the transcript. You said they were concerned with his drawing and they were concerned that he may be feeling badly, and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
And so based on her saying that she was concerned, you're saying now that you don't know if she truly was concerned? Is that your point?
I think at the time I was assuming she was concerned, but like I was trying to portray now, I don't know how she felt. I didn't ask her how she felt. She didn't tell me how she felt. She came over and showed it to me and we talked about it, but she didn't say anything specific.
Do you recall being asked by Miss McDonald, I'm on page 137 of the transcript, what was her, meaning Jennifer Crumbley's, demeanor when she was talking to you about this? And you testified, my initial thought was it was a little sarcastic, the way she said she felt like a failure. As she was talking, it was a little concerned.
Okay.
Meaning Mrs. Crumbley was a little concerned.
Okay. Yes.
It's fair to say over time, you're looking back at what happened on November 30th with more information than you had as that day unfolded, correct?
Correct.
What happened on November 30th when kids were killed, people were injured, that was something you never expected in your own head, correct?
Correct.
When there was news that there was an open shooter at the school, it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley appeared to be very surprised and shocked that that was unfolding.
Yes.
And we can agree that looking back at the events of November 30th, you have different information today than you had now, correct?
Correct.
And over these 2 years that have elapsed, you have had zero contact with Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
And you have had contact, however, with the prosecutor's office.
Correct.
You had contact with the prosecutor's office about your testimony today.
Correct.
And about your testimony back at the preliminary exam, some of the testimony I referred to.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I please have one moment?
Sure.
I have nothing further.
Redress.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Allen. When we met with you, what did we tell you to do?
To tell the truth.
Is that what you're doing today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to refer you back to the same page that counsel's examination. You were asked, okay, this is starting at line 9. How would you describe the writings on the worksheet? Your answer was disturbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the question, okay, what was your response? Answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, I'm sorry, you said what? Your answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, okay. Answer, that he would draw that. Question, line 18. And what was her response? Line 19, she agreed. So that's, you recall that conversation with Jennifer Crumbley?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the comment that Jennifer Crumbley made to you on the morning of November the 30th, 2021, did she tell you that her son locked himself out or she locked him out?
Your Honor, I would object because I believe the witness has said she doesn't know. Or she answered me that she didn't know.
Well, do you know do you know?
I don't know. I know that there was a comment made that he was locked out. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, let me ask you. The comment was he was locked out.
Yes.
Okay, but she didn't go into any specifics.
Your Honor, I would object to further questions on this, that the witness has already answered the question.
Well, I guess I would have to say that once we asked the question, you asked the question, I was confused.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, but you don't know.
I know that there was the comment that he was locked out, but I don't know how that happened.
Her exact words, the best you can recall.
To the best that I can recall was that he was locked out.
Okay, those are the words from Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Right, you can step down. Who's the next witness?
Detective Story, she should be here in the hallway, Judge. I'll just need a few minutes to set this up.
Detective what? Story? Detective.
Yeah.
don't know what that is. All right. It's kind of mumbled to me.
Yeah, she
Don't
can't
it.
see it, so it's on. Yeah.
Don't fraternize with the coworkers. It'll bite you in the bum. It's true. It can come and bite you. Come back, snitch. I don't do it no more. I told you so. Sometimes.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is a true self you got?
I do.
Right, could you step in, have a seat, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Adam Stoyak, ADAMSTOYEK.
Go ahead.
EK.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
Close.
I'm a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's
Alright, cool.
Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Just under 12 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Just under 4 years.
Where exactly is your, well, that's a bad question. You're a detective at what substation?
I'm assigned to the city of Pontiac.
Okay, so you work out of the Pontiac substation?
Correct.
Okay. And what sort of things do you do there?
Investigate crime reports that come in on a daily basis. We have periods of being on call, investigating homicides, assaults, things like that.
Okay. Now, prior to being a detective, what did you do?
I spent some time in the corrections division. I was in the courthouse, went to road patrol where I worked in Pontiac, different shifts in Pontiac. I was a school resource officer in Pontiac for a short period, and then I got moved up to the detective bureau about 4 years ago.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working?
I was.
Were you made aware of the shooting at the Oxford High School that day?
I was.
And tell us, please, where were you when you were made aware of that shooting?
I was at the Pontiac substation at my desk.
Okay. And how was it that you came to learn about the shooting?
I had the my computer screen up, which had all the pending and active sheriff's office calls in the county, and I actually saw the call at the school go up on the pending calls on the screen, and I read it.
Okay. What do you mean by that? You saw it up on the pending call on the screen?
So yeah, it has like the active calls going on within the sheriff's department, and then on the bottom it will have like calls that haven't been dispatched yet. And I saw the one at the high school go out, and I read what about the multiple calls that was going on at the high school. When I alerted the rest of the detectives that was going on at the high school, and we all responded.
Okay. When you say we all responded, tell me what happened, please.
Initially, we got there, it was still pretty active, so my partner and I kind of linked up with a couple different guys, and we were searching classrooms. Some of the classrooms were still occupied by students, assisted with escorting them out of the school. Eventually, they called everybody to the front of the school, and we were tasked with searching certain classrooms.
Okay.
And we did that.
Now, what specific area of the school did you go to clear?
Initially, we went towards where the gymnasium was, towards the cafeteria and the gymnasium, which I believe was on the southwest corner of the school.
Okay. And you said some of the classrooms were still occupied?
Correct.
Occupied by whom?
Students and teachers.
Okay. So tell us how that process worked to clear these rooms.
Yeah, so in a couple of the classrooms, the teachers were kind of initially hesitant to open the door. Kind of had to go back and forth with them explaining that we were the police, and eventually they did open the door. There wasn't really a whole lot of words exchanged. Everybody just kind of looked at you and didn't really just kind of listen to what you told them to do. They were, escorted out of the school, and we would clear the classroom to make sure there was nobody else in the classroom.
Okay. You said at some point while you were on scene, you were redirected to the office area of the school?
Yeah, they had like a command post kind of started in the front of the school. And we were directed there.
And tell me what happened next.
Command officers were having us link up in teams, and they would give us specific classrooms to go search just to make sure that the classrooms were unoccupied and there was no one else inside.
Okay. And you did that assignment?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, were you tasked with going to 112 East Street in Oxford?
Yeah, at some point after we cleared the classrooms, Lieutenant Hicks gathered a few of the Pontiac detectives, and we were told to go to 112 East Street and secure the residence prior to a search warrant being drafted.
So why were you directed to that specific residence?
That was the residence of Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay. And so I take it at that point in time, the school shooter was in custody?
Correct.
And officers had learned his identity, where he resided, and who his parents were?
Correct.
Okay. So did you go there?
I did.
At that point in time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
Okay, so did you have any information if there were going to be other casualties or anything else going on?
No, so at that time we didn't know if the house was going to be occupied or, we didn't really have a clue what we were going into.
Okay. Who did you go there with?
My partner, Detective McPherson.
Any other officers?
Detective Peschke at the time, Detective Steele, Deputy Zajac was there, Deputy Mozak. I think eventually Agent Brandon came too.
Okay. From the ATF?
Correct.
Okay. So you're a detective on that day. Are you wearing plain clothes or uniform?
Plain clothes.
So were some of the officers uniformed?
Correct.
Okay. So tell us what you see when you arrive, please.
When I got there, the James and Jennifer were being escorted out of the house by deputies.
Okay. And tell me what's at this location? Is it a single family residence? Is it a multi-unit dwelling?
Yeah, it's a single family residence.
Okay. So you told us that you went there to secure the scene pending search warrant. What does that mean?
Yeah, so you'll go there just to do an initial sweep of the residence to make sure no one's inside. You don't want anybody coming inside, obviously. It's more of a preservation of evidence thing to make sure that nothing gets taken from the house prior to the search warrant being completed.
Okay, is that something that occurs in every case with a search warrant?
Yeah, generally, right.
Okay. Now, search warrant, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's authorization from a judge or magistrate to enter a person's dwelling and to seize certain items.
Correct.
Okay. And was your understanding that the search warrant was being obtained for that location?
Yes.
So when you enter a dwelling to secure it, do you actually search at that point?
Prior to the search warrant?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just kind of doing an initial sweep to make sure no one's hiding inside. There's no one inside that's not supposed to be. You're just holding the house until you get a search warrant.
Okay, so your focus is looking for other individuals, but not for items.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for individuals, but I mean, obviously, if there's things in plain sight, you're still observing things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been admitted, Judge, so the court is clear as well as the defense counsel. Every exhibit we have on here, we've already gone through, and the court has already ruled to be admissible.
That's what we did last night when you guys left.
So this is exhibit 161. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
Okay, so what is this that I'm sorry, 162. Thank you. What am I showing you right here?
It looks like that'd be a sketch or a drawing of 112 East Street.
Okay, so this is a sketch of the home if you were looking down on it. Would that be right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So would you call this a small home or a large home?
It's a fairly small home.
Okay. I'm going to move on here to 164. First of all, tell us how many bedrooms were in this home?
There was 3 bedrooms and a bathroom and then a basement as well.
All right, so going back to 162 here.
And these are all admitted, right?
Correct, Judge.
Yes, pursuant to prior court rulings or stipulation.
Okay. So if you could show us, please, tell us about the layout. So tell us where the front door is. I see that at the top of the drawing there. Is that correct?
Yeah, towards where the sheriff's office emblem, you can kind of see the indentation, which would be the front door.
Okay. And the front door opens to a living room and dining room?
Yep, correct. You walk in, there was a living room to the right. To the left was kind of a smaller dining room. You walk into the kitchen, which is visible there. Just off the kitchen, there's a small hallway, bedroom to the right, bathroom straight ahead, then another bedroom. You walk down that small hallway, it looks like there's it says washer and dryer. That would lead you into the master bedroom. Off the master bedroom, there's a backyard. And then off the master bedroom, near where it says washer and dryer, were the stairs to the basement.
Okay. So when we're saying master bedroom, is this a room that was added onto the home, or was it naturally the master bedroom? What was your impression of when we went there?
Yeah, so to me, it was a master bedroom. It looks like it had adult clothing in it. It had a king bed. It had just more stuff in it. it was clearly that was the adult's bedroom.
Okay, and you obtained information what individual stayed in which rooms, all right, prior to entering? Or
Correct.
At least prior to executing the search warrant.
Correct.
Okay. So let us know as we go through some of these pictures if you need to refer back to this.
Okay.
So here's 164. So did you learn if the shooter had one bedroom or two bedrooms?
Two bedrooms.
Okay. And so which bedroom is this that we're looking at?
So when you come in off the kitchen, there was the hallway. There was a bedroom to the right. There was a bathroom straight ahead. This would have been the bedroom to the left.
Okay.
Immediate left in the hallway.
So photographs are generally taken when a search warrant is executed. Is that right?
Correct.
Are those photographs taken before or after things are disturbed?
It kind of depends on if someone at the scene is able to take pictures before, if there's an evidence technician.
Okay.
Generally, before we go in and search, there'd be pictures taken.
In this case, there was an evidence tech available. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was Detective Bizio, I believe?
Correct.
Okay, so these pictures were taken before the search was executed.
Yes.
So for lack of a better term, this is the natural state of the home you found in November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here in this photograph, Exhibit 164?
Yeah, so I was made aware this was the shooter's bedroom. The bed was covered with various things. There's some school books on it. There was targets visible on the wall that there was apparent to be bullet holes in them.
Okay, I'm going to do another angle here. This is 165. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so that was, the shooter had a dresser, it looked like TV. There was things all over the floor. There was things all over the place, really.
Okay. So that boarded up window in the back, that was adjacent to the master bedroom, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the picture that we just looked at with the targets on the wall, that would be if you were taking this picture behind you.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to tell why that window was boarded up?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know why that was boarded up. I was never made aware why that was boarded up.
And that led to the master bedroom, is correct?
I would believe so.
Okay.
That would lead to the master bedroom.
So this is one.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would have no objection for the prosecutor to just say why that's boarded like that, just so it's clear for the jury, so I don't have to go back to it. We don't.
I don't know if he knows. You know?
I asked the witness because I wasn't
Do
there.
you know? You don't know.
Wait, that's not our question.
Yeah.
I'm
He
just
doesn't
saying
know.
that he could, Mr. Keys could say it if he wanted to.
Okay, he doesn't. The witness doesn't know those.
Okay.
So, okay, this is 166. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, just a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And 167 is also the same bedroom, but other angle?
Yep.
Okay. And this was identified as one of the shooter's bedrooms?
Correct.
168, same bedroom?
Correct.
And 169, this is the same bedroom as well? It's the closet in that room?
Yes.
And this is 171, just a different angle from that closet?
Correct.
Okay, 172. Are these the targets that we saw initially in Exhibit 164?
Yes.
Okay. And have these targets been used or unused?
Yeah, they appear to be used.
Okay. That's 172. 173, this is just further down the wall with one of the two targets?
Yes.
This is 174. This is another picture. This is of the shooter's bed.
Yep.
Again, 175, the same bedroom?
Correct.
Now this is 176. This is the nightstand in that room. Would that be right?
Correct.
Right. And 177. So you had talked about that the shooter was identified to have two bedrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the second of the two bedrooms?
Yep, so that was the bedroom on the right side of the hallway, just across from the bedroom we were just looking at.
Okay. So again, this photograph was taken before the search warrant was actually executed.
Correct.
So it's 177. This is 178. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
179. This is the closet of that bedroom?
Yes.
This is 183. This is on the bed of that bedroom. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay. 184. Same bedroom, different angle?
Correct.
185. Same bedroom. This is the TV in that room?
Correct.
All right, this is 186, again, same room.
Yes.
This is 188. There was one bathroom in the home?
Yep, that was when you walk in that hallway, bedroom to the right, the bathroom is straight ahead, and the other bedroom's to the left.
Okay, and this photograph fairly accurately depicts the condition of the bathroom on November the 30th?
It does.
It's 188. Okay, this is 189. Sir, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Yeah, so when you walk out of that hallway, you'd go down another hallway, and there was what was described to me as the master bedroom. When you walked in, that was the bed that was in the bedroom, and there was an open gun box with an empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed.
Okay. Now, is this the condition that this gun case and empty box of ammunition were found on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay. And that's on the master bedroom?
Yes.
Bed?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 191. This is the same master bedroom. Another bedroom. This is on the nightstand?
Correct.
This is 192, the same room?
Yes.
Again, 193, this is also the same room?
Correct.
And 194, what are we looking at here?
So when you walk into the bedroom, immediately to the right of the door.
The master bedroom?
Yeah, the master
Okay.
bedroom was an armoire.
Okay. 195, this is the same armoire with a slightly different perception?
Correct.
196, is this still the room?
Yep, so that would be the door that would lead out to the backyard, and then a TV stand with various drawers and things in it.
Okay. And were these drawers eventually searched?
They were.
197, same TV stand?
Correct.
198, it's the same room, just a different angle?
Yep.
199, again, same master bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, this is Exhibit 200. Sir, just so we're clear, moving back to Exhibit 197. These drawers were searched?
Correct.
Okay. Were you actually directed where to go to?
I was.
Okay. Who directed you?
James Crumbley.
Okay. And so specific to the, if we're looking at this photograph, the right drawer, I'm sorry, not drawer, you tell me, which area did you find what was located here in Exhibit 200?
Yeah, so when you're looking at that picture, to the right door there, you open that up, and there was two shelving, shelves on it, and the gun safe was on the top shelf.
And who told you where to look for that?
James Crumbley did.
Okay. And that's already been admitted into evidence, and that has a locking mechanism on it?
It does.
Okay, were you told what the combination is?
I was.
Objection. Your Honor, just irrelevant to Jennifer's case, unless the information came from her.
Okay, well,
What James would say is hearsay to this officer, so I would object for that reason.
Isn't it?
Judge, it's relevant because the firearm was found in the defendant's home, shared home.
Okay.
And it shows how the officer opened the case and recovered other weapons in the trial.
Your Honor,
okay, but what he said is hearsay. So you had a conversation with James Crumbley.
Yeah.
And then you found that case and opened it.
Correct.
And Judge, I'm sorry, she also testified, or she also said in her statement to the officer yesterday, Joe Bryan, in an interview that was admitted as evidence that she knew where the firearm was found. And later on today...
Your Honor, she did not say that.
Like,
she did not say that in the video. Or she did not talk about these firearms.
Sergeant Pesky is going to testify later on today. We're going to admit an in-car video where Jennifer's recordings will be admitted as an exhibit, and she's asked specifically about this.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the jury wait until then, because I disagree with the prosecution's description of what that evidence will show.
Okay, but he already testified they had a conversation with James Crumbley, and they went to this location, and that he then opened that safe.
Yes.
Isn't that sufficient?
How did he open the safe is important. I mean, did you have to crack open the safe?
I did not.
Okay. So you were given the code to open the safe?
Correct.
Okay. And were things recovered from that safe?
Yes.
Okay. So without having to crack open the safe to recover the items, you learned how to open it?
I did.
Okay. And then how did you open the safe?
Your Honor, I object to him saying what the code was, because Jennifer Knowledge had no awareness of the code, and that's what the prosecution is hoping to slip in here as hearsay that James told this officer.
He said he had a conversation with James, and then he opened the safe. He didn't say that Jennifer gave him the code.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, true.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you talked to James Crumbley, and he gave you the code for the safe.
He did.
Okay. And tell us how you got in the safe.
By using the code that he gave me.
And what was it?
It was 000.
Okay. And that's the default code for that case.
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 200. Okay. Now this is 201. We're looking at the same drawer here. I keep calling it a drawer. It's better called a shelf, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's
okay.
more of a shelf.
Okay. So we have this case that's been admitted in evidence, and then it looks like an article of clothing. And then underneath that, what did you find?
It was a holster, which is on the right there, and then 2 magazines, and there was a baggie of bullets in the back. Can't really see it there.
Okay. And this is 202. You see 2 magazines and a baggie of bullets. That wasn't on the shelf when you walked into the bedroom, right? So that's what you pulled out of there?
Yeah, so that was at that point it had been removed from the shelf and it was placed into the bag, and the magazine was placed on the top of the TV stand there.
Okay. So this is 203. Again, this is the locking case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us what was found in the locking case.
So I located a 22 Kel-Tec handgun and then a 22 Derringer. The Kel-Tec's the black handgun and the Derringer is the silver handgun with the brown handle on it and some ear protection.
So this is what it appeared, and this is what it looked like when you opened the case initially?
Yes.
Okay. Here's 204. What is this?
That's the 22 Derringer.
This is just a closer room. We already have that in there. 205 is the same firearm, just from a different angle?
Correct.
Okay, 210, what are we looking at?
That's the 22 Kel-Tec that was recovered from the safe.
At 211, this is a close-up view of the Derringer?
Correct.
Okay, 212, when we're going back to one of the shooter's bedrooms, we saw that Packer's helmet in a different photograph. Is this a close-up view of the nightstand?
Correct.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
Those would be spent shell casings from fired from a weapon.
Okay. And that's the condition in which you observed it on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
Sir, is that 212 or 213?
That's 212, so I think we just have a 213 is slightly similar picture. All right, 216. This isn't a real firearm, is it?
No, there's I believe it was a BB or a Pelican. It wasn't a.
But that's where it was found in the shooter's bedroom on November the 30th, 2021?
Yeah, on the computer chair in the shooter's bedroom.
Okay, 217, just a slightly different picture. 218, what are we looking at here?
That would be a drawer from the dresser in one of the shooter's bedrooms.
219, same drawer?
Correct.
Okay. The 220, what's this?
It's an empty bottle of whiskey next to one of the shooter's beds.
Okay. Now, judging by the wall color, would that be the same bedroom that the targets were found?
Correct.
Right. Here's 221. This is the same bottle of whiskey, correct? Or empty bottle?
Yeah, just at the end of the bed, just sitting on the floor.
Okay. The 222, what is this?
That was a notebook that was recovered from one of the drawers in the bedroom, dresser drawers in the bedroom.
The 223, what is this?
These were various knives that were found in the bedroom.
Okay, where were they found?
I believe right on, I think that's on the one of the shelving units in the room.
Okay, so one of the earlier pictures saw a wall shelving unit. Would this be a close-up view of that?
Correct.
Okay. This is 231. Now, what's this a picture of?
Yes, this would be that door would be the front door if you were exiting the residence. When you're coming into the residence, to your immediate right was the couch. That TV was on the wall, which was facing the front of the house. So that was a view of the living room.
Okay, so the door that we see on the right-hand side there, that's the front entrance door.
Correct.
Okay. So this is what you would, when you walk into the house, this is what you walk into?
Yes.
Okay. That's 231. This is 232. What's this?
Same thing. When you'd immediately walk into the house, that's what you observe. That's the living room area, the couches. The TV would be just in front of that.
233.
Same thing, just a different view. So this angle would show that hallway, which is observed or straight ahead, would lead directly into the kitchen.
234. This is also living room.
Yeah, it's the TV stand.
Okay, 235. What are we looking at here?
So that's the kitchen had an island. Underneath the island, there was various drawers that you could open up or shelving units and stuff. That was a box for the 22 Kel-Tec that was recovered in the master bedroom.
Okay, and that's an evidence as well. 236 is just a different angle view of where that Kel-Tec box was found?
Correct.
Okay, was the Kel-Tec box opened?
It was.
Okay, what was found in there?
When I opened the Kel-Tec box, it was a secured cable lock for a firearm. It was in the packaging still.
So 237 is just the side view of that Kel-Tec box you found?
Correct.
And 238, you said it was still in the packaging. Is this how it was found?
That's how it was found.
In fact, there's still keys in that locking mechanism, is that right?
Yeah, there was the keys were at the end there, towards the bottom of the lock.
Like where it looks like a black box there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And that's also in evidence. That's 238. 239, what's this a picture of?
I believe that's a PlayStation unit or a gaming system that was recovered from the residence.
So then things from the Crumbley home, such as video games, proceeds as well?
Correct.
The gaming system, okay. So here's 242 with some of those.
Correct.
243 with more.
Correct.
And 244 as well.
Correct.
Okay. Were the vehicles searched as well?
They were.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
That was the back of, I believe that was the gray Kia that was searched in the driveway.
Okay. It's 245. 246, this is the same vehicle, just different angle of that hatchback?
Correct.
This is 248. Okay, so there was no garage in this home, is that right?
No, there was behind the home, or adjacent to the home, it was more like a shed that was behind the house.
Okay. Was there like an overhang type area where a barbecue grill is at?
Yeah.
Okay, so 248, does that depict that?
Yeah, correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so those would be BBs for a BB gun.
Which ones are we looking at?
Looks like a plastic container.
Okay.
And it looks like there's more in the which would be the original plastic container. Some nails. I'm not sure that looks like that's probably something used to clean a grill next to it.
Okay. So this is now going to be 253. You said there was a shed?
Correct.
Okay, and so the shed was searched as well?
It was.
Okay, so what are we looking at here in Exhibit 253?
So that'd be immediately when you walk into the shed to the right. There was multiple shotgun-style BB guns located.
Okay, 253 depicts one of those?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, here's 254. What is that?
Yeah, same thing. So that was when you walk in. There was in the shed. There was like a tool bench. On the tool bench, visible as another like Uzi-style BB gun that was visible on the bench right when you walked in.
Okay. 255. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, same thing. It was another. I believe it was a BB or pellet gun that was also located kind of behind the original picture where the Uzi-style gun was or BB gun was.
256. Tell us about this picture.
So that would be when you walk into the shed. It was there were some chairs on the ground. You can see behind it where like the shelving unit is. Yeah, just some chairs where so it looks like somebody's been sitting in the shed.
Okay. 268. Tell us what we're looking at.
Kind of hard to tell, but you can see the silver in the snow there. It was empty CO2 cartridges.
Were there just one empty CO2 cartridge or multiple?
I believe there's multiple. You can see, it's kind of hard to see, but there's multiple in the snow there.
There's 269. This is a better view.
Yeah, there's multiple in the snow.
Okay. You know what those are used for?
Yeah, for the BB guns or the pellet guns at the inside of the shed.
Okay, now a second search warrant was executed at 112 East. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So this is obviously what we were looking at before. It was at night. That was the evening of November the 30th, 2021. This is the daytime. So anytime you see daylight, that would be the second search warrant.
Correct.
Is that right? So is this the front of the house? Exhibit 272.
Yep, correct. That would be the front of the house facing East Street.
Okay. This is 278. This is when you walk into the home, oriented to the left.
Yep, so you'd walk in to the right of this picture would be where we saw the couches and the TV. This would be to the left. You can see the dining room area. And then kind of straight through that picture would be directly into the kitchen.
Okay. And those boxes, they weren't in the home November the 30th, 2021. Do you know if they were left on the porch or do you not know?
I'm unaware when those were
okay.
put in the house.
So here's 279. Is this standing as you walk in, turn to the left?
Yeah, so you walk into the left, and that was kind of like the dining room area with the table and the various Christmas decorations.
Okay. This is 280. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so that would be if you'd be walking through living room with the couches on your right, dining room on the left, and then straight ahead the kitchen, and where you can see the open door at the end of the very end of the hallway. That's the master bedroom.
Okay, so earlier you testified that the Caltech box was in the kitchen island. Do you see the kitchen island in this picture?
Correct.
Where is it at?
So you can see it with the, it's got like the white board on it, like the white board with the top. It looks like there's a binder. The black binder would be the top of the kitchen island.
Okay, so here's 281. Is that the kitchen island we're referring to?
Correct.
All right. Now this is also the kitchen, 282?
Correct.
283, the kitchen as well. This is the refrigerator?
Correct.
284, this is the island as well?
Yeah, so those two open, at the bottom of the island there, you can see the two doors. That's where at the bottom of that was a open area where the Caltech gun box was recovered from.
Okay, so on the bottom right of the screen?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. 285, this is also the kitchen?
Correct.
Okay, so the last picture was orange to the left, this would be orange to the right?
Correct, yeah, on the outside of that would be where the driveway was, the side of the house.
286, what are we looking at here?
Yep, so when you were in the kitchen, I kind of described it earlier, you take a right, there's a small hallway. At the end of the hallway was that bathroom. To the right was one of the shooter's bedrooms, and immediately across the hallway to the left was the second bedroom.
Oh, this is 287, what do we see here?
Yep, so that'd be the first bedroom to the right. It has a bigger bed in it from the earlier pictures.
All right. 288. Now, this is after the initial search was executed.
Yeah, this was done the next day, different after the home had already been searched by detectives.
289. This would be identified as the shooter's second bedroom.
Correct.
All right. 290. Same bedroom, different view.
Correct.
What do we see to the left of the bed there, the shooter's bedroom?
Are we referring to the stand kind of to the left of the bed there?
On the ground.
Looks like a Gatorade bottle.
Was there a litter box on the ground?
Yeah, a litter box, yeah.
That's 290. 291, this is the same bedroom, now looking towards the closet and the door.
Correct.
There's 293, this is down the hall looking at his, what we refer to as first bedroom.
Yeah, just directly across the hall was the first bedroom.
Okay, 296, this is the room with the boarded window.
Correct.
From the hallway?
Correct.
297, again, this is after the initial search warrant was executed?
Correct.
300, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this would be if you were standing directly in the kitchen, you look down, there was a small hallway, a narrow hallway with a washing machine, drying machine on your left, which you can see, and then walking straight ahead is to the entrance to the master bedroom and the sliding glass door that would lead to the backyard.
In 301, you identified earlier the washer-dryer unit, is this what you're referring to?
Correct.
302, what's this?
Yeah, so when you were walking from the original picture, you saw the washer and dryer. To the left of the washer, and prior to getting to the washer and dryer to the left was a small little hallway that was filled with various items. And that was, what you're looking at right there is kind of like the landing leading to the basement.
Okay. You just have a few more to get through. 303, what are we looking at here?
That's the entrance to the master bedroom.
To the master bedroom, correct. 304, this is taken in the master bedroom. So the TV stand is to the left of this picture?
Correct.
And that's where the Caltech and Derringer were found?
Yep, you're looking at that TV there. It was in one of the open doors. You can kind of see that door open. On the right side of that was where the safe was found with the weapons in it.
Okay. 305, this is also the master bedroom?
Correct. If you came into the right, it was I believe it was a king-size bed and then a couple end tables next to the bed.
And here's 306. What are we looking at here?
Similar view. To the right was that armoire, which you would see when you walk in to your immediate right when you came into the bedroom. Just a different angle of the bed with the armoire.
And here's 307.
So if you were kind of sitting on the bed, you'd be looking at the TV with the TV stand. That door in the bottom right there that's semi-ajar was where the safe was.
Okay.
With the weapons in it.
And here's 308. What are we looking at?
So 308 would be what I referred to. I believe that's to the landing area that leads to the basement.
Okay.
There's 309. It's a landing area that leads to the basement.
Here's 316. So we had already looked at the picture of the barbecue grill. You identified that there was no garage but a shed. Where would be the shed in this area here?
Yeah, so this would be where that door of the landing was. You walk out and there was this little area with an overhang with a grill that's visible there. If you were to walk straight past that grill into the yard there to your left would be the shed.
Okay. And here's 317. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's just more of the overhang area there. Kind of adjacent to the side of the house.
On November the 30th, when you first entered the home to secure the home for the search warrant, were you aware if the stove was on or off?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. That's our other officers are here. Nothing further. Thank you, Jeff.
Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Initially, when you got to the house, you said other officers had already arrived there, correct?
Correct.
What was happening with Jennifer the first time you saw her?
She was being hailed out of the house by another detective. By hailed, I mean being told to come out of the house.
And at the time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she complied and came out.
She complied and came out. At the time when she was coming out of the house, being hailed out, she was on her cell phone. Is that fair?
So when I got there, I don't recall exactly what she was doing when she came out of the house. I just got there as she was walking out of the house. I don't recall if she was on her cell phone.
While she was walking out of the house, there were guns drawn. Correct?
Correct.
How many police officers had guns drawn towards Jennifer Crumbley as she walked out of the house?
I couldn't say for certain. When I got there, she was already being told to come out of the house. So at the time, I wasn't really focused on who had their guns out. I was focused on watching the house and making sure nobody else came out. So I couldn't say how many people had their weapons drawn.
Would it be fair to say it was more than one gun?
Yeah, correct.
More than three?
Yeah, there was multiple detectives and officers there when I got there. Again, I don't know how many of them had their guns drawn. I know that I had my gun drawn.
You did have yours drawn?
Correct.
And pointed at Mrs. Crumbley?
No, so when I got there, she was already coming out of the house. I was, like I said, I was more focused on, I believe I was near a tree on the side of the house. So at that time, I don't think I had my gun pointed at her now.
After Mrs. Crumbley came out of the house, and she did come out, correct?
Correct.
She was handcuffed.
So I didn't take part in her being taken to the vehicle, so I'm not sure if she was handcuffed.
And that's fine. I'll ask a different witness then. So after you got to the house, you saw her come out, saw the guns drawn. Did you see Jennifer Crumbley any further that day when you were in the house or otherwise?
After we had executed the search warrant, she was brought back into the house with James, and I saw her inside of the house. I didn't have any further communication with her, no.
I just want to be clear about the guns and gun cases, boxes, some of the things we saw on the screen. If you need me to put an exhibit back up, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. So the Sig Sauer 9mm gun, the case for that gun, you saw in the master bedroom, open on the bed, correct?
Correct.
And there was a box of bullets, or an empty box of bullets, next to that empty case, correct?
Correct.
In that case, the gun was not there.
Nope. When I initially came into the house and then we conducted the search warrant, it was an empty box.
And you know, and if you're not the right witness, let me know, that James Crumbley had gone to the house and discovered the Sig Sauer was gone from the house.
Yeah, so when I went to the house, I had no knowledge of anything that had occurred prior to me getting to the house. Like I said, I just observed the box where I saw it initially when I did the search, and then after, I don't know how it was placed there or when it was.
So when you were, I just want to be clear, the Sig Sauer was ultimately not in the Crumbley home.
Correct.
The Kel-Tec and the Derringer were found in the Crumbley home.
Mm.
Is that a yes?
Correct.
They were found in a gun safe.
Correct.
And they were found in the gun safe that was in the cabinet in their bedroom.
Correct.
And there was not ammunition stored with the Kel-Tec or Derringer.
Yeah, so the safe, which we saw the pictures of, had the two firearms and some ear protection. There was ammunition found in that same dresser area behind it.
Okay, but not in the same, not within the the exact location of the safe, correct?
Yeah, it was behind. So I can show you the picture. You can kind of see it in the picture. The picture has the safe, and then behind the safe, there was some clothing, and underneath the safe there was the two magazines. There was the gun holster. Then behind that, you can kind of see a box that did have ammunition. I don't recall what kind of ammunition or how much, but there was some located in the bedroom.
Okay, and that's ammunition that goes with those two guns, not the Sig Sauer.
Yeah, so the ammunition that was the empty box on the bed was 9mm. And to be honest, I don't recall what ammunition was found behind the safe, but there was ammunition found behind the safe.
Okay, and then I just want to be clear about one other thing. So there was a kitchen closet we saw where there was like a blender and some other appliances kind of on the floor. You testified that you found the box to the Kel-Tec in that little kitchen area. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, correct.
And that box while that box was in there was no gun in the box or anything along those lines.
Nope, it was the Kel-Tec box just had that cable lock, which was in the bag. That was all that was in there.
So the three guns that Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley had in their home, the three that we've talked about include the Sig Sauer, the Kel-Tec, and the Derringer. It's fair to say there were not any other guns in the home aside from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so I located the 22 Derringer, the 22 Kel-Tec, and then obviously the firearm, the Sig Sauer, was recovered at the school. And I didn't have any part in the recovery of the actual weapon used.
Well, to me, it looks like they've got a lot of guns, but I can't tell the difference between a BB gun and something else. So I just want to be sure, aside from knowing about the Sig Sauer at the school and the Kel-Tec and the Derringer, all the other guns that we saw in the pictures, those were BB guns or pellet guns.
Correct.
And the casings that we saw on the ground in the snow, those were from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so the CO2 would be used to operate some of the BB guns that were found in either the shed or the bedroom.
And in the backyard, you could tell that they had shot BB guns there before because there's also targets up, correct?
I recall the BBs that were located. There was the empty CO2 cartridges, which would indicate that they were used. I don't recall specific targets in the backyard, but I do recall the other things there.
And then when you were testifying, there was very brief testimony that there was a litter box. That was in the second bedroom of the Crumbley son, correct?
Yeah, when you walk to the right and left was bedrooms. That was the bedroom to the immediate right, and right next to that was the bathroom, and across the hall was what I think we described as the first bedroom.
And just very quickly, when you were executing the first warrant, the Crumbleys had a dog in the house.
Yeah, there was a dog in the house. I didn't have any dealings with the dog. I believe the uniformed officers went into the house first, and I think the dog was friendly, so we didn't have any issues with the dog.
And then there was a cat and a kitten. Do you recall that? And if you don't, that's okay.
I don't recall the cat and the kitten.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Redirect. Just briefly. Detective, why did you approach the home with guns drawn?
Yeah, so I mean, again, we didn't have a whole lot of information about what we were going into. I mean, obviously, we had just come from the scene of shooting. Yeah.
So the information you were given, well, you knew that there was a mass casualty event at Oxford High School. Correct. And you found
Your
out.
Honor, I would just object to the leading questions.
Just trying to orient the witness to where he was and why.
Okay, question answer, please.
So you had already been at the Oxford High School?
Correct.
And you knew what had happened there?
Your Honor, okay. I would object to the leading.
Well, that was a yes or no. Did he already know what had happened at Oxford High School? That would certainly affect whether or not he'd approach a house with his gun drawn, right?
And the assignment to secure 112 East, you told us that you were given an assignment by Lieutenant Hicks?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
And what information did you have at that point?
That the shooter resided there, and to go to the house and secure the house prior to the search warrant being drafted. There wasn't a whole lot of information given at the time. Everything was kind of quick moving at that moment.
Okay. Well, this is Exhibit 200 on the screen here. You were asked about the .22 ammunition. So in that locking case with the 000 combination, there was no ammunition in that case, correct?
No, there was not.
But you did find ammunition in this same location.
Yeah, so I guess you can't see it, but it was underneath the. You can kind of see where the two magazines are. There's a box behind it. It's like a gray, red, and black. Yeah, yep, that's the box to ammunition. I don't recall what specific caliber was recovered, but it was a box with ammunition. It's right behind the holster right there.
Okay. Okay, I've nothing further, Josh. Thank you.
So you can step down and you're excused. Thank you. Who is the next witness going to be?
Sergeant Pesky.
Okay, short, long, medium?
Long. I mean, I don't want to not short. So if we could take a brief 10-minute break, it might be a good time.
Good.
If the court is so inclined.
Yeah, sure. Sure. Okay, so 10 minutes. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
I got a note from the jury during the break.
As long as this jury can be fair and impartial, I think there's an issue.
Do you want me to ask?
I would ask, only because we've had witnesses from Princeton testify, so I'd ask that we inquire into the juror.
Okay, I'm gonna read the question.
May.
Okay, a juror says.
Your Honor, we have made a concerted effort to not say any of the places of employment or businesses for any witness. So just.
Yeah, well, someone said it though.
I believe opposing counsel did, but we've made an attempt for all of the witnesses not to identify specific places.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to identify. I didn't even realize that the prosecution. There's no order preventing the release of the name of where Mrs. Crumbley worked. I didn't violate any order.
I'm not suggesting
I think that saying the work location triggered number 15 to send us this note, and it sounds like she works indirectly with someone who is with Ms. Crumbley's former employer. She doesn't say that she knows anybody from there, but after the break, I'm going to bring her in and ask her. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
She doesn't say she knows anybody, but she just. I actually am appreciative when these jurors say that I maybe know someone. I think they're doing what they're supposed to. So, all right.
I just want to make sure I didn't do anything wrong by saying the name.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
I didn't suggest you did.
Yeah, that's what
I was just trying to give the warning to the court before.
Yeah, that's the reason that the juror recognized.
Got it. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be back.
All right.
Oh, we're taking a break. All right, I'm gonna need a couple minutes. Oh Lord. All right. So it's funny that the channel that so that's what happened earlier. The stream that I was using earlier that was showing the stuff had issues. You see that I thought this was the one that had I don't know what happened with that one. I had to stop using it. But anyway, we'll go over this real quick.
To secure.
Kind of doing it inside.
What is this right here?
It looks like that'd be a sketch or a drawing of 112 East Street.
Okay, so this is a sketch of the home if you were looking down on it. Would that be right?
Yeah, correct.
Of course, right.
Okay. So would you call this a small home or a large home?
It's a fairly small home.
Okay. First of all, tell us how many bedrooms were in this home?
There was 3 bedrooms and a bathroom, and then a basement as well.
All right, so going back to 162 here.
And these are all admitted, right?
Correct, Judge.
Was that Ethan's room?
Was it naturally the master bedroom? What was your impression of when you went there?
Yeah, so to me it was a master bedroom. It looks like it had adult clothing in it. It had a king bed. It had just more stuff in it. It was clear to me that was...
He had 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms?
2 bedrooms.
Okay. And so which bedroom is this that we're looking at?
So when you come in off the kitchen, there was a hallway. There was a bedroom to the right. There was a bathroom straight ahead. This would have been the bedroom to the left.
Okay.
Immediate left in the hallway.
So photographs are generally taken when a search warrant is executed, is that right?
Correct.
Are those photographs taken before or after things are disturbed?
It kind of depends on if someone at the scene is able to take pictures before, if there's an evidence technician.
Okay.
Generally, before you go in and search it, there'd be pictures taken.
In this case, there was an evidence tech available, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was Detective Bizio, I believe?
Correct.
Okay, and so these pictures were taken before the search was executed?
Yes.
So for lack of a better term, this is the natural state of the home as you found it November the 30th?
Correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here in this photograph, exhibit 164?
Yeah, so this was, I was made aware this was the shooter's bedroom. The bed was covered with various things. There's some school books on it. There was targets visible on the wall that there was apparent to be bullet holes in them.
Okay, I'm going to do another angle here. This is 165. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so that was, the shooter had a dresser, it looked like TV. There was things all over the floor. There was things all over the place, really.
Okay. So that boarded up window in the back, that it was adjacent to the master bedroom, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the picture that we just looked at with the targets on the wall, that would be
if you were taking this picture behind you.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to tell why that window was boarded up?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know why that was boarded up. I was never made aware why that was boarded up.
And that led to the master bedroom, is correct?
I would believe so.
Okay.
That would lead to the master bedroom.
So this is one.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would have no objection for the prosecutor to just say why that's boarded like that, just so it's clear for the jury, so I don't have to go back to it. We don't.
I don't
have
know
to
if
go
he
back
knows.
Oh, I asked. Because I wasn't there.
You don't know.
Yeah,
That's not our question.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that he could, Mr. Hees could say it if he wanted to.
Okay, he doesn't. The witness doesn't know though. So.
Okay.
So, okay, this is 166. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, just a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And 167 is also the same bedroom, the other angle?
Yep.
Okay. And this was identified as one of the shooter's bedrooms?
Correct.
168, same bedroom?
Correct.
And 169, this is the same bedroom as well? This is the closet in that room?
Yes.
And this is 171, just a different angle from that closet?
Correct.
Okay, 172. Are these the targets that we saw initially in Exhibit 164?
Yes.
Okay. And had these targets been used or unused?
Yeah, they appear to be used.
Okay. That's 172. 173, this is just further down the wall with one of the two targets?
Yes.
This is 174. This is another picture. This is of the shooter's bed.
Yep.
Again, 175, same bedroom?
Correct.
Now this is 176. This is the nightstand in that room. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay. Now 177. So you had talked about that the shooter was identified to have two bedrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the second of the two bedrooms?
Yep. So that was the bedroom on the right side of the hallway, just across from the bedroom you're just looking at.
Okay. So again, this photograph was taken before the search warrant was actually executed.
Correct.
That's 177. This is 178. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
179. This is the closet of that bedroom?
Yes.
This is 183. This is on the bed of that bedroom. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay. 184. Same bedroom, different angle?
Correct.
185. Same bedroom. This is the TV in that room?
Correct.
All right. This is 186. Again, same room?
Yes.
This is 188. There was one bathroom in the home?
Yep, that was when you walk in that hallway, bedroom to the right, the bathroom is straight ahead, and the other bedroom is to the left.
Okay, and this photograph fairly accurately depicts the condition of the bathroom on November the 30th?
It does.
Okay, that's 188. Okay, this is 189. Sir, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Yeah, so when you walk out of that hallway, you'd go down another hallway, and there was what was described to me as the master bedroom. When you walked in, that was the bed that was in the bedroom, and there was an open gun box with an empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed.
Okay. Now, is this the condition that this gun case and empty box of ammunition were found on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay. And that's on the master bedroom
Yes.
bed?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 191. This is the same master bedroom. Another bedroom. This is of the nightstand?
Correct.
This is 192. It's the same room?
Yes.
Again, 193. This is also the same room?
Correct.
And 194. What are we looking at here?
So when you walk into the bedroom, immediately to the right of the doorway.
The master bedroom?
Yeah, the master bedroom. There was an armoire.
Okay. 195. This is the same armoire with a slightly different perception?
Correct.
196. Is this still the room?
Yep, so that would be the door that would lead out to the backyard, and then a TV stand with various drawers and things in it.
Okay. And were these drawers eventually searched?
They were.
197, same TV stand?
Correct.
190.
I think I could probably flash by the pictures since you guys already heard it, right?
Looking at that picture to the right door there, you open that up and there was two shelves on it, and the gun safe was on the top shelf.
And who told you where to look for that?
James Crumbley did.
Okay. And that's already been admitted into evidence, and that has a locking mechanism on it?
It does.
Okay, were you told what the combination is?
I was.
Objection. Your Honor, just irrelevant to Jennifer's case, unless the information came from her.
Okay, well.
What James would say is hearsay to this officer, so I would object for that reason.
Isn't it?
Judge, it's relevant because the firearm was found
And I heard you guys in the chats earlier that apparently Jennifer didn't know the combination.
in the defendant's home, shared home.
Okay.
And it shows how the officer opened the case and recovered other weapons in the trial.
Your Honor,
Okay,
the
but what
objection.
he said is hearsay. So you had a conversation with James Crumbley.
Yeah.
And then you found that case and opened it.
Correct.
And Judge, I'm sorry, she also testified, or she also said in her statement to the officer yesterday, Joe Bryan, in the interview that was admitted as evidence, that she knew where the firearm was found. And later on today,
Your Honor, she did not say that.
like,
She did not say that in the video. Or she did not talk about these firearms.
Sergeant.
All right, let's get past that. So that's the safe lock there.
That's the default code for that case.
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 200. Okay. That's the
By using the code that he gave me.
And what was it?
It was 000.
Okay. And that's the default code.
That's the code? God.
Code for that case.
Correct.
All right.
That's the default code? Boy, had a passcode of 000?
I keep calling it a drawer. It's better to call it a shelf, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's
okay.
more of a shelf.
Okay, so we have this case.
All right, let's get past. Got that.
You see 2 magazines and a baggie of bullets. That wasn't on the shelf when you walked into the bedroom, right? So that's what you pulled out of there?
Yeah, so that was at that point it had been removed from the shelf and it was placed into the bag, and the magazine was placed on the top of the TV stand.
Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4.
So this is 203.
All right, I'll spare you guys. I know you've been listening. I just wanted to see the pictures too for the people and everybody. I didn't have this feed up. Sorry. We were just kind of skipping through, looking at things. This is probably never seen.
It was I believe it was a BB or a Pelican. It wasn't a.
But that's where it was found in the shooter's bedroom on November the 30th, 2021.
Yeah, on the computer chair in the shooter's bedroom.
Okay, 217, just a slightly different picture. 218, what are we looking at here?
That would be a drawer from the dresser in one of the shooter's bedrooms.
219, same drawer?
Correct.
Okay. And 220, what's this?
It's an empty bottle of whiskey next to one of the shooter's beds.
Okay. Now, judging by the wall color, would that be the same bedroom that the targets were found?
Correct.
Right. Here's 221. This is the same bottle of whiskey, correct? Or empty bottle?
Just at the end of the bed, just sitting on the floor.
Okay. And 222, what is this?
That was a notebook that was recovered from one of the drawers in the bedroom. The drawers in the bedroom.
And 223, what is this?
There were various knives that were found in the bedroom.
Okay, where were they found?
I believe right on. I think that's on the one of the shelving units in the room.
Okay, so in one of the earlier pictures, we saw a wall shelving unit. Would this be a close-up view of that?
Correct.
Okay.
Would be the front door if you were exiting the residence. When you were coming into the residence, to your immediate right was the couch. That TV was on the wall, which was facing the front of the house.
So he should have had 2 bedrooms? Wow, we're living the life.
That's the walk-in.
2 bedrooms.
That's the living room area, the couches, the TV.
Okay.
234, this is also the living room?
Yeah, it's the TV stand.
Okay. Okay, 235, what are we looking at here?
So that's the kitchen had an island. Underneath the island, there was various drawers that you could open up, or shelving units and stuff. That was a box for the 22 cal.
I didn't even have 1 bedroom. I was sharing that with the baby. Well, for a little bit I had my own, and then I was sharing it with my infant sister until I think we got out to a different place. I have my own room. I got 2 bedrooms.
Master bedroom.
Okay, and that's an evidence as well. 236 is just a different angle view of where that Keltec box was found?
Correct.
Okay, was the Keltec box opened?
It was.
Okay, and what was found in there?
When I opened the Keltec box, it was a secured cable lock for a firearm.
Box. In fact, there's still keys in that locking mechanism. Is that right?
Yeah, there was the keys were at the end of the towards the bottom of the lock.
Like where it looks like a black box there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck?
And that's also an evidence. That's 238.
What I would have done had 2 bedrooms. What the heck?
239. What's this a picture of?
I believe that's a PlayStation unit or a gaming system that was recovered from the residence.
So then, things from the Crumbley home, such as video games, proceeds as well.
Correct.
Gaming system. Okay. So here's 242 with some of those.
Correct.
243 with more.
Correct.
And 240.
Yeah, I wish I had that growing up. I mean, I know he's younger, so maybe the times. I remember getting not a PlayStation. I got a Nintendo. That was it. I got a Nintendo. No, it was a Super Nintendo. I don't know how much they cost back in the day. That was like living the life. That was top of the world type of shit. And eventually, I bought a Dreamcast, but I did it with my own money. Like I was saving and working and stuff. And I put everything I had to save to buy that damn Dreamcast. And I don't know. I think it was a couple months later they went out of business or whatever they did with it. Yeah.
4 as well.
Correct.
Okay. Were the vehicles
Attack on Titan
searched as well?
They were.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
That was the back of.
Sorry.
I believe it was the gray Kia that was searched in the driveway.
Okay. This 245. 246. This is the same vehicle, just a different angle of that hatchback.
Correct.
This is 248. Okay, so there was no garage in this home. Is that right?
No, there was a behind the home or adjacent to the home. It was more like a shed that was behind the house.
Okay. Was there like an overhang type area where a barbecue grill is at?
Yeah.
Okay, so 248 is that depict that?
Yeah, correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so those would be BBs for a BB gun.
Which ones are you looking at?
Looks like a plastic container.
Okay.
Yep, and then it looks like there's more in the which would be the original.
Instead of cleaning, they just gave him another bedroom.
Plastic.
Yeah, so it looked trashed. That's the one with the gun range shots. Okay. Wow.
Container. Some nails. I'm not sure. That looks like that's probably something to use to clean a grill next to it.
Okay.
And it doesn't take away the kid had issues and help, but but outside of that, he looks like he had more than most or some people growing up or whatever. I don't know.
So this is now going to be 253. You said there was a shed?
Correct.
Okay, and so the shed was searched as well?
It was.
Maybe. I don't know.
So what are we looking at here in Exhibit 253?
But honestly, none of those physical things really mean much if you're not getting what you need, from your parents and stuff. The kids don't really. I mean, maybe when they get in their teenagers, they need more material stuff. Maybe they do. I guess they're more into the material thing. But when they're young kids, toddlers, I mean, just taking them out for a good time or giving them attention or whatever, spending some time with them is more valuable than that. But yeah, I mean, he seems to have some good stuff.
So that'd be immediately when you walk into the shed to the right. There was multiple shotgun-style BB guns located.
Okay, and 253 depicts one of those?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, here's 254. What is that?
Yeah, same thing. So that was when you walk in. There was in the shed. There was like a tool bench. On the tool bench, visible was another like Uzi-style BB gun that was visible on the bench right when you walked in.
Okay. 255. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, same thing. It was another. I believe it was a BB or pellet gun that was also located kind of behind the original picture where the Uzi style gun was, or BB gun.
There he is back. All right, so we'll just skip and show the pictures real quick.
Kind of hard to tell, but you can see the silver in the snow there. Right there. It was empty CO2 cartridges.
Okay. Oh, he was doing that nitrous? That's what that is?
No.
Correct.
Okay. So this is obviously what we were looking at before. It was at night. That was.
Maybe we can get Christmases. Shit, Jehovah's Witness, we didn't get no Christmas. But what? I mean, we got some growing up, but like.
Now, this is after the initial search was executed.
Yeah, this was done the next day, different.
Here's 293. This is down the hall, looking at his what we refer to as his first bedroom.
Yeah, just directly across the hall was the.
300. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this would be if you were standing directly in the kitchen, you look down, there was a small hallway, narrow hallway with a washing machine, drying machine on your left, which you can see, and then walking straight ahead is...
I know.
They're coming back. We just fast
The
forward.
master bedroom and the sliding glass door that would lead to the backyard.
Washer and dryer. Is that a drink on here?
The washer
to the back
unit. Is this what you're referring to?
Correct. You saw the washer and dryer. It was a small little hallway that was filled with various items, and that was what you're looking at right there is kind of like the landing leading to the basement.
Just pause it if you want to focus on something. Backyard. Okay. All right.
See it, but it was underneath the.
So I'm moving
yeah,
to
you can kind of see where the.
All right. So we got all the pictures. Okay. We're back now. So we got a new witness now. Let me remove this for now. Oh, and the other thing, there is some remarks. Beal sent me a screenshot because I was asking about how the victims' parents feel, parents of the victims. And at least two of them here, Craig Schilling and Steve Juliana, she and her husband are accused of... She and her husband are accused of...
All right, children.
All right, you may be seated.
Well, they're watching. I didn't see any remarks.
Okay. So, several of the jurors, you guys are kind of in two camps. You know, we got north and south going back there, two different jury rooms. And I've had a request for more menu items for lunch. All right, so I've been working in the courthouse for over 32 years. I can see you all doing the math. I know you think I must have started here in the 6th grade. But in 32 years working here, we have never provided lunch to a jury. So it's kind of a big deal. And we wanted to do that so that we wanted to accommodate you. We know this is a stressful trial and you're taking time out of your private life, and we've asked you not to read a newspaper or to do anything. But we also don't want you going down to the cafeteria because it creates too many opportunities for inappropriate reaction. Not necessarily you with someone else, but someone else with you. We don't expect you to be here with us very long, only about 5 more weeks.
5 more weeks?
In any event,
is that a joke?
A couple of menu items. And the alternative would be to bring your own lunch, which is what a lot of jurors do. But I think we're adding a salad or something. I don't know.
A shakarada? Oh,
we're doing our best. Okay. All right. So if you think it's really bad, for some reason you could bring your own lunch. But I don't want anything to happen. People do silly things and could approach you. And okay. All right. Who's the next witness?
Sergeant Matthew Pesky.
All right, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the is the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you pull the door toward you, have a step up, have a seat, state your name for the record, and spell your first and last name.
Matthew Pesky, Matthew Peskche.
Thank you. Go ahead, prosecute.
All right. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell me or tell the jury how long you've been employed by the Oakland County Sheriff's Department?
For 20 years now.
And you are currently a sergeant, correct?
I am.
And what's the scope of your assignment and duties at this moment?
My assignment and duties at this moment is I'm a detective sergeant in the Special Investigations Unit at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
I want to direct your attention to November 30th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you recall where you were when you heard about the shooting at the Hotspur High School?
I was at the Pontiac substation.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what you did? How did you hear about it?
My partner at the time, Kevin Thomas, came into my office, told me there was an active shooter at the Oxford High School.
And what did you do?
I grabbed a vest and I got to my car and I left for Oxford High.
Okay. Did you light some sirens as fast as you could? Did you join the caravan or did you?
I went lights. I didn't have sirens at the time.
Okay. And about how long after that did it take you to arrive at the school?
Maybe 20 minutes.
What did you do when you approached the school?
I went in through the entrance by the pool.
What did you observe when you drove into the? Could you get to the parking lot of the school?
I got into the parking lot. I double parked at that point, and I went into the school.
Okay. And can you tell the jury about what time that was, if you know?
I don't know.
Were you aware of whether or not the shooter was in custody?
I had heard on the way over the radio that the shooter was in custody.
Okay. At that point, what did you know about injuries or fatalities?
I knew that there had been 1 or 2 homicides at that point and injuries. I wasn't sure how many.
Okay. So you said, which entrance did you go into?
I went in by the pool.
And what did you do?
At that point, I located other members of the sheriff's office. I did a search of that pool area with a couple other deputies. We went back, reported to command, which was being made at that point. We went back and searched a couple hallways in that pool area again, looking for survivors, witnesses, victims, anything like that.
Okay. Did you find any students?
No.
All right. What was your understanding at that point of where they were, where the students were?
From what I had heard is a lot of students had ran away from the high school to the Myers, and other students were being escorted out that were still in classrooms by other deputies.
Okay. What you referenced a minute ago about command. Do you recognize this person sitting next to me?
Yes.
And who's that?
It's Lieutenant Willis.
All right. And what was his role there that day?
He was, he became the officer in charge. He was one of the command, reporting command that we go to.
So when you say command, were you finding Lieutenant Willis at that point? Was he instructing you or was somebody else instructing you?
Captain Hill was also there.
Okay. So after you cleared the pool area and another hallway with officers, what did you do next?
At that point, I was advised by command, the structure, to go to the house and the residence of Ethan and secure.
We've decided I've asked that we not say his name, so we refer to him in these proceedings as shooter.
Sorry.
That's okay. My fault. I should have explained that to you. You were told by command to go to the residence, and first, were you told whose residence it was and who lives there, or anything about the house?
We were told to go to the shooter's residence, secure it, preserve it for evidence, and there was a search warrant being drafted.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Do you know, if you can recall, how long did it take you to get from Oxford High School to the shooter's residence?
Just a couple minutes, I believe.
Okay. Did you go by yourself or with somebody else?
No, I was in my own car, but I went with Deputy Steele, or Detective Steele at the time, Detective Stoyak, and Detective McPherson. And I believe there was a marked unit already at the house.
And you were instructed to do what when you got there?
To get any occupants out, secure it, look for if anybody was injured, destruction of evidence, anything like that.
Okay, and you mentioned a search warrant. Were you told that there was a search warrant, or they were attempting to get one? What were you told?
Search warrant was being drafted. It was not signed yet in order for us to begin our search.
Okay, is this something that you've done frequently in your career?
Yes.
All right. And what do you typically do when you arrive at a residence of any kind and you know there's a search warrant you're attempting to get a search warrant? What's the protocol?
The search warrant gives you authorization to enter the house. And to search the house, more or less. So when you arrive on scene, normally as you're entering, the guns are drawn, you don't know what's in there, you don't know about animals, you don't know anything like that. You go in, you clear the house, make sure all occupants are either taken out or preserved in an area with other people, and then from that point, you hold the house and you preserve it. Normally, I make sure nobody's in there, and then we leave and have somebody watch the house. But not leave the area. We stay in the area until the search warrant is done by someone else.
Okay. When you were instructed to go to the house and do this, what did you have knowledge of regarding the shooter, his parents, what led up to it? What was your knowledge at that point?
I had knowledge of the shooter's name. I had knowledge that high school students were killed and injured, and that was pretty much about it.
Okay.
At that point.
Thank you. Did you have any knowledge about who else lived in the house?
No.
Okay, so you knew almost nothing. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
I knew nothing when I went to the house.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
I observed a male out walking in an area by it was like an awning, and then I observed a female coming out onto the porch.
All right. Do you see that at some point? Did you learn that female's name?
Yes.
What was her name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing?
She is on a tan sports coat.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant here.
The record will still reflect.
Okay. What did you do when you drove up to the house?
I drove up to the house. I put on a vest, and we lined up at the door and we went in.
Talk to me about why you put on a vest.
This is an active shooter scenario. This is I'm protecting myself with my vest. I don't know what I'm walking into.
Okay. And when you say we, who else was with you at the time?
It was McPherson, Detective Stoyak, and Detective Steele.
All right. Did anyone have their guns drawn?
Yes.
Who?
I did, and I'm almost positive everybody else did.
Why are you positive of that?
That's normal.
When you say normal, what do you mean? Is that protocol, or is that because I think for a lot of us that's not normal. So I'm trying to get you to understand, to make the jury understand why you would do something like that.
Well, like I explained, we didn't know what we were going into, so we were just making sure we were protecting ourselves.
Is that something you do frequently when you approach a house to execute a search warrant or to clear the house?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
cleared the house, and at that point, we came back outside.
At that point, did you know whether or not the defendant and her husband had been at a substation, or did you know anything about any statement they'd made?
No.
Okay. Did you know that if they had seen their son or not?
No.
Okay. So, what did you do with, or ask the defendant to do, if anything?
Can you rephrase?
Yes. At some point, you had an opportunity to interact with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened?
She was seated in the back of a patrol car in front of the house.
Whose patrol car?
Weingart's.
Okay. And at some point, was she in the back of another patrol car?
I never saw her in the back of another patrol car. Deputy Zajac was also on scene in a marked car.
Okay. So what was the first interaction you had with her?
When she was in the back of Deputy is it Weingart's? I believe it's Weingart's, yeah.
Okay. And what did you do, if anything?
I advised her she wasn't in custody, and I originally jumped in the driver's seat, but then I walked around to the back seat and I opened her door.
Why did you do that?
She's not in custody. I just wanted to have a conversation with her.
Okay. Did you leave the door open or closed?
I opened it.
Okay. Did she express a preference about whether it was open or closed?
She liked it open.
All right. This conversation takes place for about 49 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking the entire time?
No.
What else were you doing while you were talking with her? Were you doing anything else? Were there breaks in that conversation?
There may have been breaks near the end of it where I was looking for further instruction.
Okay. Were you always standing right beside the car?
No.
Okay. And did she have any requests?
A cigarette and her phone.
Did you accommodate those?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'm going to play what's been marked as People's Proposed 342. It's the in-car video that Sergeant Peschke just introduced.
Your Honor, I have no objection.
Okay, 342 is a minute.
I do have a really quick question if we can approach very, very, very quickly.
So they're saying supposedly the 5-week thing was a joke and that she had winked at the attorneys. I didn't catch the wink myself. Hopefully it's a joke, because I don't know that I can make it 5 weeks for this one. Oh, my. And supposedly James Crumbley's trial's in March. So guess it was just a joke, maybe. I guess. Maybe we can rewind real quick while we wait. They're back already? Oh, they're back already.
So I do want to just put on the record that while this is a lengthy video, it is 49 minutes. It's
49 minutes.
Critical, we believe, and so I just would ask you for the jurors' patience in viewing it.
There might be some boring parts. Is that what you're saying?
I don't believe that I do not believe there are any boring parts, but that's me.
Lulls.
I think
Judge joking like that? She said lulls?
The reason for the entire video is even during the period where there's no conversation, it's an opportunity to view and observe the defendant. So I just want to put on the record why I'm playing the whole thing.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have no objection. We stipulate to the exhibit.
Well, in the interest of completion, too, it's good to play the whole thing. So.
Okay. All right.
looks like, Jennifer. I guess there's no audio. Oh, maybe there is.
We were just down at the substation. Okay, fine. We'll get you. What?
Sergeant Peschke, do you know about what time this starts? I mean, actually, not about what time. Do you know what time that she gets in the car?
Not exactly. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So, what can you tell us what the time says?
It's 14:57.
I mean, I know my son was the one that shot the school, so I'm not quite sure like why we're in the back of the cop car. Well, because right now,
Yeah, it's not my music, guys. Turn it down, it came out. It's in the video.
all I know is we're detaining you until investigators can get things figured out. Is there like some air back here? Yep. That's what I'm packing up to do. I left the stove on. I think they got shut off. 1, 216, 411, 214,
I know, right? 50 minutes, right? 40-something minutes? Lord. Yeah, I don't know why they have to just, like, leave in all the filler and stuff. Maybe they're worried about Shannon Smith saying that they're hiding evidence or something. There's a lot of perks in prison now. You get, the vapes, you get tablets in there, phones and stuff. You see the prisoners TikToking. They get better meals than most of us here on a daily basis. Served to you too. You don't gotta cook it and shit.
I don't know if I can tell you that. I'm a detective for Oakland County. So, what's your date of birth?
4178.
Okay. Were you handcuffed when they brought you on the house?
Not, well, they handcuffed me at the front door.
Okay. Well, being that, fine, hold on. There wasn't there. We're ready to break off. Jennifer, has anybody told you what's going on?
I was at the substation and I saw my son and answered questions. I know what he did.
Okay. All right, so you understand, you're not in custody, you're just, right now, we need to check your house for evidence. Okay. Would you be willing to sign a form? For us to check, we can go to your house.
2 to 3 weeks,
Is
perfect.
his room far in the back? Ethan, is your son's name Ethan?
Yeah.
Okay. Is his room all the way in the back?
No, he's got, there's 2 pits on either side of that.
So he has 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, because his bedroom got so out of control, he moved to the guest room, and then that got out of control, and I haven't got a chance to pick it yet.
Whose room is all the way in the back?
Those are mine. Me and my husband.
Okay. What's your name?
James.
Is that Ethan's dad? Yeah. Biological?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he own a firearm?
Yes.
Ethan does?
No.
James.
James does.
Did you see that box that was on your bed in the back bedroom?
I haven't had a chance to go back and look at it.
Okay. What's a good phone number for you?
248-760-7502.
Did Ethan have a phone?
He did.
What's that?
It's stored in my phone. I don't know off the top of my head. My phone's in the bumper of that police vehicle, if I can get it.
Okay. And your husband's name is James?
Yes.
James, same line?
Yes.
Who's Hazor?
Who?
Hazor? No? Okay. Okay. I mean, how was your son this morning?
I left to work early and James said we got in a fight last night, but I looked at his grades and they were bad. And I got onto him and took steps away from him, and then this morning on the way to school, basically he seemed fine, he apologized, and it was normal, there was nothing abnormal. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
He left just like normal? Did he walk?
No, James Jones.
Oh, okay. All right. Is James here?
He's in back of one guy's back there.
When did you get home from work?
The minute he told me there was an active shooter after high school and we couldn't get a hold of Ethan, I left, so I don't know what time it was, like, I don't know what time it is right now.
Okay. So
we went right to the substation.
All right, so you were gone this morning before Ethan left for school.
Yeah.
And James took him. What time did you leave?
Well, wait a minute. James took him first. I woke up late this morning. I left after.
Okay, were you sleeping in the back bedroom?
Was I sleeping in the back bedroom?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I sleep. That's where I woke up.
Right, but, so I guess it's kind of hard for me to ask you because there's a gun box on your bed.
Yeah, that's probably that when we found out there was an active shooter, we were at school early this morning because the counselor found some drawings on the paper and said didn't seem a concern to stay at school. And then we found an active shooter. James came home and he opened the gun box, said the gun's gone, and we had the bullets hidden in two separate spots, and the bullets were gone, and instantly it's like, oh shit.
Okay.
I think that's what we do with this.
Okay.
And I drove straight, because we called Oakland County and told them what we thought, and they called us down to the substation. That's where we were.
So
we just got back from there.
So you guys noticed the gun was missing this morning?
No.
So I guess explain it to me again.
Didn't know about it until we heard there was an active shooter.
Okay.
And we were just at the counselor office because Ethan was drawing some weird images on some paper. And then all of a sudden there's an active shooter, and James flew home and he's like, I had the gun hidden, and I told him where I hid the bullets, and they were both missing. So sometime I don't know.
Well, it had to be sometime today. Did you sleep in that back bedroom?
Yeah.
So
and I woke up in there, and there was nothing abnormal.
Right, but the box wasn't on your bed. Did you make your bed?
No.
Okay, so if the box is on your bed, so what I'm just trying to get a time span when he could have picked up the gun.
I don't think he could have. Not this morning.
Unless, do you think, is it possible that James maybe checked the box for the handgun and put it on the bed?
Well, yeah, I told you.
Okay.
Yeah, after we found out.
That's the part that I was.
Yeah. After we heard there was an active shooter, and after we talked to the counselor at the school today, he came here during this whole time this was going on, and that's when he noticed the gun was gone. That's when he called you guys.
Okay. What kind of images was he drawing?
On my phone. I didn't look at that closely because it's on the bumper of that.
It's on the bumper of that car. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, are they?
Well, now that when I was at the substation, I looked at them more closely. They're a little disturbing. Well, they're very disturbing because look what he just fucking did.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I don't even know what the hell I'm thinking. I'm kind of in shock. Like, he's never been in trouble. He's never done anything. Like, he's never done anything wrong. He's a good kid.
Right. Well, we are too, and I mean, this is kind of like a national.
This is fucked up.
Yeah. So.
Like, my son just ruined his life. I'll probably never see him again. Like, what the fuck?
Right. How old is he?
15.
I'm sorry. No, I wouldn't. The green one?
Yeah.
Well, what time do you think you were up at the school today to see the counselor? Do you know which counselor it was?
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
And now that I look at him closely, And this was just, we literally left the school. I went back to work and then this started happening.
I'm gonna take a picture of this, okay? Is this on like homework?
It was on a math assignment that they were supposed to turn in.
What did he say when you talked to him today with the council?
He said he was sorry that we lost a dog. His best friend got sent to an OCD facility treatment thing, and my mother-in-law passed away, and he said he was dealing with a lot of stress, and he was just putting thoughts on paper. It's the first time we've ever seen anything like this, or he's ever been
You've never seen anything like this before?
No, and he's never like, he's, I don't know.
Do you know that he knows how to like handle a firearm?
Yeah, because we take him to the gun range.
Okay. So he, I mean, you teach him how to
That's our hobby, that we go to the gun range, and that's what we do.
Is that the only gun you have in the house?
Well, the one, aside from the one that he took to the school, yes. There's like BB guns, but.
There's BB guns, and then I think it was a 45 caliber that was at the school.
That was a 9mm.
A 9?
It should have been.
But you don't have it, like, what is it, Glock?
No, it's a SIG something.
Okay, a SIG.
Which we just got on fucking Sunday. Friday. And we took him to the gun range so they can.
Oh, you just bought it?
Yeah, I mean, we've had another one for a long time.
Okay. What's the other one?
It's my husband knows, I don't know.
You don't know.
It's a 22, I think.
Okay. Okay.
And then we went out and we.
Has he been, talking to you about it? I mean, so he had bad grades, but I mean.
They weren't horrible, we just had to notice his geometry got to an E. I mean, I'm not a math person, I just told him to get a D minus, I'm happy.
Right.
And then, I looked at his power school last night and I saw an E and I said, so you're great, get brought back up. There's no gun range, there's no phone, there's no nothing. Those are those two trigger points. And then he was mad last night, this morning he seemed fine.
Okay.
It's not the first time he's been in trouble first grades.
Right. Okay.
I mean, he was a good kid.
Right.
Like, he just doesn't do anything. He, like, stays at the house, and I don't know. He loves his animals, and I never would have.
Well, I'm not. I mean, this is I don't think he's a bad kid. I think he might have just been upset about something today.
Not even having mental issues. Like, he's never exerted any type of anger. He's never exerted anything. Like, he's just like one of those mellow, laid back kids. Like, we've always had an open, he'll talk about stuff. Like,
except he literally
I don't
drew
get
what
it.
he was going to do.
I don't get what happened.
Okay. Right. Well, I mean, like you said, what grade was he in there?
They're not going to release his name on the news, are they?
This probably, it'll be for a while, but, I mean, this is, I'm sure your neighbors are already talking.
Right. I know.
You know, I mean,
I got handcuffed outside my front door. That was great.
Yeah. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. You guys own or?
And any fatalities?
Cool. Non-critical convictions. And then there's 7 injured. I believe one of them was a teacher. Yeah, the teacher was a critical one. Do you know which teacher he was having a problem with? Do you know who he was having a problem with? Well, I mean, like his grades.
Spanish? Yeah, we never complained about it.
Who hasn't?
So, like, what was like a teacher last year? I didn't remember her name.
Was it the same school even?
Yeah.
Jennifer. Maybe when you take a second, why don't you take a second? Did you ever complain about anybody in school? They're being bullied?
I asked them for everybody's next to school, he said, yeah.
Did you have friends?
Not a lot. The one best friend he had was sent on Halloween to an OCD treatment facility in Wisconsin out of the blue, and that was like his best friend. And so he didn't really have anybody outside of that, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. If you could sign this for your house, just gonna go in, and I would like to get that gun box. Just see if any other weapons are missing.
My husband knows where they're.
Does he? Okay. I'll go talk to him.
I have a cigarette.
We got a handle.
No, my husband's got one.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
We'll get that.
And maybe a jacket.
Yes. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll this window up and get the key.
No, I don't want the key. I can cost you over. Okay. I just really want a cigarette. Okay. And I don't even really smoke.
Okay. Just a second.
On our device? I don't know what she's doing. Looks like she's searching stuff. Jennifer.
Certainly you're trying to get a hold of the man. What do you have for us in radio traffic about coming back out?
I was just wanted to relay those that were yours, and then we got to do a weather check for gun
Oh, it says Jennifer Crumbley is facing up to 60 years in prison, according to Court TV. Oh, I thought it was less. Well, this Court TV article says that.
Board clear. We're coming back to the main lobby. Copy. You get your people go to the area company. Roger. You going up? Yeah. It's gonna stay right there. If anybody.
I didn't want to smoke in your car.
No, go ahead. Actually, just have.
Yeah, thank you. Is that his?
Yep. He's gonna.
No, just keep it open.
I'm gonna go get him back and I have to show it. So, keep it open.
I can't talk here about, anyway, it's on the national news. I'll shoot you a message.
I'm sorry?
No, I'll talk to you later.
Can you repeat that?
Hey, Mom. I'm in the tower, so I'm open. Northeast, please, like, east, and taken out. I'm in the before, on the road, so I'm open, on the radio, and 32.
Just because we have our food house and all that.
That's a good thing, sir. Keep it on my hands to roll. I don't want to be advised, there was a path from northeast for you, that was taken out, and all that advised the first piece.
I'm good with that, thank you.
That's 100, thank you. Radio call 1411, 1412. Can I talk to you?
Hey, Bieber. How you doing? Hope you're doing all right. Nice talking to you the other day.
Perimeter cars, 1521. The fire department's gonna be coming in with a large vehicle. They're gonna come in off the ring road where 411 posted, and they're gonna come in where 1521 is posted. Let them through, and I when they come through. I'm good. sorry?
I had to put the smell on myself.
Growing up.
Sorry, I had the smell.
Oh, well. It's all good.
Yeah, my biggest fear was that he was an attorney down myself.
What the state wants to do is like what you guys are saying in the chat. Show how calm she is, like relaxed and I mean, at first she was kind of freaked, I guess, but now she was just. Bad tech.
Any units that have personal cars and car cars, there's a main entrance, we get those moved for the command control to come in.
Everyone does react differently. Like if I was in a plane crash, I'd probably be quiet and calm versus like the other people screaming. I'd be freaking out on the inside, but I'd be probably quiet. I don't know about calm, but you know, I mean, not exteriorly showing it.
Going down the line.
5990. Good, how are you? For a little bit. Yeah, can you look down, guys? You're bringing back out, please. Yeah, and there's no other way to get out? I don't know. I don't know. I would. Yeah, I really don't know. So this is a house around here is a place of interest. So. Yep. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Have a good day.
The only thing I could really see is just the defense just trying to show how like calm and like nonchalant, maybe. Besides, I just don't see the point in this really either. To show the whole thing. That girl we were talking about earlier, with where Megan Kelly said that girl had plastic surgery. Apparently, that girl quit Instagram. I guess she said she was getting bullied on Instagram. Okay, she's taking a break. Extensive, if not permanent, break from being online. I mean, if you gotta get offline, I guess. Whatever you gotta do. I mean, she looks fine with or without, whether it is or is not surgery or whatever. I don't know what the big deal is. With contour, without contour, it's fine, man. Jean Carroll. Oh, she's happy. Lawsuit. Smiling now. I know, right? Megan Kelly. Why is she? I don't. Why is she talking?
Can you call MSP response squad, which will her MSP dog January? That's hard to confirm whether like the MSP response squad will go dog January. I am. You use my cell phone to it. That's hard. Go ahead.
barefoot. I wonder how many followers the actress has, the other lady.
They're coming in on U Street here. Turn one here. Ten one, I have residents at 135. You will be letting them get down there. Yeah, that's why it's make sure they get there.
2 million followers? Wow, I feel like if you have that many followers, you've probably been through it all. Wow.
Hey, Director, the number is 21-249-546, repeating 249-546.
Correct address. Fine. You guys are clear, you guys find me. Thank you.
She said it was contoured. It was a long time ago. Somebody said, "Come back on the post when you have real problems." Give me that for free. I mean, it's not like people were threatening her. It's death threats. People looking up her house and shit. It wasn't nice, but I mean, I don't know. I guess everybody has their own threshold and stuff. I know this video is so I don't know what's the point of this really. It lost me. It kind of just for I am LOLish. It just lost me to be like this. Like just I mean, just to be with all the empty space.
Looking back there. Who's over there? Lieutenant Jenny? Lieutenant Glover? Yeah, give me a few minutes looking back. Who's it? No. As soon as I get home. Are you on Bird and East Street?
Hang on.
she text the father to go check the gun? Is that it happened in the car?
Okay, so this might take a little while. So what I'm gonna do, I didn't realize you'd already talked to a sergeant earlier. So with all the chaos going on, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding on everybody's part. So what I'm gonna do is, I can't technically let you go back in the house because they wanna do a search warrant. So what I can do is if you guys wanna go get a cup of coffee, go get a drink, leave. Sergeant Bryan said he will call you as soon as the search warrant is done on your house. But I can't let you go back in right now. So I don't know, that's what Detective Stoyak's also calling your husband. I don't know, do you have your car keys? No? So you don't keep guns in the car? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, do you want to think about it for a second, or wait until your husband, or I mean, what do you?
I need to get my car keys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole fucking neighborhood probably thinks like we're mobsters. And
That's why I'm gonna kind of get you out of here instead of just having to sit out here.
yeah, that'd be good.
Is that okay? All right. So give us just a minute.
I need my.
A jacket. Yeah.
I don't care about jackets. I got hoodies in my car. I need like a charger for batteries.
Okay. You have a charger in the car.
I don't know if I took it in with me or not. It'd be plugged in if I didn't. Okay.
So we'll just have a guy who'll go in with you to make sure that everything's cool, and that Sergeant Brown will call you with the house stuff.
Let me just make sure the one cat, there's two cats, but they don't get out.
I didn't see it.
Well, you're not gonna see one. One's kind of a kitten, and that's my son's cat.
Okay.
It's the one being asked me to take care of it.
Okay.
But I'm obviously not gonna be seeing him. I don't even know.
Well, he's at Children's Village, so.
Yeah,
I know, but.
He's responsible for family's worst nightmare, and that ultimately looks back on us because here we are.
See, I didn't know that you had asked for an attorney either.
Yeah.
Do you want an attorney just for your son, or?
I just don't, I work for a company that has attorneys and was there when I rushed out, and he said, don't talk to anybody without an attorney present, so he texted me and I was there, so I don't even know, this is something you plan on.
All right. Yeah, why don't you come out and I'm gonna let you make the decision.
Yeah, I think.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
The defense has no questions.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yes.
You may step down.
Thanks, Judge.
Who's the next witness?
Thank you, Judge. I think we can get through one more witness, but we do need to address a matter outside the presence of the jury first.
All right.
Okay.
Hold up, boy.
I'm going to give you 5 to 10 minutes.
And I'm waiting for this audio box to come in.
All right, for the jury.
3:30 to 7:30. I said earlier before, I said 12:15 and something, 3:30. And then they backed it up to 3:30 and 7:30.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I don't know if I'll be able to plug it in or not, but when it comes, without messing up the audio, I think I should be able to. All about. Oh, she did put her hair up. Okay, Judge, she's styling. Wow.
Judge, we have Robert Catalis here from the crime lab.
Robert Catalis?
Yes. So it's my understanding the defense counsel is objecting to exhibits 13 and 22. So we need to have a ruling on those. I would ask that the court instruct the media not to film those two photographs because it does have imaging of a minor.
Okay.
So we could go through on the screen, but I don't want to broadcast.
They've been very cooperative. If you can just give them a heads up right beforehand.
Mark, can you just wait a moment, please?
Yes.
Forensics, I guess.
13
and 22.
I got my head up. She got her hair up.
And Your Honor, the defense is objecting based on relevance and that they are too prejudicial. The prosecution knows these are too prejudicial based on the fact that they're telling witnesses in the courtroom that these are about to be put on the screen. They're so prejudicial.
Telling the father of a murdered victim.
I think that would be appropriate.
Your Honor, so the first photo, number 13, shows a deceased child in the photo. It's just not necessary. This jury has heard horrific evidence, seen horrific evidence, and to see more photos with dead children, we believe is unnecessary and prejudicial. And the second exhibit that's at issue is number 22. There's a very large pool of blood, and there's just, again, no reason that it needs to be shown to this jury. It's way prejudicial.
I guess I would have to say that this would seem to be a pretrial issue. I didn't think that there were issues like this remaining, but I haven't seen these pictures, so that doesn't help.
The prosecution.
I can show you right now. I'd like to respond to the objection.
Well, I'm going to like to respond to the objection, but this feels like not a mid-trial type of issue. But
Your Honor, the exhibits were identified for me mid-trial. So when I saw this, I notified Mr. Keese the first day of trial when I saw this that I was objecting to these two.
Okay, I just didn't know. It would seem like something that would be subject of a motion in limine because we had motions in limine with regard to some other exhibits. That being said, here we are. I haven't seen the pictures, so.
Sure.
There are so many thousands of pages that if I filed a motion in limine and the thousands of pages I got, this court, that's all you would have done for 3 years is hear motions every week.
What do you think I did here?
I know that, but I'm saying it's impossible for the defense to file motion in limines on every single piece of evidence we got. 99% of what they gave me, they're not even using because it's not relevant.
Okay, so despite the fact that I don't want to, can I please see the pictures?
May I, Jeff?
Yeah, okay. Are you putting them on?
I can show you.
Just hand it to
But
her.
I want to make sure they're not.
You don't need to display it for everybody. Just hand it to the judge.
I want to make sure.
Well, then, just to be sure.
Whatever the best way is.
I'm focused on the seal up of your knife.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's hard to rule if I haven't seen them. The family's seen them before, right?
And Judge, we have spoken with the victim's family before the trial, before the Miller hearing, before the exam.
I have no doubt.
This is proposed exhibit 13. This is the view of the 200 hallway. Robert Catalis is the crime scene investigator. He's the supervisor of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office crime scene laboratory, or crime scene unit rather. He will testify that this is the path that the shooter took.
Is that tape?
That's Hannah, St. Juliana, and further up is Madison, Baldwin, Judge. Just so the court is aware, we have literally hundreds, if not thousands of photographs to draw upon. There's only one. There's no close-up photographs. There's no autopsy photographs being sought to admit. This is a homicide case. The shooting is relevant to this case. Death is an element that the people must prove, and we must prove that the end result of gross negligence is what happened on November the 30th. This is People's 13.
Are there two children in this video?
Yes, Judge, and we intentionally didn't have a close-up photograph of Ms.
Okay,
Baldwin.
well, this doesn't seem to be exceptionally gruesome or anything like that.
We did so intentionally.
Okay.
So that's 13. That's admitted, Judge?
Well, I'm going to hear what else you might have to say.
Okay.
Wait, 13?
And 13, it also shows proficiency in which the shooter had with the firearm because the placards indicate defects in the wall and shell casings. Testimony will come out of the number of shell casings that were recovered from this portion of the hallway. The video has already been admitted in the previous ruling. The video, Judge, it moves through this portion of the hallway very quickly. So, again, 13, we intentionally did not choose unduly gruesome, prejudicial photographs. We choose only one photograph that is necessary to show the element involved. So that's 13.
This is not gruesome. It doesn't show an actual injury. It does show the path of the shooter, and death is an element causing death. It shows a number. Do those show the various shots, or are those spots?
Shell casings as well as defects. Another way to put it is bullet holes in the locker and walls.
Okay. All right, yeah, I'm going to admit that.
Thank you, Judge. That's 13. Exhibit 22. Judge, this is the bathroom in which Justin Schilling was executed. Well, we have the video. There's no video of the bathroom itself. We don't have a photograph of Mr. Schilling, Judge. This shows the relation to number 49 there, if the court can see that in the placard there, as well as 50. There's a bullet defect in the wall in the bathroom as well. That table that you see is the top of the trash can. That's where the shooter put the firearm. That, in fact, was a murder weapon. This is relevant to show the eventual path and where the shooter ended up. And again, it is a homicide case. We intentionally chose only the photographs necessary. There was a drone that was flown through the Oxford High School, so we could have potentially extracted thousands of photographs, but we didn't.
Also still going.
What's your response, Ms. Smith?
I think I've already made my record.
All right, I again, I think this is relevant. This is a case about causing death. That's one of the elements, and I don't think it's excessively gruesome.
Thank you, Judge.
So I'm going to look at pictures as well.
And we called Mr. Callison last minute. Let me just make sure that he's ready in the hallway. He'll be ready.
Okay, he'll be the last witness today,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Last witness for today? Oh, wow. Well, I don't know. It might take him a while, but the forensics guy. Today was kind of like they wasted a lot of time. I mean, if it helps speed things up for future days, then okay.
Sure, bring the jury.
But it was a lot of like lollygagging. It seemed like.
Let me ask you, before last night I let them all go, and then because I thought we were going through pictures, Miss Williams called them all back and told them to come an hour earlier. It ended up being a good thing because of the weather, but. Are there any aside from the issue with regard to what you filed and they're going to respond to that we've already discussed some on the record? Are there any issues before? Because after this witness, I'm going to tell the jury to leave. And certainly, if they had been here at 8:30 this morning, they would have sat for 2 hours before they saw a witness, which is not good.
Yeah. So I believe after going through the email that Ms. Smith sent to our office, I don't think there are any other objections.
Okay.
But of course, Ms. Smith could.
Are there any other issues aside from what you filed and they're going to respond to that we've already made a partial record about?
Not at this point.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to know before
Your Honor, I'm saying that, but I also don't know what I know somewhat what their plan is, but I don't want to have you yell at me later that I'm not bringing up an issue.
I'm not going to yell at you. I just want to get the jury on their way. I'm trying to manage the situation, and they would have sat here for 2 hours this morning.
Judge, I think the question is the exhibit list that we provided. Is there any objection to any of the exhibits on the exhibit list?
Yeah, I just want you to.
Yes, there is, but not with. Not. There is an objection, and I've already let you know this, with respect to the way that the prosecution has redacted the journal, which in part has been deemed admissible by the court. So I believe that's an objection.
Portions of it.
Portions of it. Mm-hmm. I am just making sure that I will be able to impeach and cross-examine on portions that are redacted by the prosecution currently right now. The prosecution.
Who are you impeaching them?
The journal. The people have certain statements coming in, but the journal itself impeaches those statements even within the journal. So for impeachment, I'd like to be able to ask about other writings in the journal, even if they're not admitted as substantive evidence.
Okay, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
That's in our last witness, Judge.
And then, Your Honor, let me just double check the witness list, the exhibit list, see if there's anything else.
I guess if they didn't stay over last night, it would have been here.
Are you guys still skipping exhibits?
All I want to know is if there's any major issues, because last night at 5:30, there was maybe a plan to go through 55 pictures. So if something like that were to come up again,
so they were late yesterday.
I don't think so, Judge. If we can get started, we can have our last witness today.
Okay.
And then...
All right, I'm just checking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just checking.
He's like, let's get this last one done.
I don't like them sitting around changing my lunch menu. So.
Your Honor, aside from that, the one issue I put on the record, which you said we'll get to later, I don't believe there's any other objections.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back in.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
I like the eyes I added. Anything?
Judge, I'll notify the court when it's these specific photographs, and I'll ask the court at that point to request the media not to film.
Yeah, please.
What? What?
All right, you may be seated. We're going to hear our last witness today. All right, and who would that be, prosecutor?
Excuse me, Robert Curtelis.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please step up, have a seat, and state your name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Robert F. Cotelis Jr., ROBERTKOTELES.
Okay, go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
I'm in my 17th year.
Okay. In total, how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
In my 17th year, so
Total 17 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Tell us, please, what is your specific title with the Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory?
I'm a Forensic Laboratory Investigator Leader. That's my HR name, if you will, but I'm the crime scene supervisor and the latent print supervisor.
Okay. When you say crime scene supervisor, what does that mean?
I have a team of 6 people that are on my team, and I supervise those 6 when it comes to any crime scenes that needs processing. Sometimes they may happen during the day. I would say that's usually my night job because I do latent prints during the day. But I lead that team to do crime scene investigations when called upon.
Now tell us, please, what's your background?
I have a forensic science degree from Michigan State University.
Okay. Now, how often would you say that you get called out to do a crime scene analysis?
It depends on what year it was or what time frame of my career. Currently, I'd probably say we average about 2 crime scenes a month. But you have to keep in mind that we only do major crime scenes. I have other teams that I send out to do I would say, lesser crimes. They're already on the road. So as far as the major crime scenes, we'd probably do 2 to 3 a month.
Okay. When you say major crime scenes, what exactly does that mean?
Typically, they're going to be homicides or officer-involved shootings or criminal sexual conduct cases.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention now to November the 30th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you working then?
I was actually in the lab working on my latent print work.
Okay. 12:51 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Do you recall what happened?
Yes, I do.
All right. And were you notified of the attack at the Oxford High School?
Yes, I received notification at 1:15 p.m. on that day to respond to the school.
Okay. And what was your purpose for responding to the school?
I was the on-call crime scene investigator for that day. So it was me to lead my team up to the Oxford High School for crime scene processing.
You said your team, is that you and the 6 individuals?
Yes, and at that time there was 8. I had recruited a biologist to assist us and also a laboratory technician.
Okay, so what sort of specialties are these individuals involved in that are on your crime scene team?
They're members of our forensic laboratory in the firearms unit, in the latent print unit, along with the biology unit.
So is it fair to say then you were called to the Oxford High School to process the scene?
That is correct.
What's the first thing you do when you arrive on scene to process?
Well, we were pretty much on standby because it was still an active scene. They were still getting intel, meaning my cohorts at the sheriff's office, of what had happened in there, clearing rooms, clearing the entire building. I didn't actually get in the building. I shouldn't say. I got in the building while it was still daylight to collect a firearm that was asked upon me. But as far as crime scene processing, it was well into the night when I actually got to walk through the scene to see what I was dealing with.
Okay, now the firearm, that would have been the 6-hour 9mm?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I believe we have a stipulation. I'm just going to, for the record, that's Exhibit 403, Forensic Laboratory Report, request number 6, confirming that was in fact the murder weapon from November the 30th.
No objection. Yes.
Yes. Is it previously admitted?
Not previously admitted.
But stipulated too.
Yes,
correct.
that's 403. Thank you.
403.
Okay, so sir, after you went inside the school to collect the firearm, what happened next?
Pretty much sat in my vehicle waiting on the A-OK to go into the school, meaning that it was safe for us to go in and process the crime scene.
Okay, so once you're given that green light, what do you do first?
I met with Sergeant Zadrowski, and we went through, there was me and one other individual, Rachel Grace, and members of the Special Investigation Unit that went through the crime scene itself to see what kind of evidence and what we were looking at within the crime scene.
Okay, so would you call this sort of an initial walkthrough?
That would be a good terminology.
Okay, so once you do the initial walkthrough, what's your process then?
To go and report back to my team, to construct that team of what kind of services I needed from each one of them, kind of delegated out each of their jobs that they needed to do, and the chronological order that we were going to complete those tasks.
Okay, so what was your decision then on that day?
As far as for each person?
Well, what you walked through the crime scene, you had a feel for what you were looking at as far as crime scene process. So what steps did you take next?
After the initial walkthrough, photographs were taken. After photographs were taken, then what we have, what we call a 3D scanner. So it takes a 3D scan of the crime scene itself to document exactly where items of evidence and the bodies were located within the scene.
Okay, so sir, why is it important to you as a professional in this subset of law enforcement to document things as you see them?
So that we can keep the integrity of where they were located when I actually saw them at that time.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through just a small portion of the photographs with you. In some of these photographs, we'll see yellow numbers or yellow placards on the ground with numbers. What are those?
They signify pieces of evidence that were found within the crime scene.
Okay. And when you process a crime scene, do you write a report afterwards?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach witness? Sure. Just confirm, sir, this is People's Proposal 11. Confirm that is in fact the report that you have authored in this particular case.
Yes, it is.
Okay. People move to mid 11.
No objection.
11's admitted.
And sir, when is it that you write this report?
At a later date, after I had cleared the crime scene, after all the documentation was done, at the crime scene and then back at the laboratory, and then taking my notes and then constructing a formal report at that time.
Okay. And why do you do so? Why is it important to do so?
To kind of paint a picture of what I saw that day so that other people can hear and see what I experienced and saw that day.
Okay. And you mentioned photographs are taken and the evidence placards are put on the ground next to pieces of evidence. Do you also draw a sketch?
Yes, a sketch was not prepared, but what we used was a schematic blueprint of the school because of the vast nature of the school. Trying to get several rooms within one 8.5 by 11 piece of paper was virtually impossible. So we used a schematic to designate where the items of evidence were found within that school.
Okay, sir. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen here. This is People's 10. I don't believe there's an objection to the admission of this exhibit.
No objection.
This wasn't admitted already?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay.
This is
Do
people's
you have
10.
an objection?
No objection.
10 is admitted.
Okay, so this is the blueprint, at least the portion of the 200 hallway where the shooting occurred. Is that right?
Yes, it's the entire school, the lower level there, but you can see the blue markings, our pen marks, that were signifying the items of evidence that were found within this crime scene.
So these pen marks, these are actually your pen marks, your notations.
Not me personally. Some of them are, but I worked with Rob Charlton, who was he took measurements and then he prepared the schematic along with me of where the items of evidence were found outside the classrooms.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Oxford High School has numbered hallways, and each classroom has a number associated to it. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in the course of your reconstruction of this crime scene, were you able to reconstruct the path that the shooter took during the shooting?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So first, this is still People's 10. This is a zoomed-in portion. This depicts the 200 hallway, and we see rooms 258 and 256 with a bathroom adjacent to 258. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So tell us, sir, why is this portion of 200 hallway significant to you as a crime scene investigator?
There were 2 victims that were found between rooms 258 and 256, along with a vast number of pieces of evidence.
Okay. And then this is still People's 10. This is just a zoomed in portion of the remainder of the 200 hallway after the hallway turns. And I take it that pieces of evidence were recovered in this hallway as well?
That is correct, along with one of the other additional victims was found in a patrol car that was found just outside of the school.
Okay. Well, sir, were you able to tell, or did you subsequently find out where the shooter was directly before he began the shooting?
Yes, I was given information that he was in the bathroom found just west of 258 in the 200 wing.
So that would be the bathroom at the top of the screen there?
Yes, if you can see the numbers, it's by 6 and 7 depicted at the top of the zoomed in portion of the photograph.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 12. I don't believe there's objection to this.
No objection.
12 is admitted.
And sir, what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the inside of the bathroom, inside of one of the stalls. One of the bathroom we're talking about near 258 were a backpack, electronic devices, a journal, and I believe there's a Gatorade bottle, amongst other miscellaneous items.
Okay. It was later confirmed that these were the belongings of the shooter in this case?
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, the next photograph is Exhibit 13. I asked the court instructed me not to film.
I'm going to request that the media not film this picture.
Audio too?
I don't think there's not a problem with audio.
No, Judge.
No, just video, please. And still, no still or audio, video. Okay. Thank you.
Now, in the course of your crime scene investigation, the photographs, you've seen these photographs before, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And these photographs fairly depict the path that the shooter took during the attack in Oxford High School?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is the bathroom adjacent to 258. People's 13, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom, showing down the hallway where 258 and 256 would be found on the left-hand side of this photograph. And you can start to see the evidence placards on the right-hand side, with one of the victims lying on the ground on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Okay, so for the record, that's Hannah St. Juliana, and she's on the ground to the right side of the hallway, is that right?
That is correct.
And further up in the photograph, there's another victim, and that's Madison Baldwin?
That is correct.
Now, sir, tell us please what you recovered of evidentiary value in crime scene analysis in this portion of the 200 hallway.
They're what we call fired cartridge cases, and also fired bullets. So the fired cartridge cases will hold the actual unfired bullet in a semi-automatic weapon. The fired cartridge case is ejected out of the side of the weapon, which is typically out of the right side of the weapon. The bullet is expelled out of the barrel or the end of the weapon in the direction where that firearm was pointed.
So sometimes I refer to them as shell casings. Is that an appropriate term, or should I not use that?
I mean, I think it can be used interchangeably. A fired shell casing or a fired cartridge case.
Okay. And how many of those fired shell casings did you recover in this portion of the 200 hallway?
There were 14.
So every time that someone pulls the trigger of a loaded semi-automatic weapon, it ejects a fired shell casing?
That is correct.
Okay. So with 14 fired shell casings in this portion of the hallway, what does that indicate to you as the number of shots fired?
That there would have been 14 within this area.
This is Exhibit 14. This is still a portion of the 200 hallway before it turns, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what do we see here in the screen?
You can see a few more of the yellow placards that are indicating the evidence that was found in that area before we get to the turn, heading back away from 258 and 256.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 15. Is this continuing down the path? So we saw on the map that the 200 hallway turns right outside 256?
That is correct. And I would move to the left, or I believe it's north at that point in time.
Okay, so is this picture then oriented down the long hallway of 200?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what do we see here?
Once again, it's fired. There's evidence that's marked by the yellow placards indicating the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets, along with a firearm magazine or a gun magazine that was located in this area of the hallway.
Okay. This is Exhibit 16. Now I want to direct you specifically to placard 35 there, the lower middle portion of the screen. You mentioned a magazine. What is that?
So a semi-automatic weapon, a gun magazine will hold those cartridges or the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are put together in typically the bottom of the weapon, and that loads the gun to be chambered, to have a round chamber to actually use that weapon.
Okay. Now, how many fired shell casings did you recover from the long portion here of the 200 hallway?
There were 18 fired cartridge cases.
Okay. Now, did you also uncover evidence that the shooter fired into classrooms as well?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 17. This is a picture of what?
This is from the outside of room 247, and if you see it's in the middle of the picture, there's a pink rod we call trajectory rod, and that is to indicate where the shot was fired from and into. So this shot was fired from the exterior of 247 to the interior of room 247.
Okay. This is People's 18. What are we looking at here?
Another photograph from the outside of this is room 244. Once again, you can see a pink trajectory rod indicating that this bullet had traveled through the glass along with the 244 placard of this classroom 244.
Okay. Not already, people moved to 16, 17, 18, Judge.
No objection.
16 and 17 and 18 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if 14 and 15 were, but I have no objection.
Thank you.
14 and 15 are admitted.
This is People's 8. This has already been admitted. This is room 224, and Molly Darnell had already testified in this trial that this was the classroom she was in. But what do we see in this photograph here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of room 224. And in this picture, you can see that there are 3 trajectory rods that were into the door of this room, indicating that the bullets were fired from outside of the classroom to the inside.
Okay. And this is People's 6, again, already admitted. This is the same classroom, 224. What do we see in this particular photograph?
On the left-hand side, you can see it's the inside of the door with the same 3 trajectory rods just from the inside. And then in the back of the room, there is what we call a perforation in the window. So a bullet more than likely traveled through that window, perforated the window, and we were never able to locate that bullet.
Okay.
But that was one of them.
What about the placard right here in the middle?
There is a fired bullet that was found in the bookcase that was found lodged in one of the books on that bookcase.
Okay, and then we see this defect in the file cabinet here.
That is correct. That would be a ricochet or a defect that was more than likely caused by a firearms projectile or a fired bullet.
This is People's 19. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of from the outside of room 223, but you can see that there is a ricochet or a defect that's found in the door, and this is what we call a bullet that was in flight and it was tumbling. It had come into contact with something else because it's not a circular pattern like we saw on the other ones.
Okay, people move to Exhibit 19.
No objection.
19's admitted.
This is Exhibit 20. This is room 220. What do we see here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of the classroom, 220. You can see that there's one trajectory rod in the door of the room.
This is Exhibit 21. People move to Exhibit 20.
No objection.
20 is admitted.
And this is People's 21. What do we see here, sir?
Photograph taken from the outside of room 215. And you can see there's the trajectory rods. They have to be orange in color this time. Into the window found right below the number 215, showing the path of travel of the bullets that were fired into that classroom.
Okay, so the fact that they're orange instead of pink, does that have any significance?
No, we just ran out of pink.
Judge, I'd ask the court to instruct the camera not to film the next photograph.
Yeah, we're going to be putting exhibit number 22 on the screen. I'm going to ask that it not be videotaped and also that there not be any still pictures taken. Right? Or is it off right now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. People move to Exhibit 21.
Anyone's admitted?
Okay. This is People's 22, sir. This has already been admitted. What are we looking at here?
The photograph taken from the outside of a bathroom that was found across from room 231, classroom 231. In this photograph, you can see that there is a large amount of blood, along with a backpack on the floor that's found just inside of the bathroom, along with some other evidence that was marked. I believe it's a cartridge that was found outside of the bathroom that was marked 49.
Okay. And sir, this is the bathroom where Justin Schilling was killed?
That is correct.
This is People's 23. What do we see here?
22 was previously admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
This is a photograph of the firearm that was collected by the deputies on scene.
Okay. And may I approach the witness? Sure. This has already been admitted as 403. Sir, just to confirm, that's the firearm that you were called into the school to recover and to take back to the Oakland County Forensic Laboratory? The report of Kennedy is authored by Mr. Charlton.
Correct, yes. Okay. Yep, I just want to make sure, yeah. So yeah, it looks like there is two fire bullets that were asked to be compared against the firearm.
Okay, and according to that report, the firearm depicted here in People's 23 was the firearm used in the Oxford High School attack November the 30th, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Sir, in your crime scene processing of the Oxford High School, how many times was that gun shot inside the high school?
32 times.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure 32 is, 23 is admitted.
Yeah, 23.
I have no objection to it.
Okay. That has to be admitted. It's shown, right? 23 is admitted.
23 is admitted?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
You have nothing further?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Cross?
We have no questions. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. That's it.
Thank you.
Amazing grace. Oh, amazing grace. Oh. Slap a bit.
Right.
Slap a bit. Go slap a bit.
I'm going to release you until 8:30 tomorrow morning. It's not supposed to snow, is it? I think we're moving pretty well. So I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Any questions about the schedule? Everybody okay? Okay, we'll see you at 8:30. Everybody stay healthy and have a good weekend.
All rise for the jury.
Hey, Nick and Mel, no, let him tear your couch up, Nick and Mel. He's so lovely. It's his dog. It's an animal. How do you do that? Hey,
Be seated. Anybody, anything?
man. Hey.
Your Honor, I would just like to ask again with the prosecutor tonight, let me know who they're calling tomorrow. And I'm also asking if they are going to be done before the end of the week or by the end of the week, only because I have witnesses subpoenaed. I need to give them some idea. I have one witness who would need an interpreter that I've arranged, and so I want to make sure.
Language, deaf, what's that?
Language.
Okay, did we help you with that?
No, I just did it privately through an agency.
Oh, okay.
But I need to be able to coordinate to get the interpreter here.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Okay, can I have the deputies bring her downstairs, because if not, I'm going to release the jury. I want to do one or the other. Is this something that we need to make a record of?
No,
with her?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so can you take her down? They're holding the door, right? Thank you.
Okay, all right. So, all right, we're gonna do a stream, maybe in about, I don't know, an hour. We need to catch up on the Kansas City stuff. You know what I mean? So I haven't really had time to go over these videos, but let me see here. There's one that everybody's talking about. Oh shit! All right, so we'll do this. Do you guys want to hang out for a second while I make the quick thumbnail and stuff? We gotta talk about it, man. And if we have time, I don't know. Should we do phone calls, bro? Yeah, I want to do phone calls. Oh, I came out. Don't do it. You never know what's gonna happen when they call in. It's crazy. Don't stop. Are you guys tired of that story? Don't stop believing. The only time I cover it with just updates. I'm not just covering it just to cover it, just to like blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Drag it out because I'd rather just sleep tonight. Oh, they muted it. Okay. Mm-hmm. You ready? Okay. Wait, no, I like another one better. Kansas City. There it is. You had it. I guess we'll be back tomorrow too for this trial. Also start that shit at 1 o'clock. It takes so long. No, we'll start at 9 tomorrow. Definitely not coming at 8:30. We'll give them a 30-minute grace period to do whatever, and I'll make this little thumbnail. Oh, stop. Video of party host cuffed and detained. What? Well, no. What? Say it ain't so, Billy. Oh, it's just their video of party host cuffed and detained. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have. Yeah, I love that. Scary, interesting. I love his channel. I love it. Oh, not the package? It's not. Can't find the right balance with the AC. It's hot and then it's cold. Every time I turn it up, no in between. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. We got a package, baby. We got a package.
Thank you. All right.
You're free to leave.
It looks like it's open, like it's a repackaged or something. Sealed it. What does the R mean? Repackaged? Recertified? What the hell? What is that? I paid full price. Oh, baby. Rupert. Maybe it's their signature. Rupert. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so sexy. Look at that. You guys need a full screen. Hold on. Oh yeah, that bad boy. The left and right plugs, XLR. They're gonna go straight into the audio interface that I have. Boom, boom. We're actually gonna power this thing up. Where's it at? Right here. There, power it up. Got the knobs in the front. Oh man. Return to sender, right? I sometimes like to smell the electronics, like the fresh electronic smell. Yes, it's here. Wow, what is all this? Oh. I'm not sure what the extra plugs is for. I guess if you're one of those countries that their plugs are different. All right. Let me it's a weirdo. Let me just make this thumbnail first. I don't like this guy's. Oh, damn it. Let me fix this. Hey. Sit down, Fred. Good boy. Oh man, this headphone amp, it's gonna give me power, guys. You don't even know. Those regular headphones that people are using, it's nothing, bro. Those commercial, even the expensive ones that they get you buying that crap, $500 for the Air Max or whatever it is, bunch of BS. Creators are making it as if he was arrested. He was not. He was just detained that evening. Okay. Well, even the title that News Nation has makes it seem like that. So that's what I thought at first, but I know he hadn't been arrested because I haven't heard of that. But the title that they put there, host cuffed and detained. Got to be good with the clickbait, right? Got to be. So they actually said it appropriately, but it almost comes out if he was arrested. That would have been dope, man. I'm doing too much. There we go. Don't stop. Billy. Oh. Oh. Okay. So you guys think about this trial? Do you like it? It's alright. Or it's whatever, man, just to kill time. I don't care. What do we do? It's alright. I think it's alright. For Christmas, see the pup. All right, you want to see Fred? What's it gonna do? Oh, it's gonna get power, man. So listen, bro. Like the regular headphones, that's right. I believe that the max power is like 80 ohms. I believe, and most of them are not even getting that power, right? So like this audio interface that I have, the max impedance ohms, it's like 10 ohms. So I'm not even getting the max power. So these headphones, these new headphones that I bought, they go up to 120. And the guy at the store recommended me one that goes up to 240. But I bought these ones just because I like the look of this, the aesthetics, and it costs more, but I just want it because it looks cool. So fuck that. And so I got the cooler looking one. And you buy this thing that's basically like a boom box, like an amp, man. You know, like when you got like the speakers in your car, the 10 inch, 12 inch ones or whatever. And you need an amp to boost it. So this is gonna plug into the back of, I don't think I can stretch this thing out here and show you guys. It's gonna plug into the back of my audio interface, and it's gonna go boom, 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 boom. Let me hear you say, well. Let me show you. Kind of a mess right here on the counter, but. Interface, left and right. Then we got the cloud lifter hooked up to the audio interface, and then the booster is going to go to the back of the audio interface. Let's see. This is going to sound dope as shit. That's the back of the interface. Ooh, look, vape warning. E-cigarettes cause health problems. It's the automated system is always listening. Just because I mentioned it earlier, because you guys said it in the chat, now I'm getting notifications for that. So, whatever. Most people are not gonna know what the hell I'm talking about. That's fine. I'm just excited. I hope I actually notice a difference. It'll be funny if there's no difference. It's the same shit. Oh, you know what though? Damn. I need a little more for the thumbnail. I think it's time to switch it up. Yeah, it's time to switch it up. You got to do something that draws people in, you know? And I got an idea right on the fly. Download that. Let's see, does this look different? Looks almost the same, but better. I'll do this. Shoot. That's true. It doesn't do anything for you guys. That is true. You won't, on your end, you're not gonna like start hearing better or anything like that. My mother would probably ask that though. She'd be like, "Oh, so is the sound gonna be better for me?" Like, no, ma, it's just in my mother. You know, she used to tell me like, she used to tell about like, she used to be like, "Oh, I'm having issues with the Wi-Fi at the house. So how am I gonna like connect when I'm at work or like when I'm on the train?" Like, ma, the Wi-Fi is just in your house. It's just it has a certain range just in your house. It doesn't work for everywhere. I used to have to explain that to her. Where's this video? Here. Ooh. Perfect. I just got the perfect screenshot. Watch, I'm going to show you the thumbnail in a minute. Take me a little bit of time. I sent you an email about televising. Oh, okay. Cool. I'll have to take a look at that. There we go. Oh, I like this. Perfect. Just needs a little more light. Oh, no, that's too dark. Shit. I mean, that's too sharpened. Yeah. Oh, I like it. I like it. Could be better, but all right. No way homeowner didn't know. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. I'm thinking, I'm pulsating, whatever they call that shit. Pulsating. It's kind of weird. It sounds weird, right? There we go. Perfect. I can't wait to do this. All right. So far, that's what I got going, but I got to add some words to it. Kind of a rough draft. I might stick to it, but let's see. Something like that. I want to add some words to it. It's a little busy, but all right. Draft, but why are you talking to Green Melon? By the way, speaking of the thing, I had two people. Well, a friend of mine told me. Oh, what was that? You right? A friend of mine told me that the green thing is too distracting, and then I saw somebody in the chat today say the same thing. The green mic. What do you guys think? I really wanted the blue one, but I ripped the blue one, and so now I'm having the dark blue one come again. You think the dark blue is too distracting also? And then if not, I can go back to the black. I guess if you want me to be like everybody else and boring and lame, I can do that too. I'm wearing black sneakers like everybody else. Okay, video released. No way. Let's see what you guys say. Ricky's in the hallway. Ricky, I have to keep him like, if I'm not being able to watch him the entire time, I have to keep him in the hallway while he adjusts, and I don't want him peeing and all over the place and pooping. He did good yesterday, and today he's been doing a lot better, so we'll just have to see. But I can't keep like, I'm not gonna let the dog. So I take him out for the walks and stuff, and if he does good today, we'll start letting him have more privileges. He has to earn it. Looks like a cucumber or pickle. You know what somebody said, JD? Somebody said that it's going to be easy for somebody to green screen this. They could remove this and put something else there. The green might pop a little too much. I understand that. I think the blue looks really nice too, though. I got to show you guys the blue when it comes in. It's coming Thursday. The blue looks nice. And I don't think it pops out too much. I mean, I do have a lot going on in my background with all these trees and like the forest behind me. Yeah. People are betting on Travis Kelce proposing on the Super Bowl. Okay, so there's one more thing I want to do with this. Not the best thumbnail, but I mean, it could be better, but I think it's okay. Anyway, let me just set up the stream, so. Alright, if I really want to make it even doper, I could extract the people, put highlights on them, and put them back on there. All right, let's see. There's no way. Oh. Oh, thanks. Yeah, she changed when we got home. So usually when I get home, like, and we're doing this trial thing, I'll like get her something to eat, change her real quick. There's no way. Okay. I think the thumbnail's a little busy, but gets the point across. Ain't up line red. No way he didn't know. Yeah, so we'll be back in a little bit. I'm not going to start it right away. I'm going to give us like an hour. No! Yeah, I'm going to give us an hour so I don't know what I'm going to do. Clean up a little bit. Do whatever I need to do for a little bit in the house. I feel like the chasers are stale, man. I don't know what's going on with the chasers. There's no way he did it. No. I like it. I actually like the thumbnail. I think it's not bad. Okay. Schedule a new stream. You know what's crazy? I have like a queue of people that I need to call. Isn't that crazy? I don't even know where my phone is at. My phone, baby? Oh, it disappeared. All right, go ahead. You need me to help you? Okay, here we go. Boom. Thumbnail. All right, all right. Is there a stream limit to streaming? I don't know. I think you can go 24 hours. I'm not sure. Facebook has a limit of 8 hours, so a lot of times people on Facebook they just get cut off at 8 hours. It just bloop, cuts them off. I don't know with YouTube if or what. I mean, I've seen live stream go on for days and months, like some news networks. So maybe there isn't a limit. So it's about to be. Oh, I want to catch it for 6 o'clock. Okay. Come on, go through. Boom. Okay. Oh, I gotta change the. Boom. Good to go. All right, so I set up the stream for an hour from now. Redirect. Boom. Thanks. Yeah, I gotta water some more of them. I gotta water. There's a pineapple there. There's a pineapple there that doesn't require much maintenance. All the other ones don't require maintenance really. I just gotta. They're due for watering. And apparently the toxic plant is only watered once a week. So I'm gonna pull back on watering that so often. Dateline is a 24/7 live. Wow. Posted a picture of what his face with the wine. Oh, yeah, they put a picture of what he looked like that night? If you guys want to email me anything regarding this story that we could talk about during the live, email me at ikemail@gmail.com. I'll keep an eye out. I'm going to set up this audio thing in the meantime, and I don't know, do whatever I can to kind of clean up a little bit. Get my life together. Let's see. Is that him tonight? Oh, that's the day of? So since the neighbor's video of Jordan was being cuffed that night, we're called to his house. I figured I posted a picture that was sent to me by someone in the area that night. Wow. Hell no to the no. No. This is Jules of All's Trade on YouTube. I'll show you. Hell no. Say it ain't so, Jordan. Hell no. Oh, he answered the door in blue boxers and a robe holding a wine glass. That boy was litty, boy. That boy was litty on some Wolf of Wall Street shit. Allegedly. I was just kidding, just theorizing. Oh, you making empanadas? Nice. Well, not archive after 12 hours. Okay, so it's not going to save nothing after 12 hours. I think it's still post, but it's just not going to save nothing, I think. Don't speak and notice what you're thinking. I don't understand. What kind of power thing is this with this thing they sent me? Why does this thing look like this? I'm not going to have anything in the wall that plugs like that, right? What is this shit? Or do I? That thing don't even look normal. What's I got to go into like I got to buy a power grid or something? Maybe it will plug in. I don't know. This is odd as hell to me. Maybe I need to slide in the other one. What's it conduct? Like transforming electricity to something else? Maybe I should read the instructions. I don't want to have to read instructions, but I guess. Oh shit. So yeah, this thing to me is not normal. I don't know where's that going? Plug into a generator. Actually, I don't know. Are these holes normal too though? What am I supposed to do with this UK shit? This thing is just like this. So do any of these fit in my shit? So I can't use it? You need an adapter. It's UK lug. What? Nah, come on. So I gotta get an adapter? No, I didn't. The guy at the store told me to order this model. He said this is the one. I don't even think it comes with instructions. Here's instructions. Okay. Damn. Yes, it had a 2-pin. It does have this 2-pin thing here. Oh, I can't. I don't want to answer while I'm live, Luffy. Let me get off live and then see. Because maybe I have to go to the store then and get this shit. What kind of plugs you guys using in the UK? At Lowe's? All right. I'm gonna find a UK adapter. I'm gonna find that shit. I'm just gonna go to the store and pick it up because I don't wanna have to wait. UK plug adapter to US. Oh, this thing is funky. Oh, they got it in Best Buy. Oh, Target's travel plugs. Tell me you got it in Best Buy. Spend your money, motherfucker. They have it at the store. Pick it up within an hour. Oh, no, but I gotta be streaming within an hour. Yeah, baby? Huh? Yeah, I'm coming. Okay. Act fast. Only 3 left at your store. That's the adapter right there. I see it, the one I need. All right, I'm going to order that. Everybody's calling me. This shit is crazy, bro. Like, it's fucking. I need to just turn off my phone. Let me call up for you. Quick call though, left. Not because I gotta be gone. I can't even hear you. Let me see. No, I can't. I don't. Maybe my audio. Let me fix my audio. Hold on a second. That's I don't know why that camera's on. Audio. Let me see. Output device. All right, go ahead, talk.
Testing.
There we go.
1,
We
2,
got
3.
you. All right, we got
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Home Depot and Lowe's has it too. Oh, I got a Home Depot right here.
Hang on. Before you place a purchase,
Yes.
show me the adapters, the cartridges that you got, the Snap-on cartridges that you got with your power brick.
Are you watching on stream? Look.
I am, but there's a delay.
Okay. None of this shit, no American stuff right here. This is all UK. I don't know why they sent me this. I'm in America. The delivery's in America. It was a 2-day delivery.
Okay, now I get to see the adapters. So you have Asia, you have UK, and what looks like New Zealand, I think. The one in the middle. So which one do you get? Oh, you have the one with the center pin.
I have the normal one that everybody uses. No, just kidding.
Your normal, your normal and my normal is different because we actually use. I use the UK plug as well as the Asian plug, the 2 pinned plug on the left.
So it looks like
But
they
I
have
prefer-
it at Home Depot too. I think I'm just gonna get it from Home Depot, like they were saying, because it's right like 2 minutes away from me. I can go pick it up instead of going all the way to Best Buy. Best Buy's a longer drive for me.
Can you do something?
Oh,
Why
yeah,
don't you
I
take your
don't know if they have
power
it in
break? Why don't you take the power break and actually, drive up to that store and physically check that
Yeah,
out?
that's true. Yeah, I should do that.
Or you could actually pick up a travel adapter, because travel adapters apparently do have, they should be able to adapt whatever it is that you have, and then use the multi plug, essentially speaking.
Oh, the Home Depot here, none of them have them around me.
Yeah, Vic, you're right. I'm also looking at the chat, by the way. Yeah, it's not slanted. It's basically I can't send pictures here. Blech. But yeah, there's a center pin, there's a center grounding pin, and there's 2 straight pins.
Let me try those.
Should be.
Let's try those. Let's see. Oh yeah, you know what? Too at Home Depot, man, I should have just typed in. What was it? Travel adapter.
Mm-hmm.
It's always something.
Apparently, yeah, there's always something. It's either graphics card, it's either the settings, or something.
I know.
Hashtag FML.
Yeah, Home Depot's not good for this. Let's see. The Lowe's is kind of just as far as the Best Buy. They do have it in the. Oh no, they don't have it. You don't even have it in store. My best bet is going to be Best Buy.
Take the power brick. Take the power brick and physically check it out, because if you can get the Snap-on cartridge, that's a done deal. Okay. Or you will actually need that travel adapter, a universal adapter per se. So
let's see. Let me just check one more time to have any other options before I buy that one. Travel adapter. Oh, they have another one too. That's kind of cool.
just curious, are you using a power strip or a surge protector?
Yeah.
So surge protectors usually should come with a multi-socket input. So
Only ones I
that
see
would
with
save you.
these have a pin. They have one pin. They're the regular thing with a pin, And this one it just wouldn't work. This one with this pin here, it would not work. The shape is just too thick, and the pin is plastic. It's like fake, and it doesn't fit.
Yeah, just hang on a minute because the stream is taking a while for me to catch up. Now I get to see you moving around. So yeah, there's a delay.
Travel adapter and converter.
Mm-hmm. That's the UK plug. I see that now.
Yeah.
Surge protectors should actually come with like options for you to like plug multiple different region adapters onto it. Sorry, power bricks onto it or power sources onto it. That's why I said that if you could see if they fit onto your power strip or your surge protector, that saves you the purchase and the downtime.
Yeah, I see these. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it with me. I'm gonna bring it with me just in case. But
by the way, since you're going to what, Home Depot or Lowe's? Best Buy. Oh, okay. Because you did mention something about your mic arm, the fork in your mic. The screw was loose, wasn't it, or missing?
Yeah.
So I would have suggested that you take the fork.
I should have gone when I went to the guitar place and done it.
Oh right, yeah, they'd have that. They'd have it for sure.
Yeah, right now I don't have time to like take that and go over there and ask. I only thing I can do is like pick up and leave. So, yeah.
No, what I meant was you go there physically. Like you take it physically and you say, "Hey, this is the missing screw. Could you like help me out here?" So, or go to Home Depot and pick up a screw. But you should be sorted out with your adapter.
Okay. All right, I guess I'm gonna get out of here, guys, then, and see if I can go get this, and then we'll be back at 6. All right. Adios.
6. That's 1. Yeah. All right. Cheers.
All right.
Bloop,
Bye, guys.
bloop.
Bloop, bloop. Different amp. This was like 600. 5 something.
Yeah.